Federal Reserve claims 90% of the tariff burden is being shouldered by U.S. firms and consumers, but the White House disagrees. Joining us now, White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett. This will be, Kevin, good to see you. This will be a continuation of a discussion we had yesterday with Ambassador, with our trade representative, Jameson Greer, and we talked about whether something's regressive, but we'll try to get into all of this. We saw an inflation number last week, 2.4%. If it is being shouldered by U.S. firms and consumers, U.S. firms are eating some of it, or consumers it's being offset by something else, whether it's lower gas prices or something else, because just in the numbers themselves, that doesn't hold water. Right?
Yeah, I mean, the paper is an embarrassment. It's, I think, the worst paper I've ever seen in the history of the Federal Reserve System. The people associated with this paper should presumably be disciplined, because what they've done is they've put out a conclusion which has created a lot of news that's highly partisan, based on analysis that wouldn't be accepted in a first semester econ class. The bottom line is that if you're wondering, like, who bears the burden of something, of a tariff, then you remember, Joe, you got supply curves, demand curves, you shift them around, you got consumer surplus, you got producer surplus, and then you look and see how it all works out in the end. And they're basically only looking at changes in prices. So they're assuming that quantities don't move at all. But guess what? Quantities did move at all. So the basic theory of President Trump's tariffs is that we're importing stuff from China, but we got producers in the U.S. that make the same stuff, maybe at a slightly higher price. If we bring the stuff home, create the demand at home, then that will hurt China and drive up wages in the U.S., and American consumers will be better off. So what have we seen? Prices have gone down. Inflation is down over time. Import prices dropped a lot in the first half of the year and then leveled off, and real wages were up $1,400 on average last year, which means that consumers were made better off by the tariffs. And so consumers couldn't have been made better off by the tariffs if this New York Fed analysis was correct. It's really just an embarrassment. I can't imagine who signed off on it, frankly.
But in the best case scenario, it's something in the middle, that maybe there are some exporters that have to cut prices, and therefore it lessens the impact of some of the tariffs. But there are certainly importers in this country that are paying some of the tariffs. And I'm not saying, my discussion yesterday was, normally Democrats would be fine with corporations in this country somehow providing revenues to the U.S. government to be used to reduce the deficit, which is what is happening with some of these tariff revenues. But then we get to the sticky point about whether, when it hits consumers, whether it's regressive. And that's where Jameson Greer made the point that a lot of consumption is skewed to the high end. And it's not necessarily going to affect low end. But it does affect low end people, Kevin, because it's less services, it's things like food and other things that they have to have. And as a percentage of their income, it is probably... it hurts them more than some of the high-end consumers. Is it not regressive, the tariffs? Because they'll concede to you that taxes, let's raise taxes through tariffs, if that's what it is, but don't make it regressive.
What we've been doing is by congressional district, we've been looking at how much more money people have to spend because they're buying the normal bundle of goods that they need to survive, and how much money people have gained in the last year because incomes have gone up because of all of our great policies which are causing a business boom. And almost without exception, when you go look at it, incomes are up way more than the cost of living. And that's the real wage gain that this silly Fed study neglects to mention. And so the bottom line is that Trump policies are meant to onshore production and create jobs. And those jobs that we're creating are not for, Jeff Bezos. They're for the people who didn't have a job before. And so they're by definition the people at the bottom. And our policies are working.
Oh, my mic was muted. Oh, good morning, everyone. I said good morning to everybody for 15 minutes and was saying blah, blah, blah from 9:25. And I did a quick legal disclaimer, I guess, but I guess my mic was not on. So good morning to everybody, everyone in the WhatsApp group, as well as everyone in the WhatsApp or in the YouTube chat, as well as the WhatsApp group. I guess my mic was not on. But today is February 18th. Time is 9:32. All right, let's do a quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor, and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purposes only. All right, so pre-market was bullish, and I said at market open it looks like the bears are trying, and let's see if they create a algo range at 9:30 with the trying to form a roof, but not really yet because morning direction, to see if it bounces at 9:30 or if it goes lower into 9:35, but it bounced at 9:30, so there is an algo range at 9:30 happening. Wind direction is not north or south. IWM coming in down south at morning open and then trying to be northward. We'll look at QQQ on the 1 minute here. On the bigger picture, we are at the top of the CPI candle. We are at the top of the CPI candle on SPY. LZ. Gold is up 1.75% from yesterday's low. Looks like QQQ gap filled at morning open. SPY, I don't think it gap filled. It did not gap fill at morning open. Now the bulls are trying from 9:30 into 9:35 at the minimum. The wind direction could flip up north because the wind direction is not south or north yet. Off of 9:30. We did not break the highs of 9:30 yet. 684. 601 QQQ. This is the top of the top and bottom of the CPI candle is in play for the last 2 days. Today, we are testing the top at market open. Let's see what happens. I think it's a very, very important level to watch going forward in this week, short trading week. The market is deciding QQQ testing the floor. IWM mixed up. SPY is being led to the roof on IWM and being led to the floor on QQQ. Now we're going to watch the QQQ on the 1 minute chart. Nasty cycle happening. There's a divergence at the roof. $9.35 HODQQQ. Morning confusion. So interesting to see. It's quite literally kind of crazy on the video, but quite interesting to see. Good morning, David. Good morning, Shao. Good morning, Horatio. SPX did not gap fill above. Market is showing a divergence at the roof. 935 high today on the Qs. 930 on SPY. Wind direction slightly not decided. MACD and volume, tiny. David said, already take your smoke break, question mark? Well, I was speeding on the way home from about 9:30 into 9:37. So yes, I did take a smoke break from 9:20 to 9:27 on the way home.
The president put them in, but there are some negative ramifications.
We have a gap below on SPX. I want to see if they fill it.
In the
they might
United
bear
States.
trap after, but
at least
that's what I'm thinking.
that.
They might show here.
Well, there will be anecdotes. For example, there'll
or
be
they bull trap, go a little bit higher, and then
price pressure
go to the gap later. That's possible too.
Price pressure.
Nothing really happening that much. It's just liquidity building at market open. This is 9:30 algo range, 9:40 breaking out.
To raise prices.
Wind direction is north.
Of the tariffs, which
wind direction is north officially. Now they may go north for a little bit here.
Right. But it's interesting, right, that everybody said that with these large tariffs that we'd have runaway inflation and stagflation, and as you rightly point out, we've had very strong economic growth and inflation going closer and closer to the target. And now it is true that we're seeing news stories that people say, well, we held off on raising prices because of the tariffs.
9:30 algo range, 9:35 algo range. Things are
is everybody going to do that, or are some people going to do that, and the people who do that, are they going to lose customers to the folks who don't?
Risky.
That's what happened last year. I expect that's what's going to happen this year.
HOD broke into 9:40.
Hey Kevin, when you do your own modeling of just how the economy will look over the next 12 months, how do you model whatever you think the AI
morning cycles
implications are into all of this?
Sure. So, what I like to do is I like to start out with a guesstimate of aggregate supply and then a guestimate of
rejection coming right after HOD divergence clear to the midpoint.
So on aggregate supply
side, it could go higher into 9:45, about 9:40.
Productivity. I think
time
we're
is only
9:39.
So there's 3 minutes left at 9:40.
Stock growth, the new factories, and maybe
9:40 is
out of
too dangerous to call at this point.
And workers being more
productive. On
and so that gets you.
Show the high of the day and the low of the day.
5, which is a really, really strong aggregate supply number. I think aggregate demand is probably running, given what government's doing, maybe around 7. And so I think that we are probably looking at a 2% inflation.
We are on top of the CPI candle
like that.
from 2 days ago.
But
IWM
it's
went,
really early
bounced,
in the year.
and went bullish on top of the yesterday's CPI candle.
We've seen have been very consistent. They've been in the 3s. And you have
breaking yesterday's high, so it's 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 from yesterday, playing in the 3/3 bullish cycle on IWM.
This will continue, I guess, Kevin, because for as well as many things are going on in the economy in terms of new highs.
Volume
in
just
the
finicky
stock
as
market,
fuck in the morning. They can just pull it back like
GDP,
crazy and bump it up. So
we're close
that's the
to
only
probably
thing.
full employment, and inflation is 2.4. But I can't help
direction
thinking
is
that some
north.
of the
1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bullish cycle showing.
Frustration with people with this economy has something to do with affordability, and it makes me wonder whether
time is still 9:40 for one more minute.
The low-end consumer.
I honestly, Joe, I was just going to say that I honestly think that what we're seeing in the data, the latest surveys that we're seeing, the Michigan survey and so on,
Is the 3/3 bullish cycle? The cycle confirmed it at the morning with this algo range, broke it out higher, and then is now trying to go into 942 at the minimum. 945 is here in 2 minutes.
It takes a while for wages to adjust. Wages are sticky. In fact, sticky wages are a key part of every Keynesian macroeconomic model. And what that means is that people don't get their salary adjustment till January or February, or sometimes don't really understand the full after-tax implications until they file their taxes in April or hopefully early this year.
We were at 675
and so one of the things that we're seeing
yesterday
is that real incomes are up, way up, after being down 4 years in a row. Under Joe Biden, they're up about $1,400 per year for the average family. And then when people look at their wallets, they think, oh, wow, these policies are working better than I thought.
Never gap filled on SPX, and we're going bullish off.
No tax on overtime
IWM and
I
other
think that
things.
They'll see that their wallets
chopping
are
at the
doing
top
great
of the
at the
CPI
same
candle,
time that
holding
prices
bullish.
are stabilizing and going back to 2%.
My God.
And so, yeah, I think that the
should actually on a run
very,
now.
very
IWM 1 minute
and
gapped up.
If you're worried about why is it catching up, it catches up because salary adjustments tend to happen in January, which is, right about now.
See where they
go.
go.
And we're seeing that in the survey data.
I guess we got to go.
There's
I know
no cycle confirmation rejection at the minimum, but there's a gap below on SPX, and they're going north for now. They could be going north for, I don't know, and then do it later.
Yeah, I wasn't in that meeting.
I have no idea.
You got ears everywhere.
All I know is the MACD was sus, and they're building susly north.
Thanks, Kevin.
All right, thanks.
Kevin.
Let's bring in Jay Woods, Chief Global Strategist at Freedom Capital Markets, to help set up the action today.
Mag 7 or lag 7.
About where things stand. So one of the things I just mentioned is 4 of the 11 S&P 500 sectors finish higher, right?
Time is 9:45. They got a higher HOD into 9:45.
The construction.
943.
Yeah, well, the breadth has been pretty strong, even though the market has been treading water. What we found ceilings. Dow 50,000, S&P 7,000. We've never closed above there. And when we're going lower, we are at least expanding our breadth, meaning more sectors are taking the reins and leading. The problem is the leadership is wrong. When you have energy, the best performing sector of the year, you have staples now joining the party. These are late bull cycle leadership, and what we need to see is technology come back to the party. And when you have all 7 Mag 7 stocks coming into the week lower for the year,
3/3 bullish cycle, no cycle confirmation pullback,
and not follow
they're going higher for now.
With price action, it's a little troubling, it's a little frustrating, but the good news is we're going to other places, and those sectors are doing well. We're seeing breakouts, we're seeing constructive price action. So the market is treading water, but for us to get to these new legs higher, to get these 7,000 hats on, and wear with confidence, it's going to take technology to get us there. So we're going to focus on a little stock next week that has earnings.
Let's get into that. Yeah. Okay, so you call it the Mag 7, but you recently dubbed it the Lag 7, given the performance it has had recently.
It has been lagging, and if you ask me,
candle coming to create a cycle or to reject.
7 stocks in the Magnificent 7 are going to be down.
No cycle confirmation rejection. However, there are all these algo ranges that we never drew here.
Well, the Dow is up, the S&P is exactly flat. So
I'm gonna draw
this is constructive, but it's just they're not going to lead.
There's
so
an algo range at 935.
6 of the 7 have reported. The earnings have been pretty solid for the most part, but we're not getting that follow through with price action. So NVIDIA has been a stock that's consolidating. It's gone nowhere in the last 5-6 months. And now we need to see, can this earnings report break it out of this range? I mean, imagine if they miss.
Yeah.
There's an algo range at 930.
So
there's an algo range at 935.
Exactly. They don't usually miss, but the issue is not so much. It's not about if they miss, because NVIDIA over I don't know how many quarters now, even when they beat and project better.
This is a 945 rejection and a 945 bounce. All at the same time into 947.
Go back to software and communications.
950.
Great quarter.
947 is.
Palantir, phenomenal. Best
wind direction is north on QQQ from 930 into 945 at the minimum. The market is
and break out and go
panicking
to another
at the
level.
roof.
Sometimes we go through phases with NVIDIA where it consolidates. Usually that's 3, 4, maybe 5 months.
6,870 from 6,800 and
the backdrop of the other Magnificent 6, the Super 6, whatever you want to call it, not rallying, all eyes point to this stock, so you hate to single out, oh, this is the most
market looking bullish right now somehow with the pre-market pullback. But
you know, we're kind of in this wait-and-see mode, and we need to see what Jensen has to say about that guy.
That's what I'm seeing.
And maybe he can assuage some fears where, all right, now these stocks like a Microsoft that
we're bearish pre-market, and then they flip that shit at 9:30 into 9:45 at the minimum. At 9:45, it's deciding whether to break the pre-market highs or not.
And then start to rally. So
I don't think so. This is 603. This has to be, right? If we look at QQQ, the higher time frame, the bottom of the cornucopia coin is probably somewhere here.
The leadership when you have materials, healthcare starting to break out, utilities up 7% last week. It's good to see money rotate.
It's way down there.
It's not going to take the indexes higher.
For everyday investors who are heavy in tech, we have a big retail investor audience. What's the message here, the signal here? Is it
if they pull back and break LOD, maybe they touch that cornucopia line on QQQ tomorrow or today. I don't know.
And I still think
but that's only if they break LOD.
If you buy a
until
basket,
then, it has not. Until then, all they're doing is pulling back to the algo range, and this is somewhere 0.5 FIB or the
this is not
midpoint.
new news to us. We've talked about
time is now 9:50, 9:47, 9:45 rejected into 9:50 at the minimum. 9:50 is deciding whether to algo range here at 9:35 algo range or to actually reject or to bear trap everybody.
There will be winners and losers, so it's better to buy a basket. And so the IGV, which is down around
the MAC, the RSI is in bull territory, even though pullback is coming, even though we're at the 0.5 FIB. This is bullish environment. Bullish territory until the bears come through and trap
in stocks that are breaking out.
In the bullish environment.
Materials,
until the blue and the orange line turns down and goes neutral, that's what it is showing.
2 months ago, that was a nice.
They're trying to trap,
chart.
but candle, maybe candle showing.
One-third,
two-third bearish strike, two-third bearish cycle coming.
Definitely worth a nibble.
Three-third bearish! Three-third bearish! LOD breaking, LOD breaking.
Is it
most likely
relief rally or is it a rally
again?
Bearish. And I don't think we're going to get that answer for another quarter.
Okay, so potentially for another quarter. Let's go back to the leadership question that you posed. You talk about the leadership and what that indicates of energy, materials, and utilities.
They could pull back somewhere here today. I'm not saying it's going to, but I'm saying if they ever break LOD today, then they're going somewhere here, 598, and then bounce on that probably cornucopia line or some bullshit.
In their portfolio, and this is
I'm not saying it's going to, but we have been popping up and trapping on it a lot
and the sector
in the last 2 days.
Last week, 7 of the 11 were
I'm not
up,
saying this is going to, but I'm saying it could. So if it
does,
does, we'll see. At 599 at the end of the day, if it reaches today, or if it doesn't. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
When I look at cycle rotation, those leaders that we just talked about, those are late cycle leaders, usually around market tops, and then we pause. Does it mean we're correcting? Does it mean we're going into a bear market? No, but we can correct 5 to 10%. We're still not 5% off the highs in the S&P. We're there in the NASDAQ. But if we get that 8, 9, 10% correction, then we get back to 200-day moving averages, levels that, you know, when you get there, it's going to feel painful. But we had a test yesterday in the S&P 500, the 100-day moving average, 68.12, I believe, is that level. We got below it, and it felt like we were going to break. We're bending, we're not breaking, but we aren't, you know, going to get that leadership to make new highs until something changes in technology and we get some stabilization there. So that's why I just focus on NVIDIA as much as I do next week.
All right, well, NVIDIA coming up. We'll leave it there for now. NVIDIA shares higher this morning. Our thanks to Jay Woods, who's the Chief Global Strategist at Freedom Capital Markets, joining us here at the Big Board.
Jay Woody. And gold speculation and debt protection play following.
Time to talk precious metals as we saw gold and silver soaring in 2025 continue that really incredible move and only to pull back. And they are moving lower today. Stephen Orell, VP Portfolio Manager of the OCM Gold Fund, and Axel Merck, President Chief Investment Officer of Merck Investments, are with me. Stephen, let's start and discuss here. Why are we seeing the pullbacks, not only today, but also recently? What's going on in the world of precious metals?
Gold up 2% for the day.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole, for having me on. I think it's a multitude of factors. First, you know, Chinese are on Lunar New Year, and it's of our opinion here at OCM that the precious metals price has been been made in the East right now. So when they're on holiday, the West can come in and can take it down a bit. And you've also had gold move in hockey stick pattern, and people jump on the momentum of the hockey stick pattern, and usually when things have great momentum, they tend to have momentum downwards too. So I think when anything goes up in a hockey stick like this, it's tends to have downward momentum at the end.
Sort of too much too fast. Axel, your thoughts?
Well, you earlier mentioned the MAG 7, or should we call them the LAG 7, being down year to date. Keep in mind that gold is still up year to date. I think the main thing that has changed is volatility has come in. And I think it started a year ago that speculators moved from crypto and meme stocks back to precious metals where they historically are at home. The speculator historically loved the precious metals, was just distracted in the very long bear market. They're back. Volatility is elevated, significantly so, of course, right now.
Man.
I don't see any quote-unquote trend.
Is this shit rugging up before it rug pulls later, or what? I don't know.
Buying precious metals continue to do it for the same reasons. Now, obviously,
945 rejection to 950, and 950 is bouncing at 949 into 955 is here in 25 seconds. So we'll see.
The Europeans stop spending money on military and infrastructure, and then the Chinese, when they're back from their Lunar New Year, also cutting their spending. The reasons to diversify and hold gold are still there. Question is, of course, always at what price.
Man, that's a bear trap and a fucking half coming in.
Understood. When we think about this, Stephen, I think about why people are buying gold, and often we think about gold and the U.S. dollar as the hedges, particularly as other economies are seeing their currencies dropping and/or deflationary pressures that are happening abroad. Here at home, people may run to gold. Continuing, do you expect that rhetoric to sort of, that's what I read
That's a
about
955 candle inside a 950 candle. Does that seem like
a narrative that makes sense to you?
That's crazy.
100%. I think going off Axel's point of, do you see federal spending going down? I mean, Apollo just put out a great chart about the CBO's estimates about by the end of the decade, gold being, U.S. federal debt being 125% of GDP. And up to 150% in the next 30 years. Here we've done our own math on the CBO's estimates back to 2006, and they tend to underestimate by about 50%. So do you want to be holding debt when debt continues to go, U.S. debt continues to go up? I think gold becomes the beneficiary of that trade. So I don't see gold
testing.
On the long haul.
If they break HOD, the bulls are in control until God knows when.
With U.S. federal debt outstanding.
And Axel, we think about European defense spending spending that we're seeing as a factor into precious metal performance. Sometimes silver can be viewed as an industrial metal. Axel, is it going to be going forward the next few years? Your thoughts on the precious metals? The same story for silver and gold, or a little different for each?
Well, they've always been distinct. Gold in the long run is really not correlated to anything. By the way, also
like
the
a bear trap
to these crypto assets that are correlated with risk assets. When you go to silver already, you have significant industrial use.
And a random ass call from New York
further elevates the volatility in it, because on the one hand, yes, if you have a economic downturn, you expect interest rate cuts and metals do well, but then of course industrial metals, of which silver can be
third cycle extending into the new high today, 955.
The current environment is that we are expecting the economy.
Man, what a horseshit way to test a fucking LOD like that.
We have easing on the Federal Reserve expected. And we have this massive stimulus in the US, in Europe, in Asia. And so one way I would like to phrase it is that the interests of governments in debt are
market is not easy right now.
What
kind of fucking cycle?
Of savers.
Trap into overnight bears too, but what kind of cycle is this now?
Quote-unquote safe haven, but many people are disenchanted with bonds. And so I'm not saying everybody's going to move the money from bonds into precious metals, but gold is a beneficiary of that trend.
Here, Stephen, you did note a couple of things. Whoever was put in the place to take be the new chief of the Fed, right? In this case, it was Warsh. She said it triggered the sell-off, but maybe that would have been anybody. Tomorrow, we're going to get Federal Open Market Committee minutes. Also, you noted names like Barrick and Newmont, with the spinoff there. Tell me a little bit about some of these thoughts here.
Wow. Look at this crazy ass fucking W they're trading, dude. There's so many fucking puts here, probably.
Advantage of the gold price.
Jesus
instead
Christ.
Of, making the mistake of,
Epic
past
W
producers,
coming.
instead of going out and doing silly M&A, they're going out and redistributing cash to shareholders. Agnico came out last week with earnings and said they're going to committed to redistributing capital, as well as Barrick, targeting a dividend policy of roughly 50% of free cash flow. And one thing to note on these dividend policies and this redistribution of cash is that last quarter, Agnico's achieved.
I'm not in anything huge. I'm in one QQQ contract at the tomorrow.
And
wow.
Gold's over $1,000 above that today. So if you're looking for something that is going to redistribute
never
cash,
gap filled. QQQ gap filled and just
prices, that's something to take advantage of.
And you both said don't underestimate the absence of Chinese buyers, this week for gold and everything, that it can cause some oddities in the market. Stephen Orell and Axel Merck, thank you both. Good to see you.
Yeah, because of what happened over the last week on SPX is what I'm thinking. Wow.
AI is upending almost.
Yo, the amount of times they're burning below 600 QQQ is actually fucking nuts, though. That lady came on national television 2 weeks ago and said 675 QQQ. I fucking remember her saying that. Ever since then, it hasn't went below 600 that much. Like the fuck? Oh my god. She probably getting hated on. Oh my god. Look at QQQ fucking rocket. Oh my god. This is breaking yesterday's high and everything now. Man. The market had to go bullish at some point. The amount of fucking bears out there. But dude, I was talking about this shit fucking yesterday. Fuck. Just can't believe they fucking went up and pulled back and then did it today. Like, why can't they just have pulled back, close the bitch red, and then they do it nice and neat today? With not the pre-market trapping and confusing out. Like, I don't like when the pre-market comes in and plays the game and then 3/3 creates like, time is 10. Wind direction is actually north. It broke the roof at 9:40, 9:45, and then it just went. Pulled back to the real floor actually. And then fucking just went again. MACD and volume is just artificially fucking inflated now. Look at that blue line going all the way to the roof. We range this bitch up like $4 on SPY. What a crazy move. Bearish annihilation and a bullish nuke. Yo, this is the shit I mean, right? You see how 10 people left because the candle changed? That's what I mean. They get nothing done in life. That's how it always will be. I don't care what the fuck they say, bro. You know it's crazy? I get DMs like crazy every fucking day. DM yesterday, DM the day before is saying, "Oh, I'm finally back now. I'm finally back doing this." And I was like, "Dude, you think life is that easy where you can just come back to things whenever you want and things are gonna be okay?" Like, no.
But rapidly changing technology is also raising all kinds of legal issues. For example,
I had a message from 4 different people, man. Not even just one.
Misuses personal information.
I don't know what the fuck you think this shit is, man. Life is a journey, not just a one step, one fucking day, one fucking deal thing.
I was just with a bunch of researchers, AI researchers last week, who were showing me how
the easy way out,
which is now I think called OpenClaw works, which effectively is this sort of ability to basically just
ain't no way we got a 690 today though. What the fuck?
To all of your stuff, and it can literally act on your behalf. This is still a little hobbyist at the moment, but you could see 12 months from now what this could look like, and therefore to me raises all sorts of questions about how I just introduced this segment, because these computers are going to be operating on my behalf and doing things, some good and maybe some very, very bad.
I think that's the question we should all be asking ourselves about these bots.
What the fuck is going on? Something's
America,
lagging.
We have a great deal of consumer protection. You guys were talking about free markets and the like. We try to have markets as free as possible with guardrails to protect consumers.
Right.
One thing is when you give your information to somebody, whether it's your broker, your doctor, somebody
my chart
like
is
that,
frozen.
They have a duty to you under law to only do with that information, in a lot of cases, what's good for you.
Right.
You give it to a bot, and the bot sells it to somebody else, the bot uses it against you, where's your recourse? If your broker steals your information and does something like that, you can go to court. If your doctor does something wrong, you can go to court. We have all sorts of things. We have the Federal Trade Commission. We have all these.
And so, where do you think the liability ultimately lies? Does it lie with the large language model companies? Does it lie with the individual who's operating the bot or who's permissioning the bot?
This is one of the most profound legal and regulatory questions we have right now. Are we going to go with the DeFi folks, the decentralized, like, you know what, caveat emptor, you give your information to a bot, you're on your own, good luck to you. We're not going to do that. We may experiment with that.
The fuck is wrong with the computer right now, dude?
You will not accept a situation where a bot takes your information and sells it to somebody to use against you, right? Like, that's not acceptable, right? So are we going to do it through the courts? Are we at the DOJ, the Southern District, going to go and sue people? That's a very inefficient way on its own to deal with this.
So what is the answer?
We do need Congress to engage on this issue. Now, I'm not saying they failed. Let's go with the platforms. How do we start regulating the platforms? We looked at the platforms and said they're just like the town square. You know what? Super. They provide a forum for people to get together and exchange ideas. The platforms are not the town square anymore. The platforms, they own the car dealership, they own the brokerage, they own all of these things, and they direct you there. They're no longer the town square. It's time to recognize the functions that they play and regulate them accordingly.
Hello.
Remember the Trump administration and the previous one. The FCC, in the view of some people, is being weaponized by the Trump administration to silence, I guess, a point of view and to actually mold broadcast what late night shows, 60 Minutes. CBS at this point is compromised and can't do what it wants to do because it is trying to signal to Trump that it's playing ball. Are you worried about First Amendment freedom given what happened with Stephen Colbert?
I look.
You should quit this administration. Is that what you would suggest for him?
I'm not suggesting anything.
Okay, well, what would you? Okay, but how you think this
I don't know what the fuck I have on. I gotta turn off a bunch of shit.
I think what's happening right now is there are
14 fucking web browsers,
television companies, media companies, and other companies in the country that are trying to signal to this administration that they are playing ball or not playing ball or this or that in ways that they haven't before. And you could argue, I know you like to go back in time, that during the Biden administration, Facebook and others.
I can tell I'm just not a hypocrite.
Hold on.
Just turned off a lot of shit.
Here's the hypocritical part. If you believe that Biden should not have been pressuring the tech companies, which he was, and did so, I would argue, incorrectly and unfairly, you should also believe that this administration
in 5 fucking minutes when my computer lagged, literally, what the fuck?
Just on the other side. And so where do you land there? We were talking about the Colbert situation as of last night, but there's a whole bunch of things in this space.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the pressuring, because the argument people make when they don't want government interference of any kind is, all these platforms
what the fuck? 10:05.
Deregulated, don't get in. The government did interfere, and that was bad. Okay, like we all look back at that and say, "Oh no, take that down."
No, forget that. We're in the present now.
Okay.
You're going back in time and you're doing whataboutism. What about now?
No, and now.
Good for you, Joe Kernan. Keep going.
Okay, and also
channeling you.
I mean, when you take AI, and you are a broadcast network, or you splice, to clearly mislead, that's why we have an FCC, and we've had that too. We have had like what the BBC did in terms of splicing.
Inappropriate.
Like
I agree.
Like because we need to have. I have great trust in this network. Like I love what happens here.
You're on CNBC.
Free market,
God bless you. Do broadcast networks have a is it their responsibility to book both sides on a late night TV show, or can they book 90 liberals and 0?
Let's.
Does the free market allow them to program late night TV the way they have?
We are now evolving. The regulation was built up when you had 3 networks and public broadcasting,
right?
And there was a real fear that what you would have was that kind of bias, and we did have regulation to deal with that. Right. What we're doing now is
saying, mega flag.
How do we administer that in today's world?
10:06.
And I think I love this debate, because if you do look at the media, and I would say traditional media, and you say what's their political affiliation, this is a free market thing for me to say, it is way skewed to one side.
Right.
And we should be asking ourselves, is that okay?
Well, but here's the question. The idea of is that okay is an interesting question.
Yeah.
And the question is whether the government is supposed to have a role in is that okay versus the marketplace deciding is that okay.
Did the government, here's the question.
Right.
What happened to the marketplace? Was this a choice?
Yeah, what
that just consumers want
crazy
90/10?
fucking rocket.
I'm just look.
Yeah, I said in the alert room, I refuse to do anything fucking big off this because this is crazy. I fucking just refuse to.
I'm the government and
I'm here to help you.
In this instance,
what a cycle we're in. Yo, fucking chart update.
Pressure on that.
Yeah, look at this fucking cycle we're in right now.
Frame. That's the question.
This is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 from yesterday almost.
Tremendous amount
this
of
is from yesterday.
On social media.
This is 3/3 plane from yesterday.
Directly from the White House in the Biden administration.
Right.
Like breathtaking.
Right. But I don't recall a time where
look 6,904.
Department has been
They're
used,
so fucking close.
Or individuals of the administration.
That's how they fucking do it, though. Oh my! Look at how they get the 3/3.
And the like.
Holy shit!
And that's the question. In this
Holy
moment,
shit!
Especially in this
Yo, everyone thought this shit was coming yesterday. That's the crazy part. Like,
one thing
they were doing all this shit.
Americans
oh my God! What a whale hook!
Why
whale hook?
It's appropriate for the
got
government
them all
to look at
fucking.
this holistically.
What's that
you're a
novel
public figure,
when? You know,
the
Pinocchio
media gets
goes
a
into the
huge
whale or whatever the fuck.
How they treat you.
They got the
Like,
whale
I'm a
hook
public
out.
figure. You know what?
Shit.
As long
I can
as
turn
you're
on
not,
WhatsApp,
as long as
right?
you're
I
not
had Discord on, I had a bunch of shit
but
on, my
we can say
computer
all
was
sorts
lagging
of
like a
terrible things
But
about
if
it.
we agree that what happened in the Biden administration was coercive and inappropriate, I think we would also agree
0
that
DTs,
potentially what's happening
absolutely
now
fucking
is
wrecked in fucking
coercive
10
and
minutes
inappropriate.
or less.
That's exactly the kind of we don't have these conversations
do you agree with
in
that?
Context. What's that?
Do you agree that this is coercive in the same way
I don't think that this is the same thing.
Well, then that's what you need to say, Mr.
Well, I just said it. I don't think it's the same thing.
And it's not the same thing. Why?
It's just it's not people calling up and threatening behind the scenes.
It's threatening in front of the scenes.
I need my phone charger.
No, it's out in the open. It's like, This is the wonderful thing about America. We are having this discussion right now. When it was happening in the Biden administration, there was no discussion because it was all in the back room.
Okay, let me ask you a separate question, and it actually relates to the Epstein files. Since I last saw you, you were here.
We're going from one easy one to another.
Always the hard stuff. Since those files have come out,
yeah, guys, when the market is completely going against you, and that shit pisses you off, and you want to fucking run away from life, and you want to channel hop, then there's a problem with fucking the self. It's not the market. The market's just cycling. That's all it is. The problem really arises from the self. It's how is our reaction to the shit we hate. It's our fucking reaction to the shit we can't fucking handle in life. Like, we gotta fucking find a way to handle it somehow. Because that's what's going on. Like, people run away and people are scared because why? It makes no fucking sense. It's fucking crazy shit. It's completely the opposite of what they think, right? But that is the part of life. That is the part of fucking life, the journey. You know what I mean? To find the fucking thing that makes sense. To fucking find the thing why it doesn't make sense. To find out somehow through somehow, meaning through fucking perseverance, through absolute dedication, through fucking, you know what I mean? Through fucking everything that you gotta do in life to find out whatever the fuck it is that you gotta find out, for however long it fucking takes, or however long it doesn't take. But, you know, a lot of people don't have that fucking sort of mentality. A lot of people just have a, oh, here and there, life is good and bad type of deal, and they don't fucking remember, they don't want to do shit because that's how things are. But I understand, that's how it was for me. But the greatness is in understanding why the fucking thing is great, why the thing is fucking dog shit terrible, why the fucking thing is like, the point of it is to literally just experience it and to fucking know it for the future. But a lot of people just, they don't want to experience, they don't want to remember. That's life, I guess, but you know, that's a sad fucking life. That's a sad way to think about things. I don't want to be like that at all. I want to be actually, no matter whatever the fuck happens, no matter whatever the fuck happens to me, all I know is I'm being smart as shit. I can be as logical as I could be. And I'm fucking learning, and I'm remembering, and I'm suffering, and I'm happy for a reason. And the reason is the long-term reason. Alright, fuck the Bears. They ain't coming today. Fuck the Bears, they ain't coming today! Looks like, oh my, roof testing. Alright, I'm gonna step away for it. 3 minutes. Let's see what the fuck happens.
A third of them on violent crime, gun-toting gangs in the city.
I don't even care if the view count drops 15 or 20, but like, that's the truth. But I would a lot of people don't like the truth, but I mean, the truth ain't never gonna change the truth.
Pornography inviting minors. The fact that this was going on is not unique. We have had, I asked my team, we've had 20 cases since I started at the Southern District that involve sex trafficking, child exploitation, and the like, and it's all walks of life.
Right.
And if there's, I'll come back to your specific question about the fallout on people, but if there's a general fallout from this, it's that this is a much bigger problem in society than we recognize, and we need to do something about it.
So you were earlier saying we could take solace at both sides. There's only two sides, but at least both sides are represented. So we have free and fair elections, and we know what happens when you have state-run media. It's not a free election, obviously. Are we at a point where there are enough conservative-leaning entities to offset what is a fairly pervasive legacy media slant to the left? I'm talking Fox News, maybe the op-ed pages of the Wall Street Journal, versus everything else. All the newspapers, all the broadcast networks, CNN, MSN, ABC, CBS, NBC. Is it fair now? Do we get? Are you surprised Trump could get elected, given all the things that we? I think it's so skewed.
If you go, first of all, I want to go back to the Epstein files for a second. But if you just to answer, I'll answer it for you. Okay. Which is, if you look at the viewership of Fox, Newsmax, Nexstar, Sinclair, you go through all of those things.
Those are all also rants. And Fox was the only place, Andrew. It collated all the places.
If you look at legacy radio, by the way, talk radio,
Talk
radio. If you look, if you add all of those viewers, listeners up, and then you were to look at the viewers, listeners to, if you think that CNN and MSNBC and or MS Now, all of those things, if you think those are on the liberal side,
ABC, CBS,
I actually think the math is not necessarily on your side. I think it's actually probably a lot closer to being even. And even if you take that away, you do have this thing called the internet, and people are wild. They're all over the place on all sides.
I'll give you two answers. I'm going to go back to the AI and the bots. One of my fears, in addition to what happens with your information and how do they use it against you, is this a winner-take-all market, or maybe a two winners take all? And do we end up with AI driving thought and opinion to one poll or another, or only a single poll like that? So that's a risk.
Go back to Epstein, because I just want to understand about the fallout in terms of you have people that are either losing their jobs or things, all sorts of things are happening, and people want to know, where does this go? Are there actually going to be more investigations as a result of the stuff being public? Has the last 5 years, did the DOJ have all this information and has looked through everything, and this is just, we're now all seeing it, and this is just the end of the story? What do you think is where you are?
Here's what I can say, and I'm saying it loudly. If people have new information, additional information, people have looked through these files, this is like
all right, guys, I'm back.
Unique.
This is a fucking complete wipeout for the Bears and the 3/3 down there. This is so fucking crazy. This is so fucking. I see no fucking pullback whatsoever. The MACD's bugging, but
the survivors.
Prices got higher today.
I am engaged. My office.
3/3 Bears from yesterday, 2 days ago, from yesterday. Getting cooked up on the grill.
All right.
What about the other?
They're getting cooked the fuck up on the grill.
Information, we're going to run it down.
Right.
And what you're going to answer some other question too. You said
1/3, 2/3, 3/3.
Okay. No, we're not.
3/3 Bears from Tuesday, Thursday, getting wiped out.
Map this to academia.
Fucking close dated, fucking zero DTE.
We should ask ourselves what happened in academia.
This is a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, but higher than Friday, higher than Thursday. This is wiping everything out. 6,904.
Left of center or far left of center.
I can't believe it's coming out of my mouth. But I mean, 6,904. I guess
how did it happen?
they pumped. They like faked it on pre-market pushing down, and they faked that shit too. So it's like a double fake. They faked it. Time is 10:12. 10:12. Oh my god. I don't even want to think this is the top right now. I feel like they're going to do some bullshit and get to 6,904.
Welcome back. Time now for the word on Wall Street. Top investors watching your money. Joining me now is Payne Capital Management President Ryan Payne. Also with us is Mike Lee this morning. Great to see you. Thank you for joining the conversation.
Thanks, Maria. Great to be here.
Man, fucking VWAP, I'm leaving if I could. Just one tiny ass
get your take on stocks for 2026
put into tomorrow, but that's it.
Indicating a triple-digit move.
This shit is literally looking dog shit terrible for anyone higher time frame.
After yesterday's gains, they were fractional, but still, we had a win yesterday. All three major
let's see what happens. 10:20. MACD could pull back, but I mean, now it's sus as fuck, right? Everyone in the world up here looking at the same shit. The MACD sus.
Palo Alto, Salesforce, Oracle, all down between 2 and 3%.
No confirmation rejection happening to some sort of algo range down there. 10:05,
chips, millions of AI chips in the company's data center build
10:10 algo range.
Spend $135 billion on the technology this year. That's just one of all these hyperscalers spending hundreds of billions.
It's looking so wild, man.
During the
Look at this fucking just one ride up. There's just no cycle, just literally 693 to 689.
It's been on since last year. It's nice to see money
$6
go to other places besides the AI trade. I mean, who would guess this year?
Rip up, burn, rip.
Energy's up almost 20% for the year. You look at industrials, materials, and just a lot of what you've been covering about how we have this whole industrial revolution going on right now with the need for base metals, precious metals.
I think IWM trapped the Bears the most, though.
AI infrastructure.
1.34% today.
So you're really seeing money spread out, and I say from like the virtual world back to the real world, which is great. Now, with software stocks,
I mean, I can't fucking believe it's coming out of my mouth, but it looks like they burned everything.
like broken record, is a little bit an
Wednesday,
overreaction here. Like last
Thursday,
year when DeepSeek came out, we thought NVIDIA was going to be disrupted. I think right now it's kind of just like throw the baby out with the bathwater. There will be some disruption here. It is real. Like some of these tools do work really well.
moving crazy
but are they going to just
demolish
other
markets here? IWM up 1.35% for the day. SPY is up 1.75. QQQ is up 1.12% green.
Spread your money out. That's what I've been saying on your
they
show.
Are max green right now, except SPY. SPY is the only thing not up 1% yet.
Do you want to buy critical minerals? Do you want to buy gold, silver, and copper right here?
Today,
Wednesday. I don't think you rush into the gold trade per se, but luckily I run a very diversified portfolio. So just by owning emerging markets, where a lot of these deposits are, owning a commodity fund in our portfolio, just having that in your portfolio as a base component, I think is critical because this trend is huge. And it's a lot easier to discern than trying to figure out what's going to be the best AI stock. I think that's a lot harder to figure out. This trend is pretty, it's right in front of you. It's clear. You should have money there.
Mike, we've been talking about the concern about jobs. Federal Reserve Governor Michael Barr raised concerns about the jobs market yesterday. We put the quote on the screen. He said, as with other general purpose technologies, the long-run effects of AI are likely to be profoundly positive, but in the short term, AI may deeply disrupt labor markets and harm some workers. And we've been talking about the CEO of Anthropic this morning because, of course, he made, and he's done this publicly many times, to talk about AI eliminating jobs. But the most significant comment that he has said recently is that you are going to see AI eliminate 50% of entry-level white-collar jobs within 1 to 5 years. In the meanwhile, Anthropic is in a big fight with the Pentagon. And I want to get your take on that in terms of, they're a government contractor, but they're telling government, we want you to use Claude, but not if it has anything to do with surveillance. And not, here it is, the feud between the Pentagon and Anthropic escalated. Cheryl reported this a moment ago. It's regarding Claude, the only large language model that can be used in classified settings. The Pentagon might ask government contractors to certify that they don't use Claude, which would be a huge blow to Anthropic. They don't want their technology used for domestic surveillance. A defense official says rivals OpenAI, Google, and xAI have agreed their models can be used for lawful use cases. Mike.
So, look, it's hard to overstate how big a deal this is. So Anthropic, OpenAI are the two fastest growing companies in human history when you look at it from a revenue and user standpoint. And a lot of the people writing the code, and you can see with the CEO of Anthropic going up, are very hard left Democrats. And the hard left Democrats now are very different than 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Keep in mind, over 6 in 10 Democrats view socialism as favorably, right? And over 3 out of 10 Democrats are avowed socialists. So you have a real issue here when you're trying to run a government and the AI models are written with code that fundamentally think the United States is an unjust country. So this is a real problem, and you should not be using any technology from a government standpoint and how they are getting government contracts when they view this way and there's these written code. And remember, Gemini, when it came out 18, 24 months ago, it fell flat on its face because of how insanely left the underlying code is. And it's like, look, this is a product. These are all products of Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley, where they elect Democrats over and over and over. And when they implement the policies, like all the wealthiest ones leave the state. So like these are some of the most consequential companies in the history of time. You're right. And they have this hard left underpinning. This is a real issue, and you could go to Elon Musk's Twitter feed to see a post from yesterday where he talks about, is the U.S. on stolen land? The answer you get from Grok, from Claude, from Gemini, and from ChatGPT, and only xAI, Elon says no. Like, we are not on stolen land, because every human being...
Grok says the U.S. is not on stolen land. What did the other ones say?
Oh, they say we are. They say the simple answer is yes, but like they all ignore the fact that every single piece of land has at one point changed hands over the course of human history. So everyone's on stolen land, and it's an oversimplification. It is the current thing. It's the leftist talking point to go against any sort of immigration enforcement and kind of delegitimize anybody that argues with you. So, look, this is a real problem,
folks.
So Anthropic's revenue,
small cycle, don't give a fuck.
It's going to be 150 by 2029, where ChatGPT is going from 20 to 200 in the same time frame. Like, this is mind-boggling numbers, and that's amongst the competition of Facebook's got Llama, Google has Gemini, and XAI is out there. Like, so this is big business.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I was at the inauguration, the whole inauguration weekend, and there were all Silicon Valley executives around President Trump. And I was expecting that the Silicon Valley has
I gotta go to the bathroom so bad.
To wrap themselves with the American
I'm gonna run
flag
to the bathroom.
and not be globalists anymore. This story tells.
I gotta go to the bathroom real bad. Shit. Give me one second,
please. Let's take it to the floor show, because the markets are in the green, and could the software sector eventually do the same when investors realize that some of these names are high quality but at a discount? Joining me now, BK Asset Management founder Boris Schlossberg. Boris, let's call them AI resilient. I want to get to the software names in just a second, but what do you make of this bull and bear bashing all day long?
You mean in the markets?
Yeah.
I think we're actually, after last week, coming to a realization that we're in a Goldilocks situation, because employment numbers were much, much better. Inflation was muted. And I think if you keep that scenario going forward, the economy continues to grow. It's not impossible to kind of imagine an economy of 3.5% growth GDP, less than 3% inflation. That should be very, very positive for a lot of stocks.
Well, you look at the 5-day picture, because last week was the worst week for the three majors since November.
Right.
I mean, a lot was going on, and quite frankly, nothing was really going on. Because you think about these AI headlines that scare people into thinking that entire sectors will be rendered obsolete.
Yeah,
it's a little ridiculous.
I think you have to take that with a barrel of salt, because nothing changes in a day, especially with big software firms. For example, CRM, which we just talked about, it got destroyed, but it holds the key to basically every single sales force in the country. It owns all. It has, I think, the biggest enterprise install of all the softwares. People are just not going to throw it out. In fact, it's actually moving forward. It's going to allow itself to be customized with all these AI agents. I think all of these software companies are going to co-opt AI into a much more interesting forward revenue generation.
And folks, when you are deciding, because it does take some courage to buy when there is a slide like this, when you're deciding on a name like CRM, which is Salesforce, Customer Relations Management, that's what ticker is that. Folks, this company's not going away, right? And on top of it, you look at the forward PE, the price to earnings ratio, 15.
Dirt cheap. Yeah, it's dirt cheap on its relative basis. And also, you know, I have a strategy, the kind of like half and half Solomonic strategy, where you buy a little bit, sell a little bit. So, you know, buy 100, sell 2 puts against it, let the stock come to you. This way, you're really not committing all your capital at this price, and you're buying them at good prices. Let the stock come to you.
Okay, so you also like CrowdStrike, Palantir.
Yeah, those are all platform-like software companies for the AI age.
So you're saying they are AI resilient?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, Palantir is basically AI for the enterprise and for the governments, right? They basically, their whole platform is very, very sticky. Once you install it and all those AI agents work on the Palantir platform, it's really impossible to come off of it. So it's very, very useful. Governments are spending billions of dollars trying to put Palantir to use. Think about it. You know, AI is actually the ultimate bureaucrat, right? It knows all the rules. It knows how to fill out all the forms. It knows how to do it perfectly, and it will do it without complaint. So if you think about it, all of these software...
And without a salary.
And without a salary. So all these software firms are going to co-opt, I think, a lot of these AI skills.
Sure, why not? And you look at JP Morgan put out a note today, in essence saying that this is the sell-off in software is completely overdone, and that these names are trading at a discount. And specifically, they say the market is pricing in the worst-case AI disruption scenario that is unlikely to materialize.
Yeah, they're assuming everybody's going to rip it out of the enterprise. That just doesn't happen. I think what's going to happen is all of those software plays in the enterprise are going to adopt and adjust. They're going to open themselves up and let people customize themselves for the space, but that's all going to create revenue for them.
Boris, what do you hate? What don't you like that you won't touch right now?
What do I hate? That's a tough question. I came in with all the love here today. I don't know. You know, some industrials probably. You know what? The autos probably. The autos are never good, right? They never. They really have a hard time getting out.
Well,
and
they're dealing with the tariff situation.
They've been dead money forever, and I think they're going to stay that way.
And really quickly, we are getting two major pieces of economic data on Friday, and it's going to be the first print of fourth quarter GDP.
Yeah.
Rear view mirror looking.
Right.
But the last print for third quarter was very good.
I think it's really good. I think people are underestimating the underlying growth in the economy, the enormous amount of productivity that's been shed. We've shed so many government jobs and been able to grow. It's a great sign for the U.S. economy.
All right.
Boris Schlossberg with a good tone today as the Bulls try and battle back the Bears. It's been touch and go all day long. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
I'm so tired.
Welcome back. American manufacturers launching a nationwide push to reshore production just in time for America's 250th birthday. President Trump, of course, has prioritized manufacturing in America with a focus on tariffs, energy dominance, and pro-growth tax policy aimed at boosting competitiveness and lowering the cost of business. The National Association of Manufacturers kicking off its 2026 State of Manufacturing tour tomorrow, spotlighting tax policy, permitting reform, workforce development, energy, and trade. Joining me now to talk more about it is the National Association of Manufacturers President and CEO, Jay Timmons. Jay, great to have you.
Good morning.
Thanks so much for being here. So tell us about the big tour tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we kick off at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in my home state of Ohio. Last time you and I were together, Maria, was at the Reagan Library, and we had Air Force One behind us. And
Air Force One, baby!
Era was
America!
Really a time where
Numero
we just
uno.
kicked off America's great competitive advantage. And I think we're at that moment again, and I really can't wait to talk to folks all over the country about where we are at this moment, right before our 250th anniversary.
And of course, President Trump has been behind a lot of this time around, and he is prioritizing getting supply chains
America
to America.
number
what
uno.
has that meant to manufacturing right now? What kind of changes have you seen since the president has used tariffs to get companies to build it here?
I want to rewind the clock just a little bit to 2017 because President Trump announced his tax plan at the NAM Board of Directors meeting. And he said at that time that if we got tax reform done, that would be rocket fuel for the economy. It absolutely was. We had record investment, job creation, wage growth. Folks were waiting to see what happened this year, or last year rather, to see if the tax bill got renewed. It did. And I think that
America number uno. America number uno. America number uno. America number uno. America number uno.
To see where the tariff policy shakes out. Obviously,
uno, dos, tres. Numero uno.
We get
Appreciate
that. We understand that. We just want to see where that's going to land to give us the
America.
certainty we need to make those investment decisions
Numero
for the future.
uno.
Well, I mean, he's talking about $18 trillion of new money that he has been able to lure into the country. Is the policy framework then in place now for a sustained reshoring of American manufacturing, do you think? Or you're still waiting on, waiting on tariff news?
Yeah, so I think the framework, I think that's a great word, actually. I think the framework is there. And we've got all the details in place for taxes and regulation and energy dominance, right? He's been so forceful and effective on that. Trade is still a little bit up in the air. Look, we're looking at the USMCA trade agreement, for instance, and the renewal of that later this year. That's going to be really important for decisions that are made here in America. So, that's the one point that I think that we're waiting for certainty on, but everything else is looking really good.
It's a very good point because USMCA is the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, but now President Trump is doing bilateral deals. He's doing U.S., Canada, U.S., Mexico. It's not going to be combined the way that it was.
Well, that's
how does that change?
So you're giving me some inside information because we're waiting to see where that's going to shake out. It still could be a trilateral, could be a couple bilaterals, but look, he's got to get some concessions, which I think is important. We've seen a lot of Chinese
one big ass scandal. God did
figuring out how to go around the current agreement, and we need to make sure that those transshipments are under control and that we are truly manufacturing in North America with North America U.S. companies here in this region.
Yeah, where I got that was
here goes the Bears.
Jameson Greer was on our program a month ago, and he told me that the president is looking at those deals in a bilateral nature. But of course, we don't know. It ain't over till it's over.
That's right. He's the master negotiator. We're going to have to wait to see how he comes out on this.
We'll see. So I want to talk about AI for a second here, Jay, because manufacturers are helping shape America's AI strategy as well. But AI is being implemented.
We're using it and we're building it too.
Tell me about that, because we have been talking about the concerns around jobs. What is AI doing on the manufacturing floor?
I think AI is additive, right? There's always been, if you look back in history, I mean, you think back 100 years ago, and one of the things I'm going to say, a little breaking news here, that I'm going to say at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is 100 and whatever years ago, folks were really worried that radios and the phonograph were going to completely disrupt the music industry. Obviously, that hasn't happened. And you've seen this narrative throughout history. Technology is added, machinery is added. That's going to disrupt jobs. It's not true.
1035 is bound strike.
Millions of jobs here in the United States. In fact, we have 433,000 open jobs today in manufacturing. So AI is additive. It allows us to be more productive. It allows us to produce more products here in the United States. And that's one of the reasons why the administration wants us to be dominant when it comes to AI in the world. And we're there to support that. We obviously need a lot of things with regard to that. So the energy supply is so critical. And that means we've got to focus on grid development and reliability. There are so many issues there as well. But I think we can do this if we all pull together, not at the national level only, but also at the state level.
Well, it's interesting because the data center build out and this issue around power prices has actually become a political issue. You've got people like Senator Bernie Sanders and others who are saying, stop now. Stop the data center build out because it's actually eating up too much energy. And I spoke with Peter Navarro about it on Sunday. Here's what he told me.
What needs to happen, Maria, is that all of these data center builders, Meta on down, need to pay for all of the costs. Emphasize on that. They need to pay, not only pay for the electricity that they're using on the grid, but they have to pay for the resiliency that they're affecting as well. They need to pay for the water. So there's activity, action here going forward where we force them to internalize the cost.
So are you seeing that? Are you seeing companies say, look, we're going to eat the cost on power? Because, look, Bernie Sanders a month ago said we want a nationwide pause on data center development. 25 data center projects have canceled or postponed last month. That's a 56 increase month over month. The president has made a priority being #1 in the world on AI, and that includes data center build-outs.
Yeah, the president's right. And I can't say that I often find myself in agreement with Bernie Sanders, so we'll just pass by that. But having said that, I think, look, each state is making its own determination on how to price their energy. But I can tell you the big problem right now is we have
I was trying to take out 3.8K tomorrow or today.
It's just a growing problem, and we don't have enough supply. So states really need to focus on what are they going to do to enhance their grid capacity, make it more reliable. Most of the grid was put in place 50, 60, 70 years ago, right?
Yeah.
So let's modernize that. Perhaps there's some incentives from the federal government to allow that to supercharge the development and the growth of the grid.
Well, this is very exciting, by the way, what you're doing in manufacturing and the president's agenda directing this. So tell us about the AI strategy on the factory floors, supply chains, logistic networks. Where are the jobs?
So about 60% right now of manufacturers are using AI in their operations. In fact, they've used it for a number of years. Probably 80% are going to be deploying AI by the year 2030. So when we talk about 433,000 open jobs, Maria, we're talking about different types of jobs, right? So the way it has happened over the course of the history of manufacturing since George Washington outlined manufacturing as a priority for our country 250 years ago. Each generation, the types of jobs evolve, the skill sets that are necessary evolve. We're going to need more people who are trained in AI, who are trained in technology, to be able to take advantage of the benefits.
HOD testing on QQQ and SPY.
As I said,
just like
433,000 open jobs in manufacturing. Our Manufacturing Institute, led by Carolyn Lee, will tell you that we need to find people wherever we can get them. And that includes a system of legalized, reliable immigration, which means we need to make some improvements. The NAM has sponsored or endorsed the Dignity Act that's been introduced by Maria Salazar from Florida.
Yes.
And it focuses on the economic needs of this country. And that's exactly what I think we need to do. In addition to securing the border, let's focus on what does America need to succeed in the future.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier about the CEO of Anthropic saying that you're going to see AI eliminate 50% of entry-level white-collar jobs within 1 to 5 years. I think what's different this time around is that it's
not as a divergence at the roof, long-term, medium-term.
Jobs.
Bears are in danger.
You hear the president talking about we're going to need more electricians, we're going to need more engineers, we're going to need plumbers, things like that. So when I say to you, where are the jobs? That's what I was looking for. I want our viewers to have a real sense of where the jobs are.
Yeah, we actually call them new-collar jobs, right?
Okay.
Because the economy is very, very different than it has been in the past. And I think 5, 10 years from now, we're going to be looking back and saying, wow, how different we are because of the infusion of technology and AI.
Wow,
all right, we'll be watching you at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Thank you so much, Jay.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Jay Timmons, stay with us. We'll be right back.
Oh, shit. HOD breaking 6904. We are back at just like that. Just like that.
All right, a lot to talk about here. Kevin Hanks live at the CBOE for our pre-bell playbook. Good morning to you there.
We have jobs data coming out
Let's
tomorrow.
talk about the housing numbers. I know mortgage rates have been coming down. Some of the thoughts on what's going on.
Yeah, so we got a bunch of data out this morning, starting early this morning with mortgage applications. A good solid number from refinances. The composite was up 2.8%, with purchases down 2.7%, but refinances jumped 7.1%. So a nice jump there, taking the mortgage applications data. 30-year mortgage, down slightly from last week. Last week it was 6.21%. So, this market is so incredibly sensitive to mortgage rates. So a nice jump there in refinances brought the composite up. Then 8:30 Eastern time, we got durable goods orders. Now, durable goods orders were expected to go from 5.3% to negative 2.3%, but better across the board in terms of durable goods. Down 1.4%. Remember, there's volatility in the headline number because of aircraft orders. Boeing orders skewed the data last time, then down 1.4%, but much better than expected. Take out transportation, and the number is good as well, up 0.9. They were looking for up 0.3%. Core capital goods up 0.6. That's 0.4 better than expectations of up 0.2. And then the final number we got was housing starts and permits, a delayed number, but it was a nice beat, showing nice strength. Housing starts, 1.404 million. That's a beat from 1.325 million, which was what they were expecting. Remember, starts. A start is measured by when you start building the foundation. It's registered as a start. The permit, that's the paperwork for future. And that was up 1.448 million, beating the 1.345. So surprisingly, some good numbers out of mortgages, especially refis, and good numbers out of housing starts and permits. So the economic data, fairly solid to start the day, Nicole.
Yeah, understood. Look, and that goes along with the Empire manufacturing number. I mean, good things are happening. Let's talk a little bit also about the Fed minutes today. I know Michelle Bowman's speaking later in the day. We will get at 2 p.m. Eastern time those Fed minutes, and everybody always sort of combs through the language. A lot of it is what we know, but sometimes you can look for one thing or something can set the markets off in one way or another, right?
Yeah,
bullish
exactly. All you're looking
control
for when the Fed minutes, because this is old data that that meeting was in the past, but you're looking for some nuance, some leaning by the Fed. Remember, they're paying attention to their dual mandate, which is full employment and inflation. And so if you're the Fed, you're looking at right now unemployment at 4.3% and year over year inflation 2.4%.
For what is coming
Friday,
most likely
we're going
ahead.
to get personal income and outlays, which is going to give us that PCE data that the Fed likes to look at. So, but all this will give you, it gives you more detail, more minutia of what happened, what the discussions were about, things like that. So the Fed minutes, not sure that they should move the market, Nicole, but they always do.
Understood. Look, and the 10-year bond yield has come up off the lows we had seen yesterday. Right now, we're at 4.07% there. So we'll keep an eye on all of this. Okay, Kevin Hinks, great to see you live there at the CBOE.
Thank you, Kevin.
Welcome back to Opening Bell. I want to get you ready for the trading day. Jeff Weniger is with us, head of equity strategy at Wisdom Tree. So glad you're with us.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing what we've seen with the markets and the resiliency of the markets in 2025. That's what they tell me. And look, you're seeing a lot of that as well now. Even though we had 2 weeks of selling, you've had 2 days with up arrows here. Your thoughts on the equity market?
Sure. I mean, well, if you think about it, Nicole, the tenor of the last, what do you want to call it, 3 weeks or so, has been one of ugliness, software sell-offs, and then just the metastasization, I guess you could say, of that to various other groups where people are kind of scratching their heads saying, how come AI is coming for all these groups? But that might be the vibe. The vibe is a lot different from the actual market action. Now, I haven't looked at the tape today, but I know yesterday was 68 and change on the S&P. That's basically near all-time highs.
Right.
The S&P equal weighted is doing just fine. That one is, what, 6, 7, 8% year to date. So you still have a big, broad bull market on our hands. It's just whether or not in your own portfolio were you exposed to some of these groups that have been, I mean, really taken out and taken out hard.
And so, look, I mean, right now we're even seeing some positive comments for tech. I mean, for example, people are stepping back into Palantir, I was saying.
Yeah.
There's high hopes for Apple and their new experience that they're going to have on the 4th of March, whether or not they're going to have agentic AI and Siri could be, the bomb and awesome. You know what I mean? Maybe Apple jumps ahead of everybody. So, things go in and out of favor. As far as the sectors, do you have sectors that you like more than others?
Sure. I mean, look, sometimes you don't want to fight the tape, and I do think that there's some staying power on some of the trades that have been really on of late. So you mentioned Apple, thinking Mag 7. Right. Mag 7's been ice cold for about 4 or 5 months, just as a collective, chopping sideways-ish. The NASDAQ, for example, peaked on October 29th and has been dead money to slightly down ever since.
Yeah.
And look at, if you just kind of think in terms of, I don't know, like the Russell 3000 or the S&P 500, you're going to take the number 1 down to the 3000 in terms of marginal propensity to get disrupted by AI. And if you start making your way down that list, it has been the opposite of that that's working, right? So oilfield services is on, right? Because
right.
How far down the list do you have to go before you start saying AI is going to disrupt oil field services? Copper mining, metals and mining in general is doing just fine.
New high today.
Chemicals, energy in general. These are the groups that are working. And I would imagine that those should stay on. You also have some really, in terms of big, broad picture concepts, I think there's some call optionality here on several of these. You have Iran, you have Venezuela, and you have Cuba. Each one of these could, 3 to 5 years from now, end up being these anvils over the market kind of lifting up. And I don't know, maybe in a few years you're going to be having a rum cocktail in Cuba.
Look, there are people who say that for sure. How about we talk about also what happened with Iran yesterday? It was the second round of the nuclear talks, but Iran has some very tough talk.
Yeah.
I mean, they're certainly not bowing down to the United States of America. We're not seeing that. China's always on your radar, too. What are your thoughts? I mean, I know it's the Lunar New Year now,
yes, yeah.
But your thoughts on China and where it fits into the market strategy?
Yeah. Well, I think one of the key takeaways with respect to that nation in particular, and you reflexively say China, oh, let me think about tariffs. China, oh, tariffs. But I want you to consider another concept. We just printed the 2.4 on US CPI the other day. Year-over-year CPI. Now, maybe it's PPI that matters more for Americans when it comes to China, but CPI, to speak to that, is plus 0.2% in that country. So if you start thinking, okay, well, maybe Kevin Warsh starts aggressively cutting rates, I'm still worried, you'll see we're going to have a 3 handle on US CPI. Let's remember that we have this other country that's the #2 economy in the world. It is humongous, population is 1.3 billion, and it continues, as it has since 2001, when it entered the World Trade Organization. It continues to export disinflation/deflation. They're talking about street consensus being 2 to 4% deflation in Chinese apartments, condos, and so forth this year. That is the thing that I would imagine keeps global inflation in check.
Right.
I don't know that people are talking enough about it.
Yeah, and I know you had a tweet on that a few days ago.
Yeah.
That. Japan has been attractive. We know Buffett had been investing in Japan. I had the CFO of Mitsubishi Americas here. The bank is at new highs.
Yes.
Up the dividend. It seems like Japan is interesting to folks too. I mean, when you look at just the international landscape, do you like to have a portion of an asset allocation in international? If so, what?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, the Nikkei just touched 57 and change, and it's one of the biggest performers year to date, in addition to last year. I mean, if you're thinking about the region, last year, China, Korea, and Japan all ripped higher. Korea
Damn, I want to be in the
inexorably
Kospi,
higher
man. I think I'm going to go into the Kospi.
Japan, we have 3 of our top 5 funds year to date are our Japan funds. This is out of like 90 ETFs at risk.
Wow, right? So that tells you the story.
I mean, the corporate governance reform.
But you still like it. That's what the question is. So what do you like internationally? Because I want to ask you a few other things. I don't want to lead you and say Japan's great, because we know that they're doing well. Yeah.
Well, that is one. I mean, I think that's probably the primary idea. And it needs to be appreciated that Takaichi is the continuation trade of Abe. And I know this is talking
Takaichi
Sanahi. The rationale for going long Japanese equities from basically almost a generation ago when Abe first came on the scene, 2012, 2013, was going to be the fiscal expansionary policy that Abe prized. That is every indication that we're getting from Takaichi. We should be getting demand-side stimulus out of this administration on account of war spending from the Japanese. So what is the bear case? What is the thing that could disrupt it? Maybe the sell-off in JGBs, maybe that. But the reality is you take a look at things like German bonds, they're selling off too. So.
All right, I'm going to give you something else that's moving and what we've been seeing, and that's Bitcoin ETFs. In the headlines today, it says that Bitcoin ETFs bleed $5.8 billion in outflows as Abu Dhabi quietly loads up $1 billion on the dip. We've been having a hard time even getting to 70,000. We're at 67,000 today. Where does Bitcoin and crypto fit into the picture? Near term, long term, like it or not so much?
Yeah, let's go with not so much.
Okay.
And look, Wisdom Tree has a Bitcoin ETF. I mean, so we'd love to see people come into our ETF, but the reality is right now,
small allocation.
The market doesn't like Bitcoin.
What about gold? Because a lot of folks say gold is the hedge, while you have deflation happening around the gold, other currencies not doing as well. The one safe haven is gold and the U.S. dollar, and a lot of folks don't want the U.S. dollar, so it's gold. And that gold is below 5,000, but gold has big potential. Do you agree with that narrative?
It was just a few weeks ago that we broke through 5,000, so the fact that we're at 49 and change right now, give it some time, I think we're going to break back above it. There is, whether you've been doing this for a while and I have been as well, we want to fight the tape or we want to take a look what the market is telling us. The market is telling us that we have a pair trade on analog versus software, whether we like it or not. We were talking about materials and energy are doing well. Comm services and tech are ice cold. Bitcoin is software. Bitcoin is rolling over. The chart is absolutely ugly. It's highly correlated with the NASDAQ right now. And as it does its rollover, the one that is going up on these 4 or 5 month charts is gold. Analog versus software. I don't see any reason to change that.
So you said 5,000. I mean, that's a stone's throw. I mean, there's folks saying 10,000 by the end of the decade.
Yeah, well, who knows?
Well, I mean, do you think 6,000 and 7,000 are realistic?
I think 6,000 is more realistic than 4,000.
Right.
I mean, because that is essentially, it needs to be appreciated.
Small caps? quick on small caps.
Yeah.
Do you like small caps or not? You know?
Love small caps.
Yeah.
And look, we're a small cap factor house at WisdomTree. We founded the firm, launched those ETFs 20 years ago on account of believing that market cap weighting is flawed.
Right.
So I generally like small caps as a concept. But I'll say this, and this is important for the viewer. To the extent that they are pulling up charts and seeing software stocks plunging, they saw what was happening with a lot of financial services last week, logistics companies, there may be this perception that there is so much ugliness in this market. Pull up a chart of the Russell 2000, which is the small cap index. Things are doing just fine. We have a big, broad bull market, and remember that it's occurring in emerging and developed markets as well.
Yeah, and assets under management have blown up over these couple of decades too, right? Where are we roughly?
Oh, 150? Maybe something like that.
I know, and I know John O. Steinberg was here with Maria Bartiromo, and congratulations to them to keep growing WisdomTree. You know, John O's been incredible with that. Thank you. It's nice to see you.
You got to come to our 20-year birthday party in this June. You're going to get an invitation, okay?
Jeff, it's great to see you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Of course, I would come if I were
invited. You're coming. We're making you come.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. Thanks for being on with us today and your insights.
Wow. HOD divergence and cleared immediately. This shit is so bullish right now. 688.72. We are now at. What a continuous wave up. This shit is terrifying. 1055. So close. Just chopping market rotation at the roof. Taking turns bullish. Chopping at the roof. $10.55. Oh my, we have the Whitehouse press conference coming up 1 p.m. Surprise Whitehouse press conference. Oh man, folks. What a recovery today though. The White House is coming live at 1. It's the major news of the day. Before tomorrow.
Tuesday morning, welcome back to Opening Bell. We're getting you ready for the trading day. First trading day of the week. Yesterday closed for President's Day. Subway wasn't too busy today, I have to say. Maybe a lot of people are off. Michael Gousset, CIO and Global Head of Fixed Income, is with us, Principal Asset Management. Thank you so much for being with us. I was saying a lot of the folks I've been speaking with are comfortable with the 10-year bond yield being somewhere between 3.5 and 4.5. But the fact that we've now dropped
VIX
to
is at 18.67.
you know, 4 or so. These are some of the lowest levels we've seen in some time, certainly of this year, maybe since November. Your thoughts?
And lower.
Yeah, good morning, Nicole. Thanks for having me. You know, certainly, as you said, there's been a pretty sizable drop in longer-term interest rates, but not necessarily that unexpected. Last time I was on the show, we talked a bit about the relationship between expectations around Fed rate cuts and longer-term bond yields, and that's what's playing out right now. There's been some mixed data around the labor market in particular. Inflation seems to be doing okay, maybe moving towards that 2% target, certainly not going to get there anytime soon. You have geopolitical risks, and what you're seeing is that there's further expectations of Fed rate cuts, which is driving the entirety of the yield curve to see a rally. And so, from here, it seems hard to find an environment that'll have a big decline in interest rates unless something goes wrong. Something geopolitical goes wrong, something around, economic data shows some real signs of weakness. But, the recent rally is just reflective of a bit of that pricing in of Fed rate cuts, but also, we're starting to see some of that correlation or that relationship between stocks and bonds start to play out again.
Yeah, and how are you feeling overall? I want to get more into the fixed income story, but are you feeling, somewhat bullish or somewhat optimistic or not so much about 2026? I mean, you talked about inflation coming down, maybe not to the target, but are you feeling somewhat optimistic about this first half of 2026? Why?
So we are. We do think the Fed will be cutting rates, at least twice, and then we'll see how things progress with the labor market. If there's further deterioration is what seems to be occurring in some of the anecdotal data, which your previous guest talked about. So we do think that tends to, be pretty positive for fixed income. We're the negative side. So when things go bad, you tend to get pretty good bond market returns. And so, if we do see that, the labor market worsens from here, we may get more Fed rate cuts priced in, which would be net good for bonds. But I think the backdrop remains reasonably okay. You mentioned the New York Empire Manufacturing Index, which showed a bit of a tick up. The underlying survey data shows that the economy remains okay, and that corporate health remains reasonable. And so you do have this nice environment where you could get fixed income markets to perform well at the same time that you get equities and spread markets to also perform okay.
And so how do you tell folks, I know we have the foreign bonds versus U.S. bonds, but here at home, what do you recommend to folks about how they can invest in fixed income? What are some of the best plays, like 1, 2, 3?
So real quickly, I would talk about, income. We haven't had an attractive yield environment for most of the past decade. Rates were pretty close to zero. We had a big rate hike regime after COVID and been working off of that since then. And so income continues to be an area where we think investors should be focused. Income plays out in things like high yield, investment grade corporates, securitized credit, all areas where we think there's reasonably healthy fundamentals and you can earn that attractive income. If you are concerned, though, if you think the floor is dropping out for a variety of different reasons, fixed income does offer that protection as well. And so as you think about building a broader asset allocation, mix between stocks and bonds and privates and publics, adding fixed income, high quality fixed income does serve to create a more of a protection around the more economically sensitive portions of an allocation.
And then going abroad, how do you find foreign bonds now?
So we are seeing a break in the way that traditional central bank policy traditionally moves together. When rates are going up, all central banks are moving rates higher and vice versa. You've had this divergence. Bank of Japan is hiking policy, Australia hiking policy, likely New Zealand will be hiking policy. Bank of England is likely to be cutting further. We saw very, very poor job numbers, over 5% in the employment rate in the UK. So you're getting this
magnet at the roof or
and at the same time we're seeing a weakening of the US dollar. It may be an environment where you can add attractive total return type of trades into a portfolio. I wouldn't put it in a, go buy only foreign bonds and ignore the U.S. market, because we do believe the U.S. market still offers the best long-term fundamental returns.
Yeah, understood. Are there wild cards in your mind that are actually very realistic?
So I would throw wild cards into two buckets. One is emerging markets from an asset class perspective has had a great 2025 and is off to a good start in 2026. We'd expect that to continue with weakness in the dollar. Commodity prices tend to be much more sensitive to exporting of commodity price commodities and therefore benefit from rising commodity prices, but also the fundamentals of many of those emerging economies have been improving as well. So I don't know if it's a wild card in as much as to suggest that there is an opportunity in that asset class. The biggest wild card in our mind is geopolitical. The U.S. economy is getting flush with stimulus. You have rate cuts on the horizon. There's deregulation trend, which we think is just picking up steam. You've got the tax cuts of 2025 starting to hit the economy this year. So there is a bunch of different geopolitical risks to be worried about. But if you look at the underlying fundamentals and what's likely to be driving economic growth this year in the U.S., it all seems to be okay.
And when we think about asset allocation, should people put more into bonds maybe than they have been in the past? Do you think that's the way to go? When you talk about asset allocation, what should be in bonds? How much?
This is conservatives and managing the asset class for over 30 years. But as I said before, I think income today is attractive, something you haven't seen in a while. And as we have an aging population that needs more income in retirement, looking at those strategies to add fixed income in that income space, we think makes a lot of sense.
All right, Michael Doucet, thank you.
Really trying to go 1% green.
Management. Michael, thanks. Good to see you.
QQQ is 1.35% green now. Man, we're really at 688. We're really at 688. This shit is crazy. We were at 675 yesterday, 680 yesterday close, 682 open, and 688 here we are. Oh my fuck. Oh my fuck. Market's so goddamn bullish. Man. Where is this thing fucking showing? Doing nothing to the market. That's crazy. QQQ just running. These crazy ass reversals. Within days, it reset it and then some. Wow, look at QQQ. 607. No, it's 610. That is crazy bullishness. Once market shows bearish or bullish though, it is so fucking one directional. This is crazy work. After what we did, like, oh my god. Oh my god. Man, they made it look like the market was choppy yesterday and they're coming in with this one directional move today. Oh my god. What? They made it look choppy as shit the last couple of days. And then just straight up, 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 up. No stop, just up, 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 up. Above the purple box, inside the trend line. Knifing up, knifing up. That's the most cooked shit ever. Make the RSI at the tippity top, 1110. This is a fucking goddamn whale hook. Oh my god, it's a whale hook if I've ever seen it in my life, man. Down and up and down. I'm not being fucking biased at all. I'm just saying they fucking hooked the shit out of everybody in the 3/3. Oh my god.
General, if you were
China.
advising the president today, broaden out for
China.
us, what would you say is the single biggest threat
China.
to America's national security in this year and the coming years?
I think it has to be all China all the time. China is a possible adversary. It's certainly very severe competitor right now in the global economy. It's heartening to see that the two presidents met back late last year in Korea. It's good to see that there are additional meetings scheduled for this year, the first one coming up in April. But at the end of the day, there are real structural differences here. Deterrence in the Indo-Pacific really is the major mission of the U.S. military, noting that, yes, the administration has added new emphasis to securing our borders, activities in the Western Hemisphere, and so forth. But
these contracts are not reflecting the fucking candles.
Who now runs
These contracts are not reflecting. Oh, they are now. Like, what the fuck?
Warning that China
These fucking goddamn contracts are not reflecting the
Russia,
candle.
China, and Iran deploying naval vessels for joint military exercises in the Strait of Hormuz, a move seen as Tehran's response to increased U.S. military presence in the region. All of this following a second round of nuclear talks between the U.S. and Iran. Joining me now to break it all down is Gatestone Institute Senior Fellow Gordon Chang. Gordon, good to see you. Thank you for being here. And the Strait of Hormuz is one of the world's most strategic choke points in global trade. Much of the oil.
I know a pullback is coming, but like it's just my question is where. I just want below
20% of the world's oil transits
like
that
$2
strait.
below
And
VWAP is all I want.
Russia's
And then they can bounce
presidential
this shit
assistant
to
said
the moon.
that Chinese and Russian vessels were already in the strait. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but that means, you know, we've got a lot of U.S. naval presence off the coast of Iran. And so you have Russia, China, Iran, and the U.S. all in close proximity. And that is certainly one of the building blocks of war. I mean, that is a precondition when you have such close proximity.
I mean, China claims it's our friend, and yet are they not sending components to Iran in this fight? You know, and buying oil?
Yeah, they're sending radars. Now, on January 3, we know that the Chinese radars and their integrated command systems didn't work in Venezuela because they didn't see 150 American aircraft in or near Venezuelan airspace. I suspect that the Chinese are sending upgraded versions of their radars to Iran, and that means maybe our stealth aircraft will not be so stealthy after all.
And yet China says it is now offering new humanitarian aid to Ukraine, claiming to seek a constructive role in ending the crisis, something President Trump has been focused on. They're denying Russia any lethal weaponry, they claim. U.S. officials are calling out Beijing for increasingly buying and relying on Russian oil. U.S. Ambassador to NATO Matthew Whitaker added, quote, "This war is being enabled by China." Early February estimates forecast a new record for Russian oil exports to China, 2 million barrels a day expected in February, Gordon.
Yeah. Russia would not be in this war without China's assistance. And we knew within 30 days of the start of the war in February 2022 that China was providing lethal assistance to Russia. Since then, we've learned that support has been across the board. It's been the increased commodity purchases, diplomatic support, propaganda support, quote-unquote dual-use items. And I also think that the Chinese greenlighted the North Korean deployment to Russia. So really what we have is Beijing is there. Remember, they told the European Union in the middle of last year that China does not want to see this war end.
Yeah, and in the same time, China is celebrating the Lunar Year. They're showcasing humanoid robots during the country's Lunar New Year celebrations. Have you seen these robots? This is scary stuff. They performed a lengthy martial arts demonstration.
They got Tesla deductor bots before us.
In sophisticated
hell no.
China accounted for 90% of the roughly 13,000 humanoid robots shipped globally last year, Gordon. These are all robots.
Hell no.
Yes, and these are the world's most capable humanoid robots, and China dominates the market. The story here, though, is that the U.S. should not be supplying technology to China. So, for instance, we have the green lighting of the H200 chip of NVIDIA can now be sold to China.
1/3 bear cycle is creating
because without American technology, China can't be doing stuff like this.
You know, it's scary because they could be using robots in the military. And, you know, I mean, I would expect that if you're putting robots in a fight, you know, you're going to do, if it works, you're going to do that increasingly.
It's the most bullshit thing on IWM going down inches,
in harm's way when you can do a machine.
Yeah. China has never said it will not have robots make autonomous decisions. We want the Chinese to say you can't use AI for autonomous decisions to kill. China refuses to make that pledge. Also, China refuses to say
fuck that, bro. America #1. Don't ever say that, Alfonso. What the hell?
Nuclear weapons. That these would be machine-controlled nukes.
Yeah.
And we don't want them to do that, but they won't make that pledge either.
We're coming out with a new Fox Nation special that I'm working on right now called The Arsenal. And we're comparing the U.S. to China in terms of the war machines. That's going to be out on Fox Nation very soon. How would you say these robots compare?
I'll send the SPX put-to-call ratio here in a minute.
They're better. And we know that because we can see, for instance, Elon Musk robots, which are really good. But the point is the Chinese are better. Now, the Chinese are not as good as they say they are. Like these robots are either pre-programmed or they're controlled by humans. They are not autonomous, as Beijing claims. But nonetheless, these are really, really good, Maria. And that means we need to start denying technology to the Chinese because we supplied a lot of it. And that's the reason why China's been able to make a lot of progress, because they build on our tech.
Yeah, and you know, the president has this meeting with Xi Jinping in April. And he said he had a very good phone call with Xi Jinping. You know, I assume, I'm making an assumption that the president wants to go to Beijing when he goes to meet Xi Jinping and have a nice, calm, you know, friendly backdrop. So maybe that's sort of the theme going into it. But how do things change after the meeting? What do you want to see accomplished at that meeting?
Well, I'd like to see
a long list, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very long list. But the point is, I don't believe President Trump should be making concessions to the Chinese beforehand. Keir Starmer did that by greenlighting the mega embassy, and they still gave him a hard time. You know, President Trump is not putting in place a lot of crucial tech restrictions. So, for instance, the Commerce Department refused to put in place a ban on the installation of Chinese equipment in data centers. And that means the Chinese can steal the data in those data centers and maybe even remotely control them, as a number of people have talked about. So we shouldn't be making these concessions to China at any time, and we shouldn't be making them especially in the run-up to the meeting with Xi Jinping, because that does not buy goodwill. The Chinese just pocket the concessions and ask for more.
All right, bottom line, why wouldn't they steal the data? They've stolen intellectual property for decades, so why not? Gordon, we got to run, but great conversation as always. Good to see you, sir.
Someone said, how much of an effect does zero DTs have on the market? Everything. Sometimes it's like massively clear though, and sometimes it's like not, so. Sometimes it's a dead giveaway, sometimes it's a fake too. Oh yeah. Cybersecurity.
He joins us now from Wedbush with what to expect this evening and what's been taking place in that group. It's good to see you. So why has cyber been swept up in everything that's been going on?
Yeah, look,
software,
software,
artificial intelligence.
I mean,
Let's smack the like button, folks.
Artificial intelligence by some of these tools, whether it's Anthropic or some of the, really the startup tools that are coming from an AI perspective. To my point is, look, coming into this year, all of our checks are showing cybersecurity should actually see anywhere between 300 and 500 bip acceleration. I think some of that is because as you see the AI use cases deployed, you look at Palo Alto, they don't acquire CyberArk if it's not for AI. CrowdStrike, all the stuff George and the team are doing. I think this is one, I get it's a guilty till proven innocent, but cybersecurity, this is going to be.
There it is.
It's a moment that inflects, and ultimately it's going to be a huge growth area for the sector that I don't think is being factored in. Right now it's being viewed as a headwind, but tonight it's very important to hear from the cash. He has a great perch.
I mean, part of me wants to say, well, how can you have checks on things that we don't really know what we're checking for yet? Sure. Like, we don't know what these other tools are going to do and how they're going to disintermediate certain industries
cycle
until we actually see
going down slow as hell.
I think to even get more granular,
it could be cooking up bears to burn too, but
IT budget
zero
cycle,
DT changes
let's say
everything.
about 5 to 8% of maybe that budget is what I would call cybersecurity related. Now what's happening, because so many more of these comprehensive solutions, AI platforms end to end, I'd say about 70%
there you go,
of
VC
IT
Ninja
have an
said
AI, sort of angle. Cybersecurity is now not 5 to 8%. You could argue from 20, 25% of now the potential budgets that they could go
said
after.
Cybersecurity, exactly, bro. Dan eyes, baby. Cybersecurity.
This is one I know it's talked about a lot. But cybersecurity, I think, is being mispriced. That AI is a headwind. When in fact, I think it actually is going to change the view of the sector for years to come. As well as also, I think it's going to be a huge catalyst for M&A.
I mean, you've looked at Palo Alto specifically, I think, on this very program and declared it, in your words,
table pounder,
right? I mean, you still believe that, or is in some respects the jury still out?
Just the way he says it.
You want to see what they
just
deliver
the exact
tonight,
way in which he says
had some upset in the past around it. It's not like this thing just goes straight up.
Artificial intelligence.
There's 3 reasons why this is, I view it as double table pounder, because the cyber deal will be viewed as the deal that changes Palo Alto. I think when Nikesh did that, you're talking about $25 billion, I could argue is going to generate hundreds of billions
I want to get the fuck
in
out.
the future of market cap, ascension, given what that gives them a full end-to-end platform. 2, if you look where they play, just like CrowdStrike, we are now getting to an inflection point where you are going to start to see AI. I think 25% of the deal flow ultimately will be positively influenced. That's not factored into the street numbers, sentiment super negative, and that's why, to me, Palo Alto, CrowdStrike, those are the ones.
Time is 12:21.
Just names that, not even just in cybersecurity, but overall tech, are 2 of the top.
Man, I need more than this,
I mean this respectfully. I truly do.
No disrespect, market, but this shit is weak as fuck, my boy. Fuck you talking about?
Second.
This is a zero DT cycle.
Right? The companies have an upset.
Balance trying already. Time is 11:21, 11:20.
Price, defend your call, etc. You've
man.
On any of this stuff?
Let's see where the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 is.
What I would say is that that's all the work that we do in talking to the hundreds of resellers, partners, all the checks, all the travel.
This is the 3/3 of yesterday, though, so we are now in the 3/3 bullish cycle of the 3/3 bullish cycle. It could go higher tomorrow. It could go higher today.
The reason I defend is because all the work that goes into it, and I know that I feel like based on our thesis and what I've done 25 years, I could defend it despite maybe sort of a speed bump or tripping over the shoelace. That's why I think sometimes, especially in some of these things, you have to be able to see forest for trees. That's all the work we do.
Cyber done did it. It created a massive cycle bounce. They let the bulls come into today. Man, I had a fucking feeling yesterday. Fuck! Cyber! Every time they look bearish in motherfucker, man, every time they look bullish motherfucker, fucking reject, like, Cyber. Artificial, whatever the fuck. Got a weird ass bounce coming. I mean, we got a Whitehouse coming out at 1, so maybe they don't reject here and they just fucking chop until 1, and then they will go down at 1, or they don't, and then they fucking figure out with whatever they do too. That could be possible. I have no fucking idea. It says Meta will deploy millions of NVIDIA chips. Okay. News.
Planning to deploy millions of NVIDIA processors in the next few years, a deal that could add billions of dollars to NVIDIA's balance sheet. Bloomberg Intelligence global head of tech research Mandeep Singh joins us now.
NVIDIA yesterday was at 178, folks. It was at 180 in one fucking day, in a heartbeat. boop, back above the fucking purple box, 184, 185, 188, 187, boop, boop, did it happen? Like, what the fuck?
Mandeep, first of all, I mean,
it's crazy.
It's up pretty strongly off the back of this. I thought there was already like pretty robust demand for what NVIDIA is selling.
There is, and look, this is probably Meta's way of locking in that NVIDIA supply. So not only are they using the GPUs, but they're also talking about using NVIDIA's CPUs. So that's new. I mean, traditionally, all these companies used x86 architecture and Intel CPUs along with the GPU cluster that NVIDIA had. But now, you know, with this deal, they're talking about using NVIDIA CPUs. So that's one big change. The other thing for NVIDIA here is Anthropic has had a very steep rise in the last few months. Anthropic models aren't trained on NVIDIA GPUs. They're trained on Google TPUs, Amazon. So from that perspective, you have a company that's doing really well on the model side that is not trained on NVIDIA GPUs. And so from that perspective, I think for both of them, it's important that, you know, Meta comes up with a model that is really good in terms of being a frontier model like Anthropic's that is trained on NVIDIA's latest cluster, and obviously Meta needs to lock in the supply. So it's I think symbiotic.
That's a good point too, because also Gemini, I mean, of course they're using Google's. I mean, in all of this, will other companies look at the advances of Anthropic, of Gemini, and start to rethink their supply chain because of that they don't want to be too reliant on NVIDIA?
There is that aspect, but what NVIDIA is saying is our latest Blackwell chips will give you 30x more token output than our prior architecture from Hopper. So for the same unit of power, you can have 30 times more output. And so that throughput aspect of NVIDIA chips is always there, and that ties into how good the model will be that is trained on the latest chips. So really what NVIDIA needs is companies like OpenAI, like Meta, training their models on NVIDIA's chips and having somewhat of an advantage compared to the ones that are not trained on NVIDIA.
Well, what's been the usage of like AMD? Where do some of these other competitors stand?
I think AMD gets hit even with this tie-up between
Can't find my
Meta
fucking
and NVIDIA,
SIGs.
where NVIDIA is
Fuck.
now supplying the CPUs. Previously, AMD or Intel was the supplier of CPUs to the data centers for Meta. Now, with NVIDIA selling CPUs,
I swear I was going to stop, but I bought another one today.
Are you surprising that a company like Intel that has a government backing, there haven't been more political forces? Because this is what was talked about, right?
Yeah.
The U.S. takes a stake and pushes companies to start using Intel for things like CPUs. Are you surprised that we haven't really seen that?
Well, Intel still has the foundry capacity. So the difference between an Intel and AMD is Intel owns its foundries where it makes its chips. AMD is going to TSMC. So from that perspective, you're right. I mean, Intel it has a local foundry that all these chip makers could use, but obviously the government role comes into play in terms of pushing these companies to start using Intel Foundry more and more.
So just the one other concern that we have to bring up, as we do with any of these conversations, is the circularity of deals.
Yeah.
The fact that Meta already makes up a nice chunky portion of NVIDIA's revenue. Presumably that just reinforces that. You say it's a good thing for NVIDIA, but is there also kind of like a dark side to the silver lining?
I mean, look, all these companies have an ecosystem, so that circularity also exists in, Google investing in Anthropic and Anthropic using Google's chips. Same thing with the Amazon Anthropic partnership. And at the end of the day, it is an ecosystem because you're optimizing on a certain chip vendor for your model training and your model inferencing, and you can't have a generic architecture, and that's why, they are very keen to partner with the companies of Meta scale. You want to make sure they optimize on NVIDIA chips as opposed to using someone else's.
Mandeep, thank you so much. Never a boring day in your world. Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence. You probably wish for a boring day. That might be nice.
Guys, I ran outside. I ran around. I found it. It's behind. It was outside. I didn't do shit, but I found it. Man, I have a fucking addiction. This is pure fucking addiction. The example at its finest. Like, I need to fucking stop. SIGs are so fucking psychologically fucked, man.
We select and House Intelligence Committee. Congressman, welcome back to TV and radio. If we could begin first with Iran, because obviously we have seen President Trump authorize
Give me 3 minutes. I'm so sorry.
Iran, before in June, after he had said he would decide within 2 weeks. It was 3 days later that Operation Midnight Hammer came down without forewarning to the Gang of Eight or the Intelligence Committee on which you sit. If he decides to move on Iran this time,
I don't even want to go.
Do you expect you will be forewarned?
Man, I missed my opportunity.
I'm not sure about that. I think their modus operandi is they don't really seem to respect the War Powers Act, and they don't seem to inform Congress before they take these actions, but they must. And here's why. The War Powers Act was put in place a long time ago, especially in the early 1970s after the Vietnam War, because the American people did not want secret wars. They didn't want violence done in their name.
They weren't in the whip. They were outside in the backyard.
Active hostilities without their consent.
I just ran outside to the car, looked for it, and I realized I brought it inside in the morning, and I was like, what am I doing? So I just ran in the back and I saw it, but like I couldn't do anything because
we don't want that.
Ran around for 7 minutes like a fucking dog.
And that's something that comes out loud and clear. All that being said, Iran should not have a nuclear weapon.
Why can't they just give me one big ass red candle so I can just fucking forget about this shit?
Negotiations also with regard to ending their ballistic missile program.
Is this hope?
And their nefarious activities in the region. But let's do it diplomatically. Let's negotiate this diplomatically in concert with our friends, partners, and allies.
Well, I mean, it's a 50% chance at this point. Like, it's not even like a fucking
testimony about why no one got a
heads
heads
up,
up,
particularly like
those on the Intel Committee like yourself.
Going down so
he
slow,
said because
like,
the Maduro capture was a trigger-based operation. Do you suspect the answer would be the same about strikes against Iran?
Tomorrow
would you
too could be bullish, I guess.
In advance of that action?
Oh my God, I'm jinxing myself.
I don't see the words trigger-based operation as an exception in the War Powers Act. And as a consequence,
I need to shut up.
I would expect that we would be warned.
11:30.
Obviously, in an emergency situation, the President of the United States has the prerogative to defend
that's some
our
bullshit,
country,
though. Zero DT
and that's
cycling.
a special situation. But where there is no emergency in the sense of the word as it's described in the War Powers Act or elsewhere, he needs to come to us.
Dude.
He needs to advise us.
This is now fucking not even bearish.
Of course,
60-40, 50-50. Oh my fuck, I hate zero DT cycling.
Consent of the American people.
Well, from your purview on the Intelligence Committee, but also the China Select Committee, when we consider the President and the administration's focus here, is he right to be focusing on the nuclear capabilities of Iran on the Middle East, specifically deploying resources to that region at the expense, perhaps, of having a greater American footprint elsewhere in the Asia-Pacific, for example? I just wonder if you see the President's priorities align with your own when you think about the vast geopolitical landscape under consideration.
I'm much more concerned about the Indo-Pacific region, quite frankly. I'm more concerned about the Chinese Communist Party and their economic, military, and technological aggression than I am about some other theaters. And I'm concerned that taking away assets potentially from those areas, especially in the Indo-Pacific region, but also the European
these
theater,
options are getting fucked around
basically is a gift to our adversaries. And when you show weakness and you lower your deterrence, then you invite aggression. And of course, aggression could spark conflict and lead to war. And so that is my overall concern about the Trump administration's foreign policy. It's not about deterrence.
This is time for me to go smoke a cig, and it's for time for all the fucking people that channel hop to channel hop.
Making other performative statements, and that lowers our deterrence and could invite war.
Congressman, I want to ask you about the partial shutdown that we're now 4 days into here, and to Kayleigh's point, a State of the Union address that is scheduled for a week from tonight. Before we address the contours of this debate, it doesn't sound like anything has changed since lawmakers left town. Is it appropriate for President Trump to be addressing a joint session of Congress with a portion of the government closed?
Look, I think that it's probably okay to do that. But at the same time, he's got to acknowledge that the American people are not happy with DHS, They have rejected the policies of ICE and CBP. You know, here in Chicago, they have basically terrorized neighborhoods. He said he was going to come after the worst of the worst. Instead, he separated families, and he basically uprooted communities of peaceful people. And so I think the American people want to see how he's going to completely change what's happening at DHS. And in the meantime, I'm not going to vote to send a single dollar to fund ICE or DHS or CBP right now unless and until some common sense changes are made immediately.
Well, so let's walk through some of those common sense changes that you and your leadership are seeking, Congressman. We know masks has been a sticking point. Judicial warrants seems to be something that Republicans are not willing to budge on either. In the absence of compromise on those issues, how do we get out of this if you aren't willing to send another dollar to the Department of Homeland Security if those things don't change?
Well, I think that they're going to hear from the American people more and more about these particular issues because, as you know, unfortunately, those ICE and CBP operations may resume. And they may actually come back to places like Chicago, which are already traumatized by what happened previously. I got to tell you, like, the mask situation is just common sense. This is something that our local law enforcement has to abide by. They don't wear masks. They wear ID. They wear body cams. They don't do warrantless arrests. And there are third-party investigations of the use of force. And they're not roving around town trying to stir up trouble the same way that Greg Bovino of the CBP was when he was here in Chicago. And so this is like stuff that I think the American people feel is reasonable. It's just what local law enforcement would abide by, and same with CBP and ICE.
Well, you know what a lot of Republican lawmakers tell us, Congressman, and I'm sure we're going to hear this a little bit later this hour from Ken Cuccinelli, is that it's different in this case because these officers are being targeted. They're being doxxed. There is, in fact, an organized effort through signal chats and other forums to try to out these members' identities and their families so they can be targeted at home. How would you respond to that?
Well, look, I think that no member of law enforcement should be treated in such a way if they're performing their duties or, you know, how they should not be targeted in this way. Nobody should be. Yeah. However, masks are basically enabling these folks to act in a way that is unaccountable to the American people. In my own area, in my district, they basically snatched an 18-year-old U.S. citizen from her vehicle, tackled her to the ground. They knelt on her knee with their neck, they knelt on her neck with their knee. As she was screaming, "I'm a U.S. citizen, I'm a U.S. citizen," that family came to us and said, "Where did they take my daughter?" And as a father of three, I was horrified. Later on, they only found the daughter when they produced the papers that she was a U.S. citizen. This is completely unacceptable. This should not be happening in the United States of America. And this is why, you know, we are so insistent that some basic standards and requirements must be met.
Well, Congressman, finally, as we look for some degree of transparency as to whether or not we're getting closer to finding agreement on some of those elements. What are you hearing currently from Democratic leadership, from Hakeem Jeffries, as to what communication is currently underway, though you and your colleagues are not in Washington,
with the MACD looking crazy
and the White House? Can we get a sense of, even if, you know, Capitol Hill is pretty much empty at this point, how these efforts are working at this time?
This shit trying to frustrate everybody out.
My understanding is that there's some text that's being exchanged back and forth, and I understand that some text was exchanged even as late as late yesterday.
I can't even think about no zero DT right now. I'm not thinking about anything this week right now. Fuck that. I haven't been thinking about anything this fucking week. This week. Shit, except this fucking little bounce that we might see, but this bounce is pretty heavy.
Response.
686 would have been an okay natural, but this is overextended now.
If we had to be candid about it, but I got to tell you,
690 showing, 610 showing above 600, like we are fucking up there.
You know, I'm an immigrant myself, so this is a personal issue for me, and not just a professional one, and it's something that I think a lot of people are paying attention to right now.
Get my Arizona sweet tea in me.
Welcome back. Future of crypto regulation is a big topic here at the World Liberty Forum in Mar-a-Lago. Joining me now is Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong and Senator Bernie Moreno, Republican from Ohio.
Mar-a-Lago.
Moreno is one of the leaders of the negotiations in Washington and a former crypto entrepreneur himself. Gentlemen, it's good to have you both.
Thank you for having us.
Kind of rare to have you together.
It's an economic forum
like
place
now.
now.
So Brian, what is the status of the market structure regulation that you famously blocked from passing a few weeks ago?
Yeah, well, we're here meeting with crypto companies, bank representatives, and senators as well to see if we can get to a solution on market structure.
Cycle's getting worse.
And one of the big issues that did come up in the past was this idea of stablecoins on rewards.
Worse.
I wouldn't say we blocked it. In fact, nobody has been working hard on this over the last few years to try to get some legislation.
Cycle getting worse.
What we did say was the current draft, we had some issues with it.
Oh my God, there's a lot of fucking zero DT. That's why.
Where we can get a win-win.
Look at the SPX put-to-call ratio we said 20 minutes ago. There's still a lot of puts, sadly.
To get
a lot of fucking calls too, yes, but I mean,
through to the finish line, so we can make.
Look at all the out on the money zero DT shit on SPX. That is not a fucking little thing. That's a fucking huge ass thing. I'm talking about zero DT today expiring.
How did you react to that?
Well, look,
it's fucking hard for them to go down hard.
About the bill. We weren't done.
It's possible. Like the longer they show bullish, maybe. But I mean, time's already 11:40, so
in my mind,
they come in.
Whitehouse
press up one in an hour and 20 minutes. Things are.
I
don't know how the fuck it's holding, bro. Artificial intelligence, cybersecurity. Oh my God.
Because if you're an American consumer,
these options are fucked.
These
options are like fucking artificially holding up, going higher, artificially not going down. This shit is bullshit. I'm not even in no zero DT. I'm in fucking motherfucking not this fucking thing. This shit doing this shit to me like.
This is about giving Americans
I don't know, bruh.
Rewards for being able to
something
have
feel
cash,
fishy as a motherfucker right now.
Be able to get paid quicker, be able to transact
fishy
faster,
where? I don't know.
Democratize
tunas
the
are here,
financial
though. It's
systems.
smelling all fucking sorts
But we're going to get
all
this bill across the finish line. But I would say
vinegary.
Hopefully by April.
All sorts of spoiled fishes.
You don't by the midterms, and then the House
smelling
goes
a lot
Democrat,
of dead
then what happens to it?
Dead
well, the House isn't going to go Democrat, neither is the Senate. People say, well, the election were today. The election is not today.
It might just be like this for quite a while. It might be like this for another 45 minutes until 1:30,
That's why we got elected. They were sick and tired of high inflation. They were sick and tired of an out-of-control government.
Well, I mean, the White House press conference is at once. I mean, 12:15, 12:30, 12:45.
Most of that money going to working Americans. The Democrats only have one idea, which is hatred of President Trump, and that's not a very good idea in terms of actually advancing the lives of working Americans.
But I guess we've seen this before every time it has happened.
On where it goes from here, you know, a lot of the senator explained the whole issue of rewards for stablecoin issuers. I know the banks don't like it, right, because they see it as a potential threat to their deposits. But some critics would say
you're just trying to protect your business. What the fuck are they doing into now? White House press conference, the data, initial jobs claims, GDP at Friday, like a lot of fucking shit coming out.
There's delays, there's unequal access, and so crypto is updating the financial system. The smartest financial service institutions out there and banks are leaning into this as an opportunity. You can see on LinkedIn, they're all hiring for crypto and blockchain product managers and engineers. And Coinbase is actually powering infrastructure.
Let's do our first poll today. The realist watchers are here. Who is in control into the end of the day? The bulls or the bears?
As an opportunity. This is about, it's good for Coinbase, it's good for the crypto
based
industry,
on
but it's also good for the banking industry.
Based on the candle move,
innovation
cycle alone.
America has never been one that just tries to be stagnant and protect the incumbents. We want to lean into the future and make sure that America stays competitive, because we're existing on a global stage here, right? Like China is putting out a central bank digital currency that is paying interest. There's offshore unregulated stablecoins, which are actually much bigger than the ones that are regulated within the US perimeter right now. President Trump has said he wants to repatriate these funds to build this industry here in America, and to do that, we have to have stablecoin rewards.
So where are you in discussions with the White House on moving this forward and getting it passed by April?
Yeah, well, the administration has been incredible on this. President Trump setting the tone from the top, naming David Sachs as the crypto czar. Patrick Witt, and then the Senate
we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8 people saying the bulls are in control. I am saying the bears are in control into end of day.
All we've tried to do is behind the scenes be constructive.
One more person,
lay out
David.
Potential solutions that can be a good.
Varun voted bull, and he changed. You can't change based on candle.
Confident they'll get something
you go back, Varun. I just caught you. You go back.
Yes.
All right.
Small
Vote
list
is
of
8-2.
Items,
The little two chicken littles are me and David. That's
if
about
a compromise can be found, this will get to the president's desk for a signature in a few months.
What about the price of Bitcoin and the fact that it was down last year in an up year for the overall market and has started out really rough this year, down more than 20%? Does that impact the sort of broader movement to
Look at all these people switching!
Really, Look
at all these people switching! I said stop switching! LOL! Yo, it's funny as fuck!
When crypto prices are down like this,
look at this motherfucking candle fucking color coming in red and everybody voting fucking bearish. Bears in control on the WhatsApp group. That don't count, bro. Hell nah. Nah.
Why do you think it's down?
People have a lot of Monday morning quarterback type theories on this. Whenever the market moves, they'll say, Kevin Warsh is an inflation hawk, or they'll say that quantum computing is on the horizon.
Bullish bearish.
In my view, the markets are a little bit more psychological than that. People say, I don't think there's any substantive issue, but I think other people do. And they'll want to lock in gains and move it up and down.
One thing I've heard is that,
we have 9 people saying
quantum
the
is
bulls
going
are
to
in
break the
control,
blockchain.
and I'm not going to count all those people that voted.
No, that's not
I'm
true.
only
I think
counting
that's a very solvable issue, and actually Coinbase has been very front-footed on this. We put together a quantum advisory council.
It went from fucking 2 to 4 to 8.
It
went from 2. It went from 8 bulls to 2 bears to literally like 6 bears, 6 bulls, 4 bears, and then it went from 4 to 8.
Stable coins and getting them into the U.S. system in a regulated way, but also not threatening the U.S. dollar.
QQQ is so bullish right now. And SPY, I have no idea. IWM has continually pulled back with 1-minute gaps coming in now.
For treasuries, which
IWM going nowhere, SPY going nowhere, and tech going nowhere. Everything going nowhere.
Billions of dollars per year.
We said this about 1 hour ago that QQQ is bullish, and I didn't believe it was going to be still bullish. But I mean, QQQ bullish, IWM bearish, and SPY is mixed. We said in the alert room about an hour and 30 minutes ago, I think, right? And it's still fucking happening. I just said that shit because that's what I saw, but like that's what's going on is what I'm saying. Like I'm not saying I knew it was going to happen now, but like that's what's still happening.
Where payroll doesn't settle twice a month, it settles every single solitary day.
I think I said this thing at like 10, I don't even know, somewhere early as shit.
Money should move at the speed of information.
Maybe I didn't.
And that is going to happen. Let me just be clear. This will happen. That's not the question. The question is, does it happen in the United States of America, or does it happen somewhere else? We cannot lose our innovative edge, and that's why President Trump is the person who's going to make certain that America never, ever falls behind an innovation. And look, at the end of the day, you're worried about the volatility of Bitcoin, which, by the way, has nothing to do with stable coins. Wait till I talk to you about silver and gold.
Right. Well, they've definitely outperformed Bitcoin.
Not over the last 10 years.
Okay, what a crazy cycle.
But you don't
no direction chopping.
Viewers to look at a 1 year
inside 3/3 bullish cycle, inside 3/3 bearish cycle.
Over a longer period of time. And the reality
I don't even want to draw because it's so disgusting right now. Until they break out higher or break out lower.
I would
break down lower.
Buy Bitcoin today instead of gold. And by the way, just be clear, I don't know any of that because I don't want anybody give me grief about whether I'm objective or not objective. But if I had money to put in the market today, I would buy Bitcoin.
Well, we know, Brian, that you've been buying back Bitcoin. I do want to just, in the minute that we have left with you, just hit on what we got from the CFTC this week, which was big news on the prediction markets. The commissioner is actually here at this conference.
Time is 11:50.
They announced that they're coming out swinging against
tested the lows of 11:45. 11:45 created an algo range.
As gambling. This, I would think, helps your business a lot, and you're part of this new council.
I guess I'll draw this cycle because this is the nastiest of all nastiest cycles happening right now.
The Everything Exchange, so we have every asset class
mini
there,
game.
crypto, stocks.
It's like they're doing a mini Mario Party fucking party game.
Commissioner Mike Seelig has been on the leadership front here, coming out and stating what is already in the law, which is that the CFTC has exclusive authority over these types of contracts.
Nobody knows if whoever wins the Mario Party wins the party, right? But all I'm saying is it's a mini game being party played.
Maybe go to the Supreme Court, but I think ultimately the CFTC chair is right on the law, and
they're all here. There's the Bulls and the Bears in the Mario Party. They're fucking all here.
And so we're going to rely on that as well.
And I know you were also very supportive of this. I saw you posted on it.
Look, the role of the United States government or any government is not to protect incumbency or business models that are eventually going to be replaced. Our job is to make sure we create an environment for innovation and growth with proper guardrails. That's exactly what it is.
This is the dumbest cycle ever. I mean, it's a tiny-ass cycle, but I'm drawing it anyway. I don't care.
Blockbuster on Netflix worked out for them.
If it breaks 1145, it doesn't even mean it's fully bearish, but it just means
young people don't like our current financial system. It's going to be replaced.
Zero DT. That's how I'm thinking. They go near VWAP,
just a little taste of the conversation going on here at the World Liberty Forum. Gentlemen, thank you very much. And I think we should also disclose that you donated to the super PAC of your election campaign, just for
because they agreed with me and not because I agree with them.
Yes, and also he backs, I think, most pro-crypto.
I do. I donated directly to him as well.
Man, what I want is 684.6. I'm going to be real. That's what I've been waiting for all day.
Yep.
Brian Armstrong, Senator Bernie Moreno.
That's what I've been waiting for all day. I ain't going front. I don't do price level at all. Fuck price level, but I ain't going front. That's what I've been looking for in my simulated contracts that I've been in from the fucking pure top today. Pure fucking top around somewhere up there. 1055, 1110, 10. I don't even fucking remember now. Fuck. God damn it! Send this bitch to BWAP! Send this bitch to BWAP!
As voters have two choices in the midterms: go back to the Biden years of losing money, or continue making headway on affordability with Republicans.
News on New York.
If you go back to the Biden administration, the average American lost about $3,000 in take-home pay during the 4 years that Democrats were in charge.
breaks, this is
in the
officially
first year of the Trump
1/3,
administration,
2/3, 3/3,
bigger cycle happening. About $1,200. I think the question we're going to put to the American
bigger
people
cycle
is,
happening looks
do
like
you want to give the government back
this
over
is so
to
sus
people
because
who
of all the
frankly
zero
burned down the
DTs.
house
That's the only
and
reason,
made
but it could be
most
not sus
Americans
because they
much
bounced
less
it to the
wealthy and
HOD
much less
roof.
safe?
So
Or do you want to double down
see.
on the president's leadership?
Well, Congressman Mike Lawler,
Man, Algo Range broke down minigame, bear strike, minigame trying to turn into a mini-game, or a mini-game turn into a mini-game, and now they're fucking going for the main boss. They're going for the jugular. They're going for Bowser. They're going for Bowser. Main fight inbound, If there's a big-ass candle in volume.
That being said, the hole was so deep that Americans are still struggling, and we want to continue to help them with the issue of
if the volume comes and the volume stacks and the candle stack, it's bearish.
In American history, which Americans are now
they're going for the jugular.
Taxes. They're starting to see the direct benefit.
Go for the jugular.
For instance, because we lifted the cap on SALT, the state and local tax deduction, from $10,000 to $40,000.
In the castle.
The average New Yorker is going to see a
HOD
$4,000
divergence.
tax
that's the most riskiest part about this shit right now.
Kathy Hochul and Zoran Mandani are trying to run the state into the ground with tax increases. So
David
we are
said
doing
they're still
everything
getting
we
that
can to
BTA
bring
treatment.
down the cost
I don't know what that
living.
means, BTA, but yeah,
you know, the average
all day
tank
long
of
they've been getting
gasoline
cooked. Zero DT.
Now down to
environment.
under $3 per gallon, first time in 5 years.
This shit happened last week.
Mortgage
they went down, sure, at the end of the day, but it doesn't mean they're going to go down at the end of the day. All it says is the environment was fucking bullshit.
Which is critical
bears are getting
when it
cooked
comes to the
alive.
issue of home ownership. But
And
there's
then they
more
started
that
trying
needs to
going
be done
bearish.
on healthcare, housing, and energy, and that's why I am focused like a laser beam on all of these issues, and the administration is on what we can do to improve the economy.
Let's talk about New York City. If the New York's mayor, Zoran Mandani, does not get his big tax hike on the rich, he proposes a near 10% increase in property taxes. Watch this.
1150 bouncing.
There are two
Bears are
paths
getting
to break
trapped.
this gap.
Bears are in danger
The
until
first is
1150.
the most sustainable
One breaks.
and the fairest
Bottom
path.
of this cycle,
This
the
is the path
3/3
of
cycle,
ending the drain on our city
1151.
and
I'm
raising
clenched.
taxes on the
Bottom
richest
1150.
New Yorkers and the most profitable corporations. If we do not go down the first path, the city will be forced down a
This is the
second,
last chance.
more
Come
harmful
on, I'm
path.
clenched.
Faced with no other choice, the city would have to exercise the only revenue lever fully within our own control. We would have to raise property taxes. We would also be forced to raid our reserves.
Okay, Congressman, if you raise property taxes, wouldn't you be raising rents? Which is exactly what Mandani says he doesn't want.
Well, this is the problem with socialism, Stuart. Eventually, you run out of other people's money. The fact is that Zoran Mandani ran on the issue of affordability.
Right now, sorry.
And within 2 months, he is already proposing a massive tax hike on everyday New Yorkers. He has proposed raising taxes by $9 billion statewide, and now he's talking about a 9.5% property tax hike, which will cripple home ownership in Queens and Staten Island, and in particular in Black and Brown communities in Southeast Queens. Oh my God, so many highs. I want you finally.
When you look at what Zohran Mamdani is proposing, this is precisely the problem. Democrats have no solutions other than to raise taxes and to increase spending. Since Mike Bloomberg left office at the end of 2013, New York City has increased its budget by $40 billion. That's about a 50% increase in spending in New York City. That's on top of New York State increasing its spending by $100 billion.
Oh my God!
They know never when to stop spending. They just want to continue spending other people's money recklessly and increase taxes, and it's why New York leads the nation in out-migration.
And by the way, the budget, Mandami's budget, includes $1.2 billion set aside for migrants. I wish we had time to talk about this, but we don't. But maybe another time. Thanks very much for being with us.
Thanks, Stuart.
Oh my God. Things are turning bearish now. Let's see what happens.
I think they're going to help supercharge it, Tom. To be honest, look, manufacturing is always in an evolution.
And those are stacking.
For decades, we've evolved into different types of jobs requiring different types of skills. And what we're seeing now.
Someone said, "Sing more, make it drop."
About this
Do the thinking. What the fuck does that mean?
433,000 open jobs in the sector today. That number is going to grow to 2 million by the year 2033. It's going to grow to many people with different skills to help us navigate technology.
Please, market, please.
Give us an example of one skill there.
Let me do a
don't tell me welders. We know that.
Well, we do need welders and electricians, that's for sure. But programmers, for instance, right? People who can design the programs to help automate certain functions within a
We're getting a bounce at 11:55. The bears are in danger until the low of the 11:55 cycle breaks. We are in a 3/3 cycle from 11:10.
Basically, Tom, equidistant between Cincinnati
and
Columbus.
Yeah, there's like 47 data centers there.
It's a triangle, and Jay is our second.
Weak as shit.
That's too much.
Ohio State University.
It's too much.
The state of manufacturing in this country as it relates to President Trump's
We lost the purple box on SPX.
And providing incentives.
We lost the purple box on SPX. It won't even load for me. We'll go back to that shit later. I don't give a guy yet. We'll see you later.
Are we seeing that?
Well, just like you're fortunate to have Ohio State folks here on your show, manufacturing is really fortunate to have good policies in place right now. Back in 2017, when President Trump announced his tax plan in front of our board of directors, he said it would be rocket fuel for the industry, and it actually was exactly that. We had record job creation, record investment, record wage growth for the next 3 years. There was a kind of a pause earlier last year as people were waiting to see, as manufacturers waiting to see, are we going to renew those tax reforms? And we did, and you're starting to see a little bit more movement now in terms of investment and job creation.
Man, I get hyped because of the cycle setup,
those
not
challenges
the candles.
Are the workforce issues we just talked about. We need some more certainty in the trade area.
I get hyped because of the cycle setup, not the candles.
Ohio?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay,
that's a cab. The candles get me excited.
But if you go from Columbus, Northeast,
all right, I don't know any other songs. Someone please tell me a song.
The president adores the Gilded Age and all about McKinley protectionism as well. We're walking back tariffs right now. What do you hear from your manufacturers that they want? It's not bananas from Brazil that we're not going to grow here. How bad are they getting hammered?
Yeah, so it is a great question, Tom. And I think what you hear mostly from manufacturers, and I'd say you hear this from any business person, right, is they need predictability. They need to understand what the rules of the road are. We know that Donald Trump likes tariffs.
Baby!
Whether we like them or not is really irrelevant. We know he's going to impose tariffs in every single trade deal that he negotiates or every single trade action that he takes.
Okay, but he's walking it back now. Do you have Do you have in your head from all your contacts and with your public service, Jay Timmons, do you have an optimal tariff for President Trump that is on 2% blended tariff?
Well, look, I mean, you want to ask a manufacturer, an optimal tariff level is 0 for 0, right? Because we don't want to add cost to doing business here in the United States. We're going to be able to deal with whatever is presented to us. It will have knock-on effects. It will have knock-on effects on prices, right? But the question is, does it incentivize manufacturers to invest in the United States? And I think that chapter is yet to be written. And I think it's really important when we're looking at USMCA to know that we have a solid trade agreement here in the North American continent that can incentivize more manufacturing here and disincentivize investment in China and Southeast Asia.
Talk to us again, just going back to the labor aspect. Do we have enough skilled labor for the U.S. manufacturing renaissance? Do we need some type of different training, schooling? Because a lot of folks are saying,
689.
Oh my God. Not meant for a lot of people. It's so expensive.
Oh my God.
As needed, maybe.
Oh my God, time is 12. Oh my God, please.
Trade investments is a better investment in education.
689, 687. Come on.
In the labor force. Our Manufacturing Institute, which is led by Carolyn Lee, its president, will tell you that every single month for the last decade or more, we've had somewhere between 300,000 and 500,000 open jobs.
Get that weak shit out of here, boy!
And part of that, frankly, is to understand.
Fuck! I'm spitting my fucking goddamn. I'm sorry. Market's so weak right now, going lower. Market going so fucking slow. If this busts down VWAP, I will scream. I will not scream. I will just say woohoo. Pretty loudly. Like a Mario Party. I feel like Mario. I'm motherfucking winning the Mario Party. This shit is fucking amazing. Mario Party, baby. Come on. Whitehouse press conference in 1 hour. ETA 1 hour. All hell breaks loose. Whitehouse not even live. ETA 1 hour and they fucking bull trapping at the top. With a lot of bears trapped at the floor. ETA 1 hour. Whitehouse press conference, folks. What the hell is happening? Oh my God. Oh my God! Woo! Come on, baby! Send this hoe down. Sorry for my language. Theoretically, hypothetically, I'm speaking right now. I'm talking to the market candle because candle was frustrating. That's it. I'm sorry. I don't mean anything by that. Please. Bounce trying.
It's fundamentally wrong to shut our government down. And if you want to reform ICE, as the Democrats, we do want some once, but that is not going to do that. And now why you're doing it, for me, it's always about country over party. And that's why I'll refuse to vote to shut the government down.
And that was Pennsylvania as the partial shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security now reaches day 5. The White House rejecting the latest offer from Democrat lawmakers yesterday who proposed new constraints on federal immigration officers. DHS funding lapsed Saturday, leaving much of the department working without pay. ICE operations, however, remain largely unaffected because of the money put in the big, beautiful bill for ICE. Joining me now is North Carolina
Trapping at 12, trying 12 p.m. bouncing.
Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here this morning.
Good to see you.
And I know that lawmakers are on recess until
bounce.
Monday. You and your colleagues will be back next week. But do you have a plan in terms of what happens next with the Department of Homeland Security?
Well, I think, when you look at this situation, we are waiting as negotiations are continuing between the White House and
Zero DT cycling.
This is totally Chuck Schumer's doing, and his Senate Democrats.
Time is 12:05 in 2 seconds.
Determining that they're going to use the American people for leverage They want to inflict pain on the American people, and quite frankly, it is
Man,
just
QQQ
totally
looking so
and quite scary when you think
up
about
there.
the folks that are being
Is it stronger? I don't know. The chart is kind of...
TSA agents, the Coast Guard, and the work that they do, as well as FEMA, Secret Service, all of these folks who protect Americans day in and day out are now being put on the sidelines for a political play that once again Chuck Schumer has decided he's going to try and do. So negotiations are continuing. I don't know that they're going well. As you pointed out earlier, the Democrats sent something to the White House.
Now the HOD bulls are hoping.
We're not going to put our ICE agents at risk.
And the Bears are hoping.
The things they're offering are just non-starters from the beginning. And so I think that President Trump
bounce is pretty severe.
To what he's doing. And we're going
One third of the way up from down.
Are protected as they're out there doing the job
if 12 breaks, everything will free fall below VWAP. VWAP might stop it.
Which of course is next Tuesday night.
I'll go range at 12.
A little deja vu because back in 2019, the president had to reschedule a State of the Union.
There's a lot of power here, and there's a lot of anticipation on all sides right now. We are at the middle of the Bulls and the Bears.
Page right out of the Democrats' playbook, and that is if we don't have a message, we don't really have a leader of our party, we don't have a winning issue with the American people.
Zero DT burn trying on the Bear side.
What they decided to do. And so anything that can throw a wrench in the momentum that this administration has had, the wins that President Trump has been mounting along with the Republican Congress.
Yo, this 12 p.m. bounce is going into 12:04. Time is now 12:05.
And here they are once again trying to do it.
Well, look, then there's the SAVE Act, an overhaul of the American voter laws. All the Republicans are asking for is voter ID. You've got 50 supporters on this in the Senate already. But, of course, you need 60 votes. President Trump is urging Senate Majority Leader John Thune to scrap the filibuster and pass this with a simple
reverted
majority.
halfway down.
Where are you on the SAVE Act
what
right
it came
now,
down.
which, of course, would require individuals to have ID to vote?
Absolutely.
QQQ showing the roof again.
It is essential that we pass the Save America Act in this Congress. We have done it again.
Oh my God.
Just last week here in the U.S. House, we made sure that we got it over the finish line.
God, bounce coming at 12.
Listen, it is just common sense, Maria, and you know that. To say that you need to be an American citizen and proof of citizenship to register.
God, bounce at 12 into 12:05.
A photo ID when you vote to prove that you are who you say you
HOD
are.
roof
it's
test.
Common sense. Right. And so right now it's going to be in the hands of the Senate.
Yo, ain't no fucking way.
They need to use the talking filibuster and force the Democrats to have to stand up there and speak for hours and hours. But the reality is that if they will use the rules are already there.
They could chop here for quite a while now. 688.19.
Just use the talking filibuster. It'll take a little longer, but we'll get it through. And it is critical in this upcoming election that Americans have the confidence of free and fair elections.
Right. No,
sure.
I mean, look, I spoke with Senator Haggerty over the weekend, senator from Tennessee, who said they are, in fact, examining that so-called talking filibuster. But I just want to get your take on what's in the Save America Act, because yesterday we had John Fetterman on, and the senator from Pennsylvania basically said, yeah, I agree, we should
HOD
have
on
an ID
QQQ.
to
Well, they're about to go
vote.
fucking clear the divergence, man.
Is there anything else in that bill? Does it need to be adjusted
HOD
to ensure
divergence.
that's all it says, ID to vote? To really put your colleagues on the left on the spot to say what's wrong with having an ID to vote. Because, you know, the senator made it sound like there were other things in that bill that were clouding up what is really what you're right, 80+% of Americans believe that we should have an ID to vote. Is there any
There's divergence at the roof still.
An adjustment on that bill?
I don't know of any other adjustment that's
They're crazy with this bitch. As long as they're not going above
last week and
690 though, I'm chilling, but like, what the fuck? They're crazy with this shit today.
You're going to require proofs of citizenship when you register. In my own state of North Carolina,
They just ate every single zero DT on that too. What the fuck?
They had registered non-citizens
Insane.
vote. And I think that's a very important fact that we see is happening.
Yeah.
Secondly, proof of or your voter ID or photo
ID.
No 1 minute cap.
To prove who you are is the second thing. And the other thing, it's going to allow the federal government to share the information
I'm making that bounce on the way.
Of who is illegal and registered and who's not, so that they can clean up their voter rolls. That's the only other thing that this is going to do, and it's going to be important for all of our states
Time is 12:10.
to be held accountable and to make sure their elections are secure.
Could the president just implement an executive order to get the SAVE Act across the finish line going?
There's a roof divergence, 12:10.
Well, that's a great question. I've not heard that question posed before.
So now they're making it look max bullish
I don't know the
and a
answer
little
to
bit
that,
bearish.
quite frankly.
He said he would be willing to
With
do
this
executive
divergence
action.
that the roof
So
did
I
not
wonder
clear
if
yet either.
you could do executive action on this, or do the states push back and say, no, elections are under the state purview?
Market bottom move fast as fuck.
I think that we all believe that
That's
states
what I see.
should control and run their elections, but I find it rich that
Mass
Democrats
confusion
who
before
are-
something about
who
to
are
happen, and
looking
there's
to
massive
nationalize elections
liquidity
all the
here.
time are using that as an argument on these very clear principles that I think are going to protect people across the country. And because we have so many states that are in question and how they're operating, listen, this
Fucking
is just
crazy.
something that's going to give the American people confidence in federal
The only reason why I'm
elections. That's what
saying this is because I've
about.
seen it
Making
before,
sure
up
that
and
in the
down. I'm
federal
not fucking
elections,
hoping right now.
These things happen. So nobody's taking
like
control
you just
away
heard
from
him,
the
these
states
things happen. Like I
and their
literally have
state and
seen it
local
before.
Congressman,
Why
we
the
will
fuck
be
would I
watching
say
your
things
work
just
on
out of
this.
my fucking ass based on candles? I really don't. A lot of people that do that. And QQQ, insanely bullish. I agree. Are they bugging out?
Morning Trade Live, it's time for the big picture. Let's welcome in the team from Charles Schwab now. We've got Cooper Howard, Director of Fixed Income Research and Strategy, and Michelle Gibley, Director of International Equity Research and Strategy, Schwab Center for Financial Research. A very good morning to you both. All right, Coop, let's just start with you because we've got the 10-year back at 408, so we're off the lows of the year. The next event risk, obviously, that we're looking at is going to be the FOMC minutes. I heard someone say this morning that that's a stable
Chris
as a
said, I don't
Christmas
believe in
cookie,
this.
but, obviously,
It's
it's
very,
nice to know
it's
what they were thinking
smart
about.
money is
Just
being
give us your thoughts on what to expect here
analysis
and
here
if this
too,
is going
and
to move
being
the needle.
sus of it all, because what's really
You know,
going
I
on
think
is the
that's a
market
good
is
analogy.
showing
I
us
don't
bearish into
necessarily
12,
think that it's going to move the needle.
and the market is
yes, we have come
showing
up a
us
little bit
bullish
off the
into
lows, but we
1210,
are still relatively
and
low
there is a
where we
roof
have been over the
divergence.
past
That
few
means the
months.
market is showing
I
it
do
on
expect
purpose.
that really
So
what the Fed minutes are going to
it's
show later
like
today is broad consensus to hold rates at this level.
they
for
haven't
an
cleared
extended
it
period
still.
of time.
That's something. I
So
mean, it could have
outside of,
cleared.
a few individuals.
It could still
we're
clear.
expecting that most individuals on the Fed
Right.
are projecting that they are going to continue to hold where we're at right now. And really, I think that that's probably appropriate.
They're
Our
making it
team
think.
still projects that we're going to get about 1 to 2 rate cuts this year.
It's not even
Right
like the
now,
HOD
Sam, the market's
divergence
pricing in
says it's
full
going to
2
100% do
25
this either
basis point
too.
rate
Like
cuts
it's
by the
different
end
in
of
every
the year,
single
with the
environment.
first
So
one
it's
starting
like,
in this summer. And I think really, if you look at the data, that does seem appropriate. The economy continues to hold
I think
up
they're
okay.
faking out the bulls
Labor
in
market
an
continues
advanced
to
way.
remain
It's
resilient.
bullish right now, so
despite
they're
that there
faking
is
out the
maybe
bear
some
zero
softening that we're
DT,
starting
but
to
I
see.
think in the higher time
Also,
frame,
if you look at inflation,
in some way they're
remains
faking out
above
the
the Fed's
bulls.
2% target, and it has
With the
for an extended period of time.
HOD
This is something
divergence
that we've
clearing
really
or
discussed
not,
for quite some time.
that's
So
what I think.
that really prevents the Fed potentially from cutting at a very aggressive path forward.
Okay.
I may be biased
Switching
right
gears
now,
to another
but I
central
mean,
bank,
still.
Michelle. Obviously, we are tracking
ranged
lines
up
this morning
with
of
this
Madame
sort of
Lagarde,
bullish and
potentially
chop,
stepping
chop,
down from her
pull
post
back
early
barely and come
over
back
the
up
ECB.
bullish. So
She has
I
navigated,
guess it's
obviously,
looking normal,
through
looking
a few
natural
years
too.
of a lot of
Bullish side, but
volatility, sort of post-pandemic as well. Keeping an eye on the euro.
there's
Not
a lot
too
cooking
much
up here
movement
now.
there, but obviously
Third
we've
high
had
today.
UK inflation
Second,
to chew on this morning as well.
if you
with
really look at 11.10
expectations
and
feeding into the
12.10, so
BOE's rate cut path as well. Just talk to us about how you're thinking about things over in Europe right now and FX moves.
Yeah, I would say that the outlook,
market is moving
at least in terms of the Eurozone, might be quietly
fast.
improving. And certainly if Lagarde leaves, that would be, she would be missed.
Like I said, it would
But,
probably.
you know, right now, inflation is pretty low and growth might be improving. We've seen a increase in German factory orders, the largest in 2 years, led by perhaps the first increase in German fiscal spending, and we've been waiting for that for a while.
Bull trap.
We've also seen the German and Eurozone CEW investor expectations jump when it comes to sentiment about the current situation. And that really follows a year of increased expectations about the future. And then Friday,
with the HOD divergence. I fucking told you market about to move fucking fast, and they fucked them all.
The PMI comes
fucked them where?
Into expansion.
I guess we're about to find
out,
huh?
Things, but
1/3, 2/3, and what do we see?
Better orders, sentiment,
3/3 on the QQQ.
Increased earnings.
What do we see on SPY? Different cycle. 12 p.m. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 small cycle.
Stick with you, Michelle, obviously with the international theme, because
10:35. I guess we could still argue 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, but we never got a divergence roof clear. So the cycle is different. They're trapping the amateur retail traders that only look at candles and that don't care about cycle, and time confirmation and higher things and divergences and HOD divergences and things like that. That's what I see. We'll see what happens. Time is 12:15.
With the holiday, but just wondering how you're thinking about that story, given everybody has been waiting to see the implementation of some of those investments.
Yeah, I think we still don't know some of the details.
And while they're doing that, they're cooking zero DT bears too.
Investments in several projects.
Zero DT calls have been cooked since about 1020. We never went higher, or kind of did, but never went lower. So I guess
talked about
zero DT puts are fucked.
Loan guarantees for these investments.
Environment.
But the Trump administration might press for direct funding. But when we think about Japanese stocks, they're really seeing a better outlook. As you mentioned, the Nikkei was up last night.
We went to the 0.5.
And there's some reasons for hope about the future with the decisive victory by Takaichi's LDP last week. And that's because this really decisive victory could usher in a period of political stability. And, we've in the recent years had a revolving door for the prime minister. So this reduction of uncertainty could lift valuations. We could get better economic growth, better earnings growth, and the potential for capital inflows on better confidence on that economic outlook, and higher bond yields as well could attract foreign investors and entice domestic investors to repatriate back to Japan. So, there's a lot of things going on right now for Japan, but I think in terms of Japanese stocks, I think it's a good outlook.
Yeah, and Coop, I just want to sort of pick up what Michelle left on there with respect to some of the high bond yields, no doubt, globally right now in places like Japan. Obviously, we're keeping an eye on other
level
markets
shit
out in
going
Europe
on
as well. On top of that, which is obviously going to be the next hurdle heading into the weekend, is the Supreme Court's
Whitehouse is live in 45 minutes. We are
which could perhaps, change
at the same place where we
the
were
landscape
45
as far as,
minutes ago.
Some of what Michelle was talking about with this FDI coming from Japan. We don't know. But how are you thinking about some of these things with respect to fixed income? I mean, could that move the needle?
In terms of how it impacts fixed income, and especially on the long end
is
of
at
the yield curve, really the way that I'm interpreting it is it's putting a floor on how much lower our bond yields can go. So the way we like to kind of break down the 10-year Treasury moves is moves in the Fed funds rate, inflation expectations, and then the term premium.
We need core line on.
Premium's kind of this catch-all, if you will, of a lot of uncertainty that's happening in the markets right now, or uncertainty that's happening in the global economy.
Look at this crazy bounce cycle coming. We had about 10 people leave.
Tariffs,
now they're back. Thank you for coming back. Or those that are here for the first time, please hit the subscribe and the like button on the channel and the video. Thank you very much. But yeah, the market frustrates everybody out, man.
Reason why we don't think that
with
yields
these
could go
cycles,
too much lower from where we're at right now.
Very
so
strong.
I think that there's probably more
DT
upside
cycles
with longer term yields, given all of those factors that Michelle has
smaller
mentioned,
setups here, medium setups here,
discussed.
bigger setups
going
here.
forward.
Like
So in terms of what we're suggesting investors do, Sam, right now we do think that
they
the
are
yield
cycling
curve is
though, meaning the
steepen,
bulls are winning here, the bears are winning here, the bulls are winning here, the bears are winning there. Like it's,
although it might not be a significant amount of steepening in the near term, because the Fed does appear to be on hold for the time being.
Hidden Angel says, "I'm about to throw my PC against the wall, fam." Yeah, that's what it truly gets us cooking and feeling.
Under things as far as what's happening
dude,
internationally and
let me tell you something, all right?
Guys, thanks so much for joining me today. Really appreciate it. Cooper Howard, Director of Fixed Income Research and Strategy, and Michelle Gibley, Director of International Equity Research and Strategy, Schwab Center for Financial Research.
high-profile social media trial in downtown L.A. Our Julia Borston is there and has more in today's Tech Check. Morning, Julia.
That's right. Mark Zuckerberg is expected to arrive here any minute and then to take the stand at the top of the hour at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. And he'll face tough questions about whether Meta designed features to be addictive and knew about the negative impact of their features on kids and teens. Now, this will be the first time that Zuckerberg is testifying in front of a jury in this first in a series of high-profile cases about social media safety that have been called the industry's big tobacco moment. And a number of seats in this courtroom are expected to be filled with bereaved parents holding photos of children who died after social media led to them encountering predators or them becoming depressed and suicidal. Now, in this particular case, a now 20-year-old woman says she suffered from the intentionally addictive features designed by Meta along with YouTube. TikTok and Snap were named in this case, but they have settled. Now, this case is considered a bellwether because Meta and YouTube have historically been shielded from legal liability for the content shared on their platforms by Section 230. But the novel approach of this suit, focused on product design and liability, could impact the way thousands of other cases could play out. Now, Meta denies these allegations, saying, quote, the question for the jury in Los Angeles is whether Instagram was a substantial factor in the plaintiff's mental health struggles. And Meta says they're confident the evidence will show our longstanding commitment to supporting young people. But the stakes in this and the following cases are high. Not only could Meta and YouTube have to pay monetary damages, but the jury and courts might also require Meta to change features such as infinite scroll, or may mandate stronger filters to prevent minors from being exposed to problematic content. Guys?
I need core line. Whitehouse is coming live in 40 minutes.
Markets last week, analysts calling it an AI scare trade. Others are arguing the sell-off is overdone. The industry's largest players, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, all investing some $650 billion in new AI infrastructure research and data centers. Investors weighing whether this spending wave signals confidence or a competitive pressure. Joining me now is Boosted.ai CEO Josh Pantoni. Josh, good to have you. Thanks very much for being here. What is
Fantastic to be here.
What is your reaction to this new scare on Wall Street that AI is going to have such a disruption for an increasing number of companies and sectors? That's what we saw, wealth creators, wealth management companies, software trade down last week, logistics as well as legal companies. Your thoughts?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there's two major pressures, and I think they're both very early. I think number one, AI is going to increasingly make the cost of actually producing software basically approach zero. It's going to become like water. That's naturally going to create some commoditization and huge downward pressure on costing of things like SaaS software. And I think the other side, too, that people are still a little bit underestimating is AI is going to make the sort of data creation and insight creation process also a lot cheaper than it was historically. So I think the market's starting to wake up to this, but I think we're actually in very early innings in terms of it actually impacting gross margins and ultimately impacting revenue. And so I think they'll be very disruptive over the next few years.
Josh, we're just learning this morning that Saudi-based Humane announced a $3 billion investment in XAI. You're seeing what people are calling circular deals. How would you assess some of these circular deals in terms of NVIDIA investing in OpenAI, using chips, and OpenAI would use NVIDIA chips? Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's both true. There's going to be absolutely massive disruption in the software space. I would also say that it's a little bit early in terms of knowing who the winners of AI are actually going to be. I think there will be a few consolidations that end up capturing a lot of this space. But to the point that you were making, there's definitely been a little bit of behavior kind of similar to what you would have seen in the late 90s with some of the large investments going in. I think the biggest trick with infrastructure is it's just hard to know when. There will be huge disruption driven by AI. There will be huge economics driven by AI. But AI is also seeing downward margin compression. And getting the timing wrong can also be problematic, even as an AI company.
Mike Lee?
So AI, look, you're taking data, and particularly the large models that we hear about out there are particularly awful in terms of math, investment prediction. At what point do you think things are going to turn the corner and there's going to be real predictive value for investing in using artificial intelligence to make investing decisions?
Motherfucker, this shit is artificial intelligence.
On the math front, LLMs are still not, phenomenal at thinking through math in a way that a human would, but they're getting really, really good at producing software that can do calculations and producing software that can do calculations on the fly. So I think that side of the equation, it's already gotten to the point where it can be fairly valuable. I think the other way that I like to think about it is classically AI in finance really could only think about short-term investing. You're thinking second to second, minute to minute, hour to hour, that kind of stuff. The long-term modeling of financial processes tended to be driven by human processes, and I think that's an area AI has actually gotten pretty good at this year too. And again, very early innings in terms of what the actual implications for that are.
So we've been talking about jobs all morning as well, and lots of people are expecting that AI is going to impact white-collar jobs. We were talking about what the CEO of Anthropic said, the CEO of Microsoft AI. Where are you on that in terms of AI perhaps replacing 50% of white-collar jobs within 1 to 5 years, is what the CEO of Anthropic said?
I think there's going to be massive changes in the labor force, but that doesn't mean that you necessarily wipe out all positions. I think there will just be new bottlenecks. For what it's worth, we actually think the biggest set of bottlenecks will be human-to-human interactions. And so a lot of manual work.
First of all, folks, there's a gap down here. So
a report, that probably gets
we'll see when that shit fills,
but parts of
first
the
of
job
all, there's a lot of puts too. That's true.
That actually becomes more
from
important
what happened last week.
And so the way I kind of think about it is there will probably be disruption in terms of what your job entails, but I would expect in 5 years there'll be just as many jobs as there are today.
Coming in with a
tell us about your company as you try to redefine investing.
What
in all of this for advanced users and beginners using AI to meet business needs.
I'm watching SPX for a little bit.
What we provide is basically creating these agents that can automate different parts of the investment process. If you're really experienced in a large buy-side hedge fund, that could be work like helping you build out a financial model. That could be work like helping you understand which parts of earnings seasons are having the biggest impact on your portfolio. If you're a retail investor, it could be something more related to helping you get started and thinking through what's happening in the world and maybe helping you take some of your financial objectives and turn them into actionable ideas.
Would you use this, the investors at the table? Would you use AI in terms of investment ideas?
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of coming together with research, figuring things out, I'm still unconvinced as to the predictive value. But in terms of putting things together and reducing time, I use a competitor of yours, DeepVest AI, like every day. I don't know that they're necessarily a competitor, but this is becoming a very crowded space, which I think is good for the financial advisor like me, the institutional investor, the average investor, because it's really putting together information to improve your odds, because I don't think we're there yet in terms of the predictive value.
Yeah. The way I like to think about it is a lot of these tools were classically only in the range for, extreme professionals. I think AI is really going to level the playing field. There's a lot of software and data sets that once you had to be a hedge fund with billions of dollars to access, that everyday people will be able to access. So I think you're right to think about it as more of a tool and more of a research mechanism as opposed to a predictive engine. But those kinds of insights are going to be very valuable because a lot of people did not have access to them before.
All right, we will leave it there. Josh, great to have you this morning. Thank you. Josh Pantone joining us there. We appreciate it.
Why does it look like it happened slow on SPX? Whitehouse is coming live in 32 minutes. Man, I want the White House to go live now. Schwab Network, Fox, we watch, Bloomberg, we watch. We need core line. We need core line.
Bouncing back as dip buyers return to the battered AI trade. Joining us to discuss is Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence. Mandeep, some stability in some important names as well, because Apple got caught up in this. Amazon did too. Are you seeing signs that maybe the worst of this is behind us?
Well, I think valuations, when you look at the software sector in general, were stretched prior to this drawdown. And, you know, a company like Palantir trading at 80 times sales when Anthropic, which is growing, you know, almost 10x in the past 12 months, you look at their private valuation, they were at a lower multiple. So some of those, I think, have corrected because of, you know, what has happened. But there's no doubt that there is still uncertainty around how much of the CapEx increase is going to memory, which has really gone up so much because of the shortages, and how much is it for real capacity. And we don't know exactly, you know, whether that 60% CapEx growth is going to translate into 50% plus additional capacity. And I think that's the concern in terms of how much are you going to get in terms of ROI and revenue growth versus how much is for component increases right now in that CapEx number.
Mandeep, to that point, do you think the regime has shifted? Do you think we're going to judge these companies differently? The metric is new, that the story of yesteryear is yesteryear, and that we're in a new place, a new phase.
Absolutely. I mean, token consumption, for example, is a new metric. And look, the market always looks for long-term revenue visibility. That's what is missing in the software sector right now. So if you can show that revenue visibility through that token consumption metric or RPO or backlog, some of the new metrics that are more tied to consumption of AI, I think that's where your multiples are going to re-rate. But until then, you will be in that penalty box.
Nouriel Roubini of Roubini Macro Associates joins us now for more. Nouriel, good morning. Good to see you.
Great seeing you.
Walked into the studio and said no longer Dr. Gloom, Dr. Boom. Is that right? What's behind the new Dr. Boom?
Well, I've been arguing for over a year that there's a productivity growth acceleration because of technology of the future. Everybody's obsessed about Gen AI, but there's also semiconductors, robotics.
Shut your ass up, boy! Not on my watch. On repeat, same shit all over again. Market is waiting until the White House press conference in 30 minutes. At the roof. What the helly?
Thank you. Sorry.
Artificial cybersecurity.
You got some stairs coming upstairs.
Cybersecurity. Cybersecurity. Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. Cyber. Cyber. What a spike up on QQQ and nothing. At the 0.5 fib, we are at. We need core line. Core line, folks, is coming. Core line incoming, folks. 1 p.m. Let's get ready. Let's get ready. Market is getting ready. Dude, you already know it's going to take 40 minutes until she's live. It's going to take 15, 20 minutes longer than 1 p.m. But here comes core line. Core line. Here we go. Core line. Core line is incoming. Time is 12:35. What an advanced level bull trap. Bulls are fucked off the HOD divergence at 12:10, 12:20. 12:20. Uno, dos, treso. Time is 12:35. Uno, doso, treso. Rejection off of 6, 9, 0, doce. CS 9, 0, doso. SPX8, por favor. We'll see. We'll see. And the realist watchers of my live stream remember the poll, right? The poll said based on candles, based on cycle, who is going to be in control into the end of the day. Realist watchers of my live stream remember, man. QQQ week 12:35. Trying to bounce, showing. Nevertheless, weak. Trying to go lower with a divergence for now. 12:20 low. Oh, Coraline. Oh, Coraline. How art thou, Coraline? I will go. Hallelujah. I will go. Motherfucking religious song. If 12 breaks, alright? I will just start singing hallelujah if it ever does. Alright, but if it could not, it could not. We'll see. 12:35 is creating an algo range. At the 0.5 fib we are at. It looked like we were going to drop, but no. Yet. Time is 12:40. Algo range created at 12:35 and 1 minute higher into 12:40. Maybe algo range chop or rejection happening. Not a rejection. Rejection? A chop? Hold 0.5 fib? 0.5 fib. Nasty. "20 minutes left until core line, and no den yet. Or are they fucking core line, please? Get on." Man, the VWAP is higher than it was earlier. We are $1 higher than we were earlier now. This is a big middle finger to 0DT. Candles happening, cycles are happening until the real direction shows. Hallelujah! 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 All right, the market is stronger than me right now. Market is stronger than me right now.
How was your trip? Oh, very delightful. My wife is Dominican and relatives.
What the fuck is this? A hover? A fake out? Fake out who? Bears or bulls? Both? What the fuck is this?
Unfortunate. Brian Cole? No. Brett Hyman? What's the... have you seen his standing room only? Yeah. You think it's...
I'm gonna go take a piss.
So they've got 20 minutes plus... I'm thinking 120. 130? You already said the over under. So you think it'll happen later? I think it'll go 117.
All right, I'm back.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Audio check, audio check.
Mic check, mic check, audio check, audio check.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, here we go, here we go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, this sound good?
Initial jobless claims tomorrow, GDP next day. 1, 2, 1, 2, mic check, mic check. Whitehouse press conference, Whitehouse press conference. Most important of the day, I guess. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. The 3/3 is getting eaten alive. The 3/3 is getting eaten alive. Sheesh. What a 3/3 day. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Time is 12:40. bears are here, the bears are here, they wanna go eat and they wanna go eat the Red Riding Hood. The bears are here to go lower. Maybe 8 points on SPX and we figure out if he wants to break 12. Please do. Let's see. Maybe. Not. No. But IWM going. QQQ is terrifying. And SPY is holding. Time is 12:45 inside the 12:40 candle for now. Okay. Will the bears eat the Red Riding Hood? Will the Kung Fu Panda pandas come in? Kung Fu Panda Part 7. Will the Dragon Warrior do a skadoosh? We will find out shortly enough. Into the Whitehouse press conference at 1 p.m. that the whole world is waiting for it all day long today since about 10 a.m. That's when the Whitehouse press conference came out scheduled at 10-ish. We went nowhere since around 10:20. Chopping it up 0 DT, chopping it up 1 DT. Anything close dated, chopping it up since 10. This looks like for now. Kung Fu Panda Part 7. Poe is fighting the fake Dragon Warrior. Someone said, I'm eating Kung Fu Panda. Lol. Algo range at 12:40. Oh my, I have to draw this algo range. One last nasty one before the Whitehouse press conference, right at the 0.5 fib. This shit is sick as fuck to see. Time is 12:45. That's the 12:45 candle. Market is playing card games right now, going up and down. Card in, card out. Now it's 12:50. What the beep? That's how I feel right now. Just like that motherfucking bell. What the beep? Can you believe it? Nvidia is back at 189. Holy fuck. I'm gonna watch the video this week. If that shit goes to 206, holy fuck. I will with my entire fucking life. No, I'm kidding. God damn! That's crazy. Nvidia up 2.31% today. I'm a fucking rocket shit up since yesterday. God damn! Wow. Trading an epic wedge at the roof. Options, emotion playing, creating an epic wedge at the roof. Kind of a shit show, but fuck. This is America. Our great American. What a fucking shit show. Should I delete the 0.5 fib or leave it? I'll do whatever you guys want to do. It's in place still. This shit could break higher. If this breaks higher, then the trend line's somewhere up there. But for now, I'm leaving it like this. Today's an advanced day. Advanced day. And my chart frozen. Well, first area level of support. First level, second level area of support. We'll see what happens on IWM. Third level area of support. There's a lot. Spike it up. So this is a fake trend line or whatever trend line. To be safe, it's something more likely up here showing. Or this. But I'm still going to leave it as how it was. Let's see. Make this orange. Downward sloping channel in a bullish environment, trying to break out. VIX is 18.6, what it was earlier. One, two, three, four, five, six. We are showing 690 really hard today into tomorrow. So the vibe I am getting is that this feels almost like last year of February and December, when we were in some sort of a acknowledged downward trend, but we are trying to bounce intraday, into the next day. So we'll see what kind of setup this plays out into. This is one hell of a way to cook all bears, maybe. HOD diversion should fucking just run it today. What the fuck is this cycle now? IWM at 1% green. Man, what the fuck is this cycle now? This shit broke. Yeah, whatever. I'm not drawing that. 1255. Oh my god, I gotta draw it. Oh my god. Yo. What the fuck is this shit? I don't know. This don't make sense. Ah! What a fucking crazy ass cycle. This shit looks bullish in my eyes because it feels fake. It looks bullish in my eyes at this point, so. QQQ, same fucking spot. Man, QQQ, same fucking spot. Shit is pulling with everything in here in QQQ. Time is 1. HOD divergence is clearing. Yo, 0 DT, they fucked today up. Wow. look at these look at these 1DTs now. They're like normal price now too. Oh my gosh. See. Wow. Damn. Yo, relentless chop. Shit is fucking relentless chop. Nasty ass fucking candles. HOD divergence cleared. Nasty ass fucking candles. Chop, chop, chop. Oh. There's some sort of channel here too. They use that as a support. SPY's up 0.9% now. Oh my god. Motherfucker's crazy with it. Teeth. Fucking laughing. They said, ha 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 ha. Fucking laughing. got another nice fill. Let's see what the fuck happens. Let's see what the fuck happens. A 1 p.m. high of the day. Burger. That's incredible. I'm just gonna leave it like that. That's fucking incredible. $110. Guys, let's hit the like button. If you guys have not hit the like button yet, please hit the like button for the YouTube algorithm. Thank you very much. I think there's something happening up here with this shit. This might be sick as fuck for someone to see. I don't do shit on technical analysis, but this is technical analysis nevertheless. This is some nasty ass shit. This is what I was thinking about mentally 5-7 minutes ago, but this is what they're fucking doing right now. I've never seen something like this either. I've never, where they create a channel and create another channel on top and create another channel on top of it, so I'm just gonna fucking leave it because I've never seen it before. Got Fed minutes in 50 minutes. Yeah, but we have the Whitehouse press live now. Caroline is coming live soon. Sick ass. There's another divergence at the roof. 12:10 and 1 p.m. There's another divergence at the roof that they never cleared. They just did that with the new HOD. I thought the shit cleared. 609.74 actually. 609.71. It cleared. 609. Hold on. 77. 609.74. It did not clear. That's fucking retarded. It never cleared the HOD divergence. Time is 1:15. Whether they go higher or lower, HOD divergence is a massive hope now. For the bulls, hoping it comes back and clears it. For the bears, hoping it doesn't clear it and rejects anyway. Time is 1:15. All right, but everybody, when Caroline gets on, make sure you say good afternoon, good evening, Caroline. And please make sure you hit the like button on this live stream if you are here. Thank you very much. Wherever you are in the world, God bless wherever you are. Just hit the smack the like button. We're about to see some volatility. Everything is fucking terrifying as shit right now. Everything is terrifying as shit right now. Bulls are wetting their pants. The bears are wetting their pants. 0 DT, fucking 1 DT, fucking next week, fucking 2 DT, fucking 3 DT. This shit is a motherfucking critical moment in our time. Very, very, very critical moment. Oh my god. I'm actually kind of speechless that we're here forever. Like I'm talking about since 10:40 in the morning. Just first of all, this shit feels like deja vu from fucking February 13th. When was February 13th? Last week on Friday. This shit's fucking deja vu yet again. I am scared as fuck. It's just, I'm not scared as fuck because this is what happened to me last year in December. So, I should be scared as fuck, but I've done shit that scared me like this before. Even way harder. I've done some dumbass shit in my life, but I think so did everybody once in their life. But yeah, I've done some stupid ass things in my life, like not selling fucking 20k fucking profit or some shit, and then watching it revert in 20 minutes or some shit on some stupid ass fucking name, or like, you know, or 18,000, whatever the fuck it was, 10k. Like, I've done some dumbass shit in my life when I was young, so. Times are now. That's all that matters. Times are now. 122. 125 is here in 50 seconds. I mean, I said this shit was an advanced fucking bull trap, but like I don't even fucking know anymore. But like, if this shit is, like, I don't even know what the fuck to call this shit, because never have I in my life have I seen some sort of a fucking channel up. I mean, I have, I guess, but not in this way. Not in the way I drew. So yeah, no. Never have I ever. Bears are here. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 trine. Time is 1:25 in 16 seconds. This is so weird. You live and you learn. Or you don't learn and you just live. The majority of the people do that. They just live. It's a little bit more. Take to life. Deep. Line. VC Ninja says Caroline is not here. What the fuck is a Caroline? Coraline! Coraline! We need you! Coraline is here! Coraline is here! Coraline is live, folks. Time is 12. Time is 1:25! Coraline is here! Let's see it, Coraline. I want to see a big smile, Coraline, and say good afternoon, good evening. Good, nice smile. Coraline. I want a nice smile, Coraline. 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 Gorilla line. Coraline. Whatever the 12 breaks. Bigger cycle happening. If and when 12 breaks. Cool. Align. Capital K, space, or align. Like California. Or North Carolina. Or align. Nice. Cool. Or align. Cool. Weak as sheet. Get that shit out of here. That's what I'm saying, baby! Woo! Get that shit out of here, baby! Alright, what the fuck? Get that weak shit out of here. Alright, what the fuck are you talking about? Alright, now we're back inside the downward channel. Alright, let's see where this bitch goes. Weak as a motherfucking candle. Get that fucking shit out of here, boy. Boy? Fuck you talking about, boy? Fuck you talking about, boy? Can't candle me, boy! Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Oh my. Get that fucking shit out of here, boy. HOD divergence. They're going lower with it. HOD divergence. IWM for support testing. IWM first support testing. Woo! 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 Something! Woo!
Scheduling announcements for the remainder of President Trump's very busy week. Today at 3 p.m., President Trump will host a Black History Month reception in the East Room of
Black
the White
History
House.
Month!
I know many of you will attend, and we will see you up there. Tomorrow, President Trump will host
Black
a
History
Board of
Month!
Trustees meeting at the Donald J. Trump Institute of Peace, where he will announce that member states have pledged more than $5 billion towards the Gaza humanitarian and reconstruction efforts, and have also committed thousands of personnel to the International Stabilization Force and local police.
Whitehouse press conference!
Security and
Hold on, baby!
Tomorrow
Good
afternoon,
afternoon!
Good
evening!
To the great state of Georgia, where he will visit 2 local businesses and give a speech on his efforts to make life affordable for working people. On Friday, President Trump will host a working breakfast with governors in the East Room here at the White House.
Now what?
And on Saturday night, President
Now
Trump
what?
and the First Lady will host the annual Governor's Dinner. Next, I'd like to provide an update on the economy.
The next level it
We're
has to
seeing
break, and I
promising
start
signs
screaming.
every day that 2026
And it breaks
is
here, I
going
start
to
screaming.
be a record successful year for the American people, just as President
Coraline,
Trump promised
baby.
them. The January jobs report
Cora-
shattered
Aline.
expectations, highlighting how the president's
I
pro-growth
love you, girl.
economic agenda is fueling
Hypothetically
America's
speaking.
prosperity.
Woo!
The economy added 172,000 new private sector jobs to kick off
Coraline.
the year. That's more than
130.
2.5 times economists' predictions. The labor force participation rate went up while the unemployment rate fell. The prime age labor force participation rate is now at its highest since 2001. Most importantly, 100% of all job creation under President Trump continues to be in the private sector. This is truly remarkable. That's 615,000 private sector jobs that have been added in President Trump's second term thus far. These are real working people. These are real American families who will be living out their American dream. Meanwhile, federal government
The American dream!
Lowest level since 1960.
The American dream, folks!
29.
You heard it from her, not me!
And all of the net
The American dream!
Trump has gone to native-born Americans, ending the disgraceful pattern under Joe Biden of job gains going to non-citizens and illegal aliens. Additionally, on inflation, the new CPI report is even more proof of the progress made by President Trump. Despite all of the doom casting from the so-called experts, the president has managed to utilize powerful tariffs to secure trillions of dollars in investments into our country and rebalance our trade deals while simultaneously cooling inflation. Year-over-year inflation fell to 2.4% in January, beating expectations again.
Motherfucker, I got that American dream. I want a Maserati.
Core inflation, the best measure of inflation, dropped to its lowest level in nearly 5 years. Meanwhile, real average hourly earnings for all private sector workers rose in the month of January, which means more money is going back directly.
Give me that candle below VWAP, baby.
After only 1 year of President Trump back
one
in
nice
office,
candle
real
below VWAP
earnings
at this
for
point.
all private sector workers
did.
have outpaced inflation by nearly $1,400, earning back roughly half of the $2,900 they lost under Joe Biden when 40-year high inflation was stealing Americans' purchasing power. President Trump's policies are and will continue to allow Americans' incomes to go further for bills, retirement, and achieving the American dream. A key part of the American dream is buying a home.
Trying
and
to
that is
go
finally
lower.
becoming more affordable under this president. This past week, it was announced the annual mortgage cost for a new home has fallen by $4,000 so far under President Trump, after rising by roughly $15,000 under Joe Biden.
Heart attack candles.
As a result, mortgage affordability has reached a 4-year best, following recent bold action by the president to make home ownership more attainable for American families, not large Wall Street corporate institutional investors.
Oh my God! 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. The Bears are here. Time is 1:30. Since when?
Nearly $100 Trump, after rising more than $3,000 under Joe Biden. And many are crediting that to the president's deportation efforts to remove illegal aliens from our communities and therefore from housing that should be American citizens. At the grocery store, the price of eggs, dairy, cheese, fresh fruit, apples, oranges, potatoes, tomatoes, and butter have fallen since President Trump took office,
tomatoes,
and
potatoes.
He is continuing to fight
bread,
for
butter,
even
tomatoes,
lower
potatoes,
prices
bread,
at the
butter,
grocery
tomatoes,
store for
potatoes,
American
bread,
consumers.
butter, tomatoes, potatoes.
Fuel prices are down
Caroline, yes!
over the past year.
Yes,
The average
baby!
national price for a gallon of
Caroline,
gas
yes, baby!
is now less than $3 and is approaching $2.70 in some states, and much lower than that in many states across the country as well. We've seen in several states gas is under $2 a gallon. And at the pharmacy, prescription drug prices are down over the past year, with even more price relief ahead for American patients, thanks to President Trump's most favored nation drug pricing deals and the great health care plan, which he is calling on Congress to pass as soon as possible. What President Trump wants Americans to understand
Anything
is
below
that
fucking
this is
VWAP
only
3/3.
the start, and the best is yet to come. The historic success that we have seen since he took office is just the beginning of enormous growth and opportunity that we are about to witness, and I know the president looks forward to hitting the road and being with the great people of Georgia tomorrow to talk about just this. So with that, today, I know there's a lot of news. I will open it up to take your questions, and we're going to start, as always, with our new media seat, the great Michael Graham from Inside Sources. Thank you for being here, Michael.
Thank you for having us, and thanks from our 200 newspaper partners around the country. So you mentioned gas. We didn't mention natural gas. And back where you live, your friends and family are paying among the highest prices for natural gas to heat their home, and for electricity generation, the #1 source of power across New England. The cheap gas is in Pennsylvania. The 2 highest places to buy gas in the country, New York City and Boston. The problem is blue states will not allow the gas to travel to produce electricity or to reach customers. When President Trump first came back in office, there was some talk, him and Governor Hochul in New York. When will consumers in the Northeast feel relief from President Trump's energy policies, and what can he do about state objections to expansion of infrastructure? Then have a quick follow-up.
Sure, absolutely. Well, the president has promised all Americans across the country, and in particular in the Northeast, where we do
I don't know anything about below VWAP. It might go below and then trap here, but I'm expecting somewhere down here at the minimum.
Of the Democrat
not today. If not today, I don't know.
From the federal government's perspective, the president and the National Energy Dominance Council, Secretaries Wright and Burgum, are doing all we can when it comes to federal permitting. The drill baby drill agenda is
this shit is now the 3/3 cycle happening.
Has made a huge push for more fossil fuels
inside the
in this country. You look at what he did last week with
risky
respect to
things
coal.
happening.
Coal
130
truly keeps the lights
algo
on in
range.
this country. We learned that in the recent winter storms. However, there's only so much that can be done at the federal level. That's why the president has called on blue state governors to participate in this energy dominance agenda, including
dog shit cycle unless it drops below VWAP for me. Dog shit cycle
to get this Constitution pipeline
I like it,
underway. This is not only going to bring the cost of energy in the Northeast, it's also going to support job growth and energy affordability and more opportunity for workers in the Northeast. And
I'm about to go get an $8 bacon, egg, and cheese after this shit if this shit goes well.
That I found
I bought that shit at 7 a.m. in the morning and ate that shit like a motherfucking.
Red states with Republican legislatures currently enjoy lower average retail electricity prices than blue states with Democrat legislatures. And that's exactly why the president is calling on all blue state governors across New England and the Northeast to get on board let's bring prices down for all Americans, whether they live in a red or a blue state.
So right down the street from your alma mater, San Antonio College, you talk about building an ICE facility that's causing a lot of political agita in New Hampshire, and for the Republican governor, Kelly Ayotte. Seems to be some miscommunications argued on both sides. Even Republican supporters of Trump who live in the town say, we're not sure we want this. What's your message to the folks in New Hampshire about this proposed ICE facility?
The message is that illegal immigration, while the border is secure, is still a problem across our entire homeland. And the previous administration allowed nearly 20 million illegal aliens from countries all over the world into our country. And the President and Secretary Noem have done a phenomenal job at deporting. Nearly 3 million illegals have left the country either through
market moving like a whole fucking dollar in 3 minutes.
Over the past year. Obviously,
market moving $1 in fucking 3 minutes right now.
In our homeland. That includes in New England. There are many within our communities in New Hampshire, in Maine, and definitely in Massachusetts and in the Boston suburbs that need to be arrested, detained, and deported back to their home countries. And so the President and Secretary Noem, and I know ICE, are engaged with local governors across the whole country, including in New Hampshire, to open more detention facilities. This is an unfortunate consequence of the previous administration's border invasion that the President has thankfully put a stop to, but of course we still need to grapple with the illegal alien criminals who are here, and that requires more detention space. Thank you, Michael.
What
Garrett.
the fuck cycle is this right now, bro? What the fuck?
Unless you want to give can you share a little bit about the President's thinking on whether or not to strike Iran, who he's talking to, what information he's consuming, and why a strike might be necessary on a nuclear program he says was obliterated by the last U.S. strike?
Well, there's many reasons and arguments that one could make for a strike against Iran. The President had a very successful operation as Commander-in-Chief with Operation Midnight Hammer, as you know, as you just said, totally obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities. The President has always been very clear, though, with respect to Iran or any country around the world, diplomacy is always his first option, and Iran would be very wise to make a deal with President Trump and with this administration. He's talking to many people. Of course, his national security team, first and foremost, and you know who the members of that team are. And this is something, obviously, the President takes seriously. He's always thinking about what's in the best interests of the United States of America, of our military, of the American people. And that's how he
they cycle here and go lower below VWAP. I think that they could cycle and trap even more, but yeah, I guess they're cycling here. I don't know, 50-50, I don't know. Even if they go below VWAP,
convince the American people,
I don't want to speculate. I'm just
hear something about that in the State of the Union to make the case for why something like that might be necessary to risk American lives.
Look, again, I'm not going to engage in a hypothetical. Good try, Garrett, but you can't catch me there. I will say, with respect to the State of the Union, you'll be hearing more about what is to come from the President's speech very soon. At the
Caroline's like me, bro. Market almost tried. Good try. Good catch, Garrett.
Tune in. Ed.
Caroline, that's the best.
Thank you. I got 2 questions for you. About Independence Hall in Philadelphia, the administration's decided to appeal a judge's ruling that in essence was trying to put the slavery displays back, arguing that the federal government believed it had the power to disassemble and disassemble historical truths when it has some domain over historical facts. The judge said it does not. The administration said that you were planning to put up updated interpretive materials and provide a fuller account of the history of slavery at Independence Hall. What more was the administration, or is the administration, planning to add?
I'm not familiar with this specific instance, Ed, to be honest with you, but I will check in with the appropriate people who are overseeing this, and we'll get you a more firm answer.
One other question. Then yesterday, in his statement about Jesse Jackson, the President said, despite the fact that I'm falsely and consistently called a racist by the scoundrels and lunatics of the radical left.
I would just also like to say, those people that are here, at some point, IWM is going to pull back. The day IWM pulls back, the market will also likely pull back. I'm not saying IWM is going to pull back right now. I'm just saying the day IWM stops going fucking bullish every fucking goddamn intraday, you may see SPY get help lower. That's just a fucking fact, alright?
event later this afternoon at 3 p.m. to celebrate Black History Month and to talk about how his policies are advancing opportunity and prosperity for all Americans through record tax cuts, through the Trump accounts that all Americans can access regardless of race.
I don't want to.
For the next generation of Americans, the president has also awarded hundreds of millions of dollars in additional funding to strengthen educational outcomes at historically black colleges and universities across the country. Again, the president is protecting the hard-earned benefits of the 2.4 million black veterans who honorably served in our nation's armed forces by
we are now inside some sort of a downward trending channel that we faked out and broke out into one, and we trapped with the three-thirds bearish. This is three-thirds bearish. We are inside a downward trending channel. We'll see where this thing goes, but the bears are in control.
Will we be able to get a breakdown of which countries are providing each of those pledges?
Yes.
And which countries are
Since
I'll provide that breakdown, and I'm also happy to provide
it's been
the list
40
of
minutes.
Attending tomorrow. I know it's
Let's see where she goes.
I'll spare myself reading you the list of 20 countries from the podium, but we will provide it, and the president will be opening the meeting tomorrow with remarks, and we'll sort of formally be chairing the meeting at the beginning before he departs for Georgia tomorrow.
And then on the sewage spill, this on the federal and officially that some of that aging infrastructure
I'm sorry, I'm in
concerned that this particular pipe wasn't even of the most urgent concern. Do you know if the government is looking into which other pipes could be at risk of collapsing?
Well, the next step in this process is for any of the three local
jurisdictions from the top, baby.
Commonwealth of Virginia, the state of Maryland and Governor Moore, or the District of Columbia to step forward and to ask the federal government for help and to ask for the Stafford Act to be implemented here so that the federal government can go and take control of this local infrastructure.
They could bounce in the 3/3. Bears are in control. Bearish. They are dumping.
Bearish!
Let's go! I'm green for the day now. Let's go! Woo! Woo! Fuck dust! Woo! Fuck dust! Woo! Time is 1:45.
Card from the American Society of Civil Engineers. This is the same grade they've received.
VIX got crushed, right?
Earlier.
I told you
There
VIX
has been
got
no
crushed.
Under the leadership of Governor Moore, he's clearly shown he's incapable of fixing this problem, which is why President Trump and the federal government are standing by to step in. And for all of the environmentalists in the room and across the District of Columbia, let's all hope and pray that this governor does the right thing and ask Trump to get involved, because it will be an ecological disaster if the federal government does not step in to help. But of course, we need the state and local jurisdictions to make that formal part of the legal process to move forward. Peter.
So you said that any of the three Democrats just need to ask. A few minutes ago, Maryland's Governor Wes Moore asked. He said, if the president wants me to ask nicely, our response is this.
3/3 bearish cycle. They can trap it.
You're
not below VWAP. I said we are. I said below VWAP in the WhatsApp group possible at 1:33. I said anything below VWAP is 3/3 cycle can trap. Right now it's 11 minutes ago. Fucking crazy.
FEMA, with the Army Corps of Engineers, with the Environmental Protection Agency. Again, we've been standing by. This is a problem we want to fix, not just for the federal government, but for everyone who lives in the District of Columbia, including all of you. So you're welcome.
To your point about that, there are a lot of events coming up for America 250. The president wants people from all over to come to the nation's capital. Is he worried that by the summer, the Potomac River will still smell like poop?
Thank you, Caroline.
He is worried about that. That is why the federal government wants to fix it, and we hope that the local authorities will cooperate with us in doing so. Steve.
My baby Coraline.
Be used for in Board of Peace, and will that be sort of a down payment for much more money?
You'll be hearing more about that tomorrow at the meeting. If you recall, at the first meeting when we were in Davos, Jared Kushner did provide a very detailed PowerPoint presentation for the vision of Gaza, the reconstruction and the humanitarian efforts, of course, providing local security on the ground. That will be part of the discussion tomorrow.
My baby Coraline, baby.
Security. First, you must
achieve
security to get to prosperity, which is sort of the second part of
Cora.
it. You'll be hearing more about that.
I would
just point out, $5 billion worth of investment. We're talking about reconstructing Gaza. I remember when those words came from the president's lips in the East Room many months ago, and all of you in the press were bewildered at how the president could have such an ambitious goal of rebuilding Gaza, which is obviously a place that has been just turmoiled by violence and chaos for many, many years. But we are well underway in doing that, and it's a historic accomplishment for this president.
Secondly, is the president seeing enough progress in the Iran talks to let negotiations go a little further? I mean,
607 on the Qs.
I think you heard from the administration and the State Department yesterday that
687 on SPY VWAP.
But we're still very far apart on some issues. I believe the
volume weighted average price of the
come
day.
Back to us with some more detail in the next couple of weeks, and so the president will continue to watch how this plays out. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. On these Iranian I mean, how much time?
What a fucking day today. I knew this White House press conference was something huge, but wow.
And has he given the Iranian officials a deadline on when he wants to see a deal?
It's a fair question, Rachel, but I'm not going to set deadlines on behalf of the President of the United States from up.
And then just one more on the shutdown. We're now in this partial shutdown over DHS funding. Has the president personally spoken to the Democratic leaders in Congress? Can we expect to see them at the White House to try to make a deal on this?
Not to my knowledge, he hasn't had any direct conversation or correspondence with Democrat lawmakers recently. It doesn't mean he's not willing to. I'm just not aware of any conversations.
The only support here is
the White House
GWAP now.
And the president's
and
representatives
the downward sloping channel that we are in,
with both Democrats and
above
Republicans,
or below.
But of course, Democrats are the reason that the Department of
Market
Homeland
could chop
Security
at the
is
VWAP
currently
or it could
shut
go
down.
to
They
search
have
the
chosen
bottom
to
or the
act
top
against the American people for political reasons. And now we have FEMA workers, the men and women of the United States Coast Guard, men and women of TSA who keep our airports moving, who will be working without paychecks for no good reason
shit unless
other
I
than
see
the
more.
Democrats wanting to pick a fight with Donald Trump. And the president thinks that is irresponsible and despicable. He wants the government to be open. We've been engaged in good faith negotiations with the Democrats. Last night they sent over a counter proposal that frankly was very unserious, and we hope they get serious very soon because Americans are going to be impacted by this. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. President Trump has talked about
VWAP is cycling, building,
order on voter ID.
liquidity or something
details
at
you
least.
can provide about for that, and can you talk about any steps that you're taking to overcome core challenges that you've kind of faced in this area before on voting?
Well, as the president said in that Truth Social post, he's discussing and exploring legal options for a potential executive order with respect to voter ID, but this is something he's made very clear he wants Congress to get done. The Save America Act is a common sense piece of legislation that has now passed the House of Representatives to ensure that voter ID is a requirement in the United States of America. This is a common sense policy that nearly 90% of the country agrees with. You need an ID to go and purchase alcohol. You need an ID to go to the library and check out a book. And so the president thinks you should have an ID to vote in our nation's elections.
Wow.
And I know the vast
It's
majority of Americans agree with him on that. And he wants Congress to move quickly to get it done.
$1 whole dollar.
Sure.
On Cuba,
$1 whole dollar.
It's increasingly being described as a humanitarian crisis. What is a successful outcome for the U.S. that the U.S. wants to see in Cuba? Is there anything less than regime change that would be considered success?
I think as Secretary Rubio
This shit
has
bugging out.
articulated and the president himself, we obviously want to see flourishing and prosperous democracies
IWM bugging
all
out
over the
right
world,
now.
Especially in our own hemisphere.
Playing in the 3/3 Bears cycle. The Bears are in
States
control.
may take to get there, but of course that's in the United States' best interest to have Cuba be a truly free and prosperous democracy. Unfortunately, right now that is not the case. They are a regime that is falling. Their country is collapsing. And that's why we believe it's in their best interest to make very dramatic changes very soon.
Bears are still here playing in the 3/3.
Following up on Gaza, this $5 billion, who exactly will be in charge of managing this money? Would that be the president himself making the final decision on how these funds are spent?
It will be the Board of Peace, which the president is, of course, the chairman of, but all of the member parties, I believe, will have votes on the funding. And then, of course, there is that technocratic layer underneath the official Board of Peace with the member countries that will be making decisions as well. So if you just go back and look at the first event that we had where we sort of unveiled the structure of the Board of Peace, that structure remains in place, and they'll be overseeing the funds that will be announced tomorrow for their reconstruction and humanitarian efforts. Sure.
Another
Question on that Board of Peace announcement. You mentioned there will be the announcement of who comprises that International Stability Force. How soon will that force be deployed? And have all of the regional partners, all of the regional countries signed off on the makeup of that force?
I don't have a timeline for you today, but again, I'm sure you'll hear more about this tomorrow. So you'll join us at the event. Deanna.
Thanks, Caroline. 2 questions.
Sure.
First, the president has talked a lot about housing affordability, and several countries that are facing housing shortages, including Canada, for example, have imposed a ban on non-citizens, like foreigners, from buying their houses. Do you know if that's a strategy that the president would be willing to deploy?
Well, first of all, the president is obviously committed to deporting illegal aliens from our country and those who are not lawfully present in the United States, which he has done at a record pace, which has led to the falling of rents, as I pointed out in my opening remarks. Secondly, the president has recently announced that he is fighting for a ban on institutional investment corporations from family homes he lived in his opinion, by American families. We know this is going to have a remarkable impact on the housing market and on the American consumer and the American family. And then thirdly, the president is also expediting permitting as fast as we possibly can to build more homes to supply to all
I feel like fucking Mario! Luigi!
So as I mentioned,
let's go!
Housing more
God damn!
There's still a lot more
Let's
to do.
go!
Is still digging his
I
way out of
don't
the mess
give
that was
a
created
fuck! I've
by
been waiting
Joe
for
Biden's
3 hours!
administration and jacking up
I've been
mortgage
waiting
rates
for
and
3
jacking up
hours
housing
since
costs,
10:40.
We do see very positive trends in this direction, and the president
God
wants the United States to be a nation of owners, not renters. He wants families to live in homes, not institutions and big corporations. Michael.
Stupid as fuck.
Secondly, on Ukraine,
Stupid as fuck.
yesterday, Zelensky
3/3 bearish! 3/3 bearish! I was fucking hoping on 684.8, but holy shit, they're doing it.
And not Russia. Has the president
Man!
comments, and when the president says that Ukraine has to make concessions, is he referring to giving up Donbass?
I think the president would respond to that by saying he does not think it's fair that thousands of Ukrainians are losing their lives.
Oh my God!
In this deadly war.
I'm about to I'm about to pass out.
Have committed
oh my God!
a tremendous amount of time and energy in bringing this war that is very far away from the United States of America,
on my
but nevertheless,
677.
This is a president of peace.
18% on my 690 now.
To bringing
oh my
to
God!
an end. Just yesterday, there was another round of trials between the U.S., Russia, and Ukraine. Meaningful progress made in both parties. Both sides agreed to update their respective leaders and to continue to work towards a peace deal together. So there will be another round of talks in the future. But I think the president views this entire situation as very unfair, not just for Russians and Ukrainians who have lost their lives, but also for the American people and the American taxpayer who were putting the bill for this war effort before President Trump put a stop to it. And I would just remind everyone around the world that the United States is still selling weapons to NATO that are then being sent to Ukraine in their defense of their freedom in their
Time
borders.
is 1:55. God bless the America.
For joint naval exercises in the Gulf of Oman this week. Has the president issued any kind of warning to Russia or even China?
All right, trap trying off of 155.
Decides to strike Iran.
Not to my knowledge, no, or not that I would dictate from this podium.
Trap trying off at 155.
With world leaders, with respect to that, again, when it comes to Iran, the president has a decision to make, and he will do that. And I'm not going to broadcast what that decision may be ahead of him.
President Barack Obama, Caroline, was recently asked if aliens are real. He says they're real, but he hasn't seen them. The president's daughter-in-law, Lara Trump, told Miranda the Post that the president has a prepared speech on this issue that he prepares to deliver at the right time. Is that true? And does the Trump administration believe aliens are real?
Well, a speech on aliens would be news to me. That sounds very exciting, though. I'll have to check in with our speech writing team. And that would be of great interest to me personally, and I'm sure all of you in this room, and apparently former President Obama, too. So we'll keep you posted on that. Tyler.
The White House has touted an unprecedented amount of cooperation with counties in Minneapolis after the negotiations with Tom Homan. Are those written or verbal deals with the sheriff? how many have agreed to cooperate on immigration enforcement who previously refused to do so?
Yeah, the last time I spoke with Mr. Homan, which was just a few days ago, he assured us that nearly every single county in the state of Minnesota has agreed to notify ICE when they are releasing criminal
Insane cycles
from
we're
their
seeing
jails.
right now.
This is an unprecedented level of cooperation
Since what?
that we have not seen. It has led to not only cooperation,
Insane cycles we're seeing right now.
Yo,
insane cycles.
Some very heinous people who none of you would want living.
Oh
in
my
God,
God,
it's
it's
also led
crazy.
to a much more calm situation on the ground. We've also seen, and you've seen this with your own eyes play out, the local police and the state police have now cooperated in the arrests of left-wing agitators and criminals who are unlawfully obstructing immigration enforcement in their efforts. So this is a huge win. And again, the president sent Mr. Homan to Minnesota to do a job, and he has done it well. And I think the situation on the ground proves that.
Are those like written agreements that they've been signed?
I don't know if it's bearish anymore or bullish. They went below VWAP and they trapped it. So now they're at VWAP. I don't know. We could, if they cycle here for 20, 40 minutes, maybe. But like now we're deciding, I guess.
These counties are notifying ICE when they are releasing
Oh my
from
God.
their jail, and we do know that
150
they are
fucking
left-wing
crazy. Got
agitators
my blood
who
boiling.
unlawfully impeding law
155
enforcement.
fucking even
There's
crazier.
video
Got
to
my
show
blood
it.
boiling.
Show it.
Crazy.
You with your own eyes.
Yo, I left some into that massive candle, but still, this is fucking crazy.
You mentioned two things.
Yo.
DHS closed and the SAVE Act IDs. Both of these could get solved in 15 minutes if Senate Leader John Thune simply got rid of this phony 60-vote cloture rule and got 51 votes, and that would be the end of it, because everyone in this room
Insane
knows
cycles
if the
we're
Democrats
witnessing.
take over, they'll get rid of that rule
Insane
in
cycles
90
we're
minutes.
witnessing.
They already tried it one time, and the two Democratic senators that stopped it
This
are no
might
longer
be the
there,
0.5
Manchin
fib
and Sinema.
from today's low,
President
honestly.
Trump is backing a lot of these senators for re-election, and yet they will not get rid of the 60-vote cloture rule, which is holding everything up. What is the president's position on John Thune in the Senate finally getting rid of this so this legislation can get moved?
Well, the president has a good relationship with Senate
Number
Majority
one.
Leader John Thune. They keep in very close contact,
They got
and
him
they work
good.
together all of
Number
the time.
two.
I hear your passion in your voice, and I know it's shared by many Americans
Fucking the
across
world
the
is a
country,
deduct.
including the
Deducers
president himself.
fucking world
He wants to
versus
see the SAVE Act voted, and
candle.
he's expressed that both
Holy
publicly
fuck.
to all of you, the
Every
American
fucking
people,
thing.
but also privately
Holy
in his
fuck.
conversations with
Sorry for my
Senate Majority
language.
Leader
Hypothetically
Thune and
speaking,
many
I'm
other
sorry.
members of
Oh
Congress
my
as well.
God.
Yes,
Oh my
Rob, go ahead. Good to see you.
So, J.B. Pritzker just recently signed the bill, the law went
Look
into
at
effect
the
in
motherfucking
January,
0.5 fib from the
supposedly
LOD
going to
today.
allocate about
And look at how they did it today. Let me
$2.5
make it
billion
look
to
bullish.
illegal
Shit into
to
one.
college and financial aid,
Oh my God.
in the state of Illinois. What is the White House's reaction to this? Illinois is already by
Got my blood
2027. They're
boiling,
supposed to
bro.
have a $3
Shit,
billion
look at
deficit. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that. I would say the president certainly thinks that Governor Pritzker is not doing a very good job of managing his state, as evidenced by not only the waste, fraud, and abuse, but also the crime in the city of Chicago that unfortunately Governor Pritzker has refused to pick up the phone and call the White House and ask for help on, which is something his residents want him to do, but he refuses to do for political reasons. As for the specific money, we'll take a look and get you an answer. You're welcome. John.
Thanks a lot. I have two questions. One is about the president's trip to Georgia tomorrow. If you can provide some additional information about that, why Northwest Georgia
VWAP is playing.
Was chosen for this particular trip, for instance.
Sure. Well, Georgia is obviously a very important state to the president and to the Republican Party, and the president loves the people of Georgia. He'll be touring, like I said, a steel facility, and then he'll also be stopping by another local business, and he will be giving remarks on affordability, on the economy, on all of the great economic news that I just shared with you earlier. He'll be meeting and greeting with everyday Americans, and that's what the president loves to do, to get out across the country, and he's spoken about his intention to go across the country a lot more, and obviously tomorrow's trip is evidence of that.
Secondly, last week, as you know, big event that took place in the Roosevelt Room, the president announcing that the EPA has repealed these federal limits on emissions for cars, trucks,
Shit looks like a
power
fucking
plants.
whale hook.
And in the president's presentation, he mentioned that American families would pay $2,500
Shit looks like
for
a fucking
new
whale
car
hook.
or truck. Where is the promise coming from automakers that they're going to pass along
can't believe it.
their
It's a
savings
fucking whale hook.
to those families all across the country?
It's a great question, John. That was an economic analysis that was provided to the president, and I'd be happy to provide that to you so you can take a look yourself. But I'm glad you brought up the president's announcement last week, because this is one of the largest deregulatory actions ever taken in the United States of America. And overall, it's going to save our country $1.3 trillion in regulatory burdens that have really done nothing for our country, nothing for our environment, nothing for our economy. In fact, this announcement received widespread and bipartisan praise. I think I recall seeing the editorial board of the Washington Post, of all places, even commending the president and Administrator Zeldin for this historic action last week. So there's no doubt it is going to save
There's a lot of bears
American
trapped earlier in the day,
and I'd
but
be
now
happy
there's
to
a
provide
fuck ton
that
of bulls
specific
trapped.
economic analysis to you. Sure, in the middle, go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. Governor Moore in Maryland signed a bill that is ending the law enforcement cooperation with ICE. And by doing that, a lot of local sheriffs are not happy, and in fact, they met today in Annapolis to come up with either legal action. What is the message of the White House to those sheriffs and to the residents of Maryland?
Well, first of all, it's another despicable action by Governor Wes Moore. Why would you prevent your state and local law enforcement from cooperating with federal law enforcement?
Bouncing to the roof,
If you
maybe.
just ask them, to your
Happened
point, if you
yesterday.
ask
0.5
sheriffs
fib
across
to the roof.
country if they want to have that level of cooperation and
know.
coordination
I don't think it will,
with the
but
federal
yeah.
government, of course they do. It makes their
Now
jobs
it's
easier.
testing
It
the
keeps
bottom
them
of
out
12.
of hostile and dangerous environments. It allows them to detain illegal alien criminals who have committed heinous crimes in our country with the most safe
MACD volume
circumstances
is very,
possible.
very
So the
oversold.
president, of course, continues to always stand on the side of
recycled,
law
so
enforcement.
it's
And
chopping or
this is another
cycling here now at the minimum.
horrible and frankly political action taken by Governor Wes Moore. And unfortunately, the people of his state are going to reap the consequences of it. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. President Trump just said on Truth Social that it would be a big mistake for the UK to
5-minute MACD is in bear territory on QQQ and SPY, so they could roll over, but it's just might not be like
handover. So does this post now suggest
sooner
that
rather
the
than
U.S.
later.
does not, or that President Trump has changed his mind on this?
The post should be taken as the policy of the Trump administration. It's coming straight from the horse's mouth. When you see it on Truth Social, you know it's directly from President Trump. That's the beauty of this president and his transparency and relaying this administration's policies to all of you and to the rest of the world. Carrie, go ahead.
There's been a series of walkouts from public school students that have been sort of provoked by a number of public school administrators. What are your thoughts on this? What's the administration's thoughts on this? Will they be taking any actions on these walkouts against ICE?
Look, I think obviously the president and the administration support the First Amendment rights of all American citizens, and if they're peacefully protesting, then that's their constitutional obligation and right and responsibility to do so. Of course, the administration also wants to see American school children in school learning and educating, and I think it does speak to the left-wing bias that is unfortunately very present in our nation's public school system, and it's something that
left-wing
Secretary McMillan
bias
has been working very hard to root out of our public school system by ensuring that local governance and local control takes place over our nation's public schools, and that parents and educators closest to students have a greater say over curriculum and academia in our country. Take a couple more. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. The Vatican announced earlier today that they would not be joining the Board of Peace initiatives over concerns that it could potentially compete with the United Nations over handling crisis conflicts. What's the White House's response to that?
Yeah, look, we saw that. I think it's deeply unfortunate. I don't think that peace should be partisan or political or controversial. And of course, the administration wants all those who were invited to join the Board of Peace to join. Because again, the Board of Peace is overseeing the reconstruction of a territory that has been plagued with violence, with bloodshed, with poverty for far too long. And this president has a very bold and ambitious plan and vision to rebuild and reconstruct Gaza, which is well underway because of the Board of Peace. This is a legitimate organization where there are tens of member countries from around the world, and we think that's an unfortunate decision. In the back, sure.
For me?
I'll go to both of you, sure.
Okay.
Go ahead, and then Jake, you can go.
Caroline, can you tell me, is there an update regarding the tariff rebate checks that the White House has promised?
I don't have an update for you on timeline, but I know that it's something that the president and his economic team continue to very seriously discuss.
Thank you, Caroline. I've got two questions. First, does the president see some sort of religious or prophetic component to the unfolding developments in the Middle East?
I haven't spoken to him about that particular perspective, to be honest with you, but of course the president wants peace for all people of all faiths all around the world, and that's part of his push to create peace in the Middle East, which he has done successfully.
And my second question is, as his popularity rises around the world, and especially in regions where he's invested so much effort in promoting peace and ending wars, do you think we might be watching the emergence of a global MAGA movement? Is this something that the president has discussed at all?
Well, I don't know, Jake, but I sure hope so. Take a couple more. Go ahead. Sure.
I wanted to ask you about Iran. As the U.S. military builds up around Iran, is President Trump coordinating war plans with Israel so that if he does decide to strike, that Israel will be a part of those strikes?
Look, I don't have any specifics on the president's recent conversations with Israel. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu was just here at the White House last week or the week before. But again, with respect to Iran, there was some progress made yesterday. There are still a lot of details to discuss, and we'll continue to see how this plays out. You know, the United States government, of course, is always in close communication and correspondence with the state of Israel, and that starts right at the top with the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu themselves. One more. Go ahead.
Last week we saw the underlying affidavit for the search warrant that was executed in Fulton County, and there was not any mention in that document about foreign election interference in the 2020 election. I'm wondering if DNI Gabbard has uncovered that in Georgia or in Puerto Rico, where we know her team was sent as well.
I don't have any updates for you on that today. I would defer you to the director's office herself.
Sure. Two questions. One on the president's schedule today. It says he has signing time. What is he signing today? Are we expecting executive orders or actions? That's the first question. And then second, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that a U.S. arms sale package for Taiwan is in limbo. Can you just confirm this reporting / offer any additional comment? And how concerned is the administration that if an arms deal with Taiwan went through, that this could disrupt the China-U.S. Trade truce?
Sure. Well, I haven't read the full Wall Street Journal report. I will just say with respect to an arms sale to Taiwan, I don't have any announcements or updates on that for you today. And to your first question about what the president will be signing, he will be signing an executive order, which you will all be hearing about later this afternoon.
Got it, Coraline, got it.
At the Black History Month
We have
reception.
112 people here. Let's smack the like button so we can get it above 100 today. Everybody, thank you so much for hitting the like button yesterday. We hit 125, 120 on the live stream yesterday. Please hit the like today. Thank you so much. What's our spiking? Tech is holding. EMA. IWM is pulling back and tech is holding for now. What a day today, folks. They frustrated the fuck out of the majority. Oh my. The majority stayed though. That's good, man. But oh my. Wow. President Trump live at 3 p.m. now. Can you believe it? Trump is live now at 3 p.m., folks. Oh, God. Oh, man. Trump is live at 3.
Terry get to your moves, because you have several. Let's start with American Express. Why'd you trim some of that? You have several. Let's start with American Express. Why? And let's Terry get to your moves, because you have several. Let's start with American Express. Why'd you trim some of that?
It was a big position. We've owned it for years. The stock has gone from 11 times earnings where we bought it, bought the large position, to 19 times now. And we just decided to move some of that into other names, that's all.
Okay, you bought more S&P Global. Is that one of the names?
Similar.
You take some of the
until 155 breaks.
Yes, exactly. I mean, S&P down 25% with this
bears are in danger.
Software companies, and this can't be totally disruptive. They are the rating giant, particularly in fixed income, and that's where we're having a lot of debt selling right now. So their business is good and will improve, and we thought it was really an attractive price here.
Same as like theory behind what Bryn did.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? I mean, you look at
opportunities.
Okay.
Well, you feel good about Moody's today because Moody's reported and they confirmed exactly what you're talking about.
Exactly, right.
So you bought American Waterworks. That's a new position?
Yes, it's new, but it's a name we've owned in.
Someone named Karen, dude. I'm good. African American Black History Month. President Trump going live 3 p.m.
Time for the big three. We've got 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Rick Ducat, of course, will take us through the charts. Here to take us through the trades today is Don Kaufman, co-founder at Theo Trade. Don, great to have you with us this morning. We've got a lot of green across the board.
Let's get the likes up to 100. We're so close, folks. If you have not hit the like already,
today. Would love to get your thoughts on the action we're seeing this morning.
So we're seeing a rotation right now back into tech, exactly as you were saying just a moment ago. Nevertheless, then we're actually seeing some of the those same cyclical rotations out of what have been categorically defensive sectors as of late. It's still like if you look at the
I don't know about that.
S&P 500 advanced decline line, we're still in what I would term like an utter slop fest. It's just this constant rotation. Let's move out of
someone
tech
said that
into
FOMC minutes
else,
come
like,
out.
Caterpillar, Costco,
like
and Walmart. And today it's the opposite effect.
Time is
Again, let's get
2:15.
into
Market
tech
going
and
lower
out
for
of
10
everything
minutes
else.
since 2:05.
All right, and so your first pick today for Big Three is the S&P 500 ETF. Take us through that being your first choice. And what's your outlook here?
Yeah, this is absolutely going to be a bearish trade. I think finally we're ready to break that range. Now, although my trade is in the spiders, I often mention the S&P futures because I think that's kind of the mainstay for the marketplace. And we've been trading in this range in the S&P futures, and I can relate this to the spiders too, but we've been trading in this range from 6,850 to 6,950, and we've been in that range. Literally, you can see it all the way back to October. I mean, months inside of like 100-point range and the 7,000-point index. So we're finally poised, it appears, to finally break a bit lower. How substantially lower? Tough to actually tell, but markets are kind of priming. If we look at something called like VVIX, that's the volatility of the VIX itself. It's primed near the 110 region for the last couple of trading sessions. That's indicative of some forthcoming risk. We're constantly seeing these, as I term it, slop-tastic advanced decline lines. All right, if we're going to break lower, I think the confirmation of that is seeing, if you will, a higher correlation. That is, for instance, 90 stocks trading on one side of the marketplace or the other. As such, again, breaking lower, I'm going out to the April 17th expiration, 8/17s. I'm going to buy the 670 puts, sell the 660 puts. It's a full $10 wide put spread for a $2.35 debit. The idea here, though, is not just to be bearish. Okay, this is also kind of what we term a long
God
volatility
number one,
trade.
folks. Never
This
forget
trade
that.
also takes into account skew.
God
It's really,
numero uno.
again, beneficial
Thank
to kind
you,
of
God.
understand a little bit about
Thank
skew
you for
when
today.
it relates to
Thank you
something like the
for
spiders or the S&P 500.
God,
All
numero
right, Rick,
uno.
so as we look at the chart here, are we primed
God
for
is
a
number
move
one.
lower here?
Holy
Well,
shit.
certainly what we're seeing matches up with
God is
Don is
number
saying
one.
in terms of the consolidation and sideways kind of grind that we've seen recently. So it's really easy to tell when you see the slope of our blue line, the slope of our white line transitioning to much more of a modest, more shallow slope, and then more recently pretty much just making consistent lows, even maybe marginally
God, numero
lower
uno!
For our price activity. Meanwhile, we have a ceiling here near about 696, 697, 698 rather. So we have topped out there multiple times. We haven't really made much progress at breaking through to the upside. Meanwhile, 673 is the green line that I have highlighted here, pretty close to the 670 area Don is discussing here. So
I'm
pretty
being
much
so
looking for a
fucking
break
greedy.
below where we had this significant old high and then a subsequent support point that we reached. That's kind of our relative low breaking point here. And then that could open the door to 653 potentially, a repeated low point there beyond our initial area here. But before that, look for a break below our trend line. That would be right around 675 or so right now, heading into the latter half of our shortened trading week here today. Our moving averages show that we are showing a weak directional activity here. We're kind of just consolidating sideways. They're all clustered together between about 686 to 687, 88 or so. So a couple of point range here for all three of our moving average gives us a very convenient point to look for a potential breakout or resistance area depending on your bias. Meanwhile, our long-term 251-day yearly EMA all the way down near 642. RSI shows continued bearish divergence as well. RSI, a mismatch between price and RSI is not what you'd want to see if you're bullish. So despite our crossover above that 50 midline potentially today, we're still seeing very waning momentum activity. The pace of the gains is slowing down dramatically here despite our continued bullish efforts to the upside here. But our volume profile shows the heaviest volume area here between about 680 to 690 roughly, so our point of control right at 680, and then we would start to pick up again down here from 660 to 670 roughly.
All right, and WITSPY right now trading at about 688.08 today. Now, Don, I can always count on you to be our resident bear here, but I've also got sort of the hang of some of your picks when they come in, and as Nike's your next pick, I looked at their chart, significantly underperforming the market. They're down about 15% over the last year, same for about the last 6 months or so, and I know you love a dip or bottom buying opportunity
understand,
here,
Vlad.
so are you surprisingly
Mike blows
bullish
up
on
when
Nike?
I scream. I understand.
Yeah, I
no,
am.
don't say that, Justin. I
The big
understand.
secret is out. I'm
When
a
people say,
contrarian
shut up,
through
the mic
and
too loud,
through.
I understand
In
because
Nike,
I watched
like
the
it
replay
right now.
and it
I
is
like
mad
it. I'm on
loud.
the
So
bullish side of this one. You know,
I
Nike
understand.
has been, if you will, a bit
That
of a
is the normal thing
turnaround
to
story,
say.
except that
Let me
turnaround
say.
has taken substantially longer
So thank
than
you for
anybody
saying
has
it the
expected.
nicest way you
But
can,
it's been hovering
Vlad.
in and around the 60
I
range.
appreciate it.
Finally, it
I
looks like
will
it
keep
formed
that
a
in mind.
nice base of support again in and around the 60, as you know, Rick is going to show you in just a
I'm
moment.
going stoic as
And
fuck right now,
it's
no
got a nice
emotions.
bid under it, meaning it's got some bullish activity. I'm just going to hop on board. Look, I don't mind,
I'm
you
stoic
know,
as fuck,
something
no
that's
emotions now.
hideous at this point,
I'm
that's
fucking Terminator.
underperforming.
You know what they
When it's
call me?
got
They
a
call me
bid under
motherfucking
it,
Terminator
somebody's got to
43,
step
alright? I'm
forth and
Terminator
actually take
motherfucking
that
43.
that kind of
Arnold
outside bullish
Schwarzenegger
stance, and that's
engaged.
exactly
No
what I'm going to do
emotions.
here. Once again, I'm going to go to the April
Shoo! Pew,
17th,
pew,
again,
shoo,
April
shoo,
17th
shoo,
option
shoo,
expiration.
shoo,
I'm going to
robot.
buy the 70 calls.
I got this
Buying the
shit.
70 calls,
I'm sorry.
selling the 75 calls against it for $1.15 debit, as I consistently do. I like
I'm a
to
Terminator.
use
I got it though.
spreads, and I like to use spreads because not only is it defining my risk to $1.15 debit here, but it's also mitigating any of my volatility exposure. I'm taking a shot here. Look, this has been a rough run for Nike. It's got a bid under it. If anything, I'm probably on trend right now and just looking for this thing to pop a bit more.
All right, Rick, so as we look at some of these areas of support, are you seeing the same thing around 60-ish for Nike and perhaps a move to the upside in its future?
Yeah, 60 stands out. Also 70 stands out to me too. I'll start with our lower end here. Backtrack 59 to 60 is about here. We had our green line that was resistance and then support. This is that same area here, 59 to 60. We've found our footing there a couple times. We didn't quite make it there during our most recent declines, which actually seems a bit more positive.
I have a limit order. I have a limit order. I'm not even gonna look at the chart. Fuck it.
Trend line, but we
call
also,
me Terminator.
I think you could argue have
they
a
call me motherfucking pew 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 pew. I'm a Terminator.
upside. We haven't quite reached 66 yet. That was another repeated stopping point. Old highs, highs, lows, highs here as well. So 66. But then on the road to 70, that's a high water mark here. That was part of Don's strikes that he mentioned there. But 77 as well to the upside, gap area and high point. So that would be another major area for the longer term to consider. When we look at our moving averages, the thing that stands out is that our blue, faster moving EMA, our 5-day weekly EMA, is starting to cross over its slower moving peers here as price does the same. So signs of trend improvement here. Our 250 one-day EMA up here near 68.80 or so roughly. That would be another potential resistance point to watch out for. Meanwhile, RSI starting to break to the upside as well, crossing above the 50 midline, making new relative highs and breaking through its downward sloping trend line. So some interesting bullish developments from that perspective as well. Finally, volume profile point of control right about here, near 62, 63 or so. So we have heavy volume at a significant low point on a chart. We're kind of crossing through to this other lighter area, 66 to 65. Then there's not a whole lot to stop us until we get all the way up here. Things start to pick up again near 72. Contrarian plays can be very interesting.
Why are we watching Nike? Sorry about that. It's not even focused. Man, Zelensky out here bugging out.
But the problem is this: Putin is no longer interested in anything else. Putin does not live like ordinary people. He doesn't walk the streets. You will not see him in a cafe. His grandchildren do not go to the normal kindergartens in their hometown. He cannot imagine life without power or after power. Normal things do not interest him. Putin consults more with Tsar Peter and Empress Catherine about territorial gains than with any
talk
living
that schmack,
person about
Zelensky. Talk that schmack.
Real life. Can you imagine Putin without war? Be honest. Right now, his focus is on Ukraine, and no one in Ukraine believes he will ever let our people go. But he will not let other European nations go either, because he cannot let go of the very idea of war. He may see himself as a Tsar, but in reality, he is a slave to war.
That's crazy.
Let's bring in Alex Kantrowitz, founder of Big Technology. It's a newsletter and a podcast. I wasn't even going to clarify, everybody knows. Anyway, Alex, it's great to have you here.
Great to be here.
So, first of all, to Julia's point, the concern is that there might have to be both monetary fines here, possibly changes to the app. That would probably be the biggest thing that could hurt it, right? Is if it has to go make significant changes to how people use its apps and Instagram.
Definitely. If there are structural changes to the way that company is able to run its app, that would be massive and fairly unprecedented, I would say, in U.S. history. So that would be the ultimate bad outcome here for Meta. And there's various cascading other outcomes that I don't think that company would like either.
This is in California. Would it apply, because what they have to do for one jurisdiction, they'd have to do for all of them? Just kind of explain how this works in terms of them going on trial in Los Angeles, but how it would apply to their technology writ large.
Definitely. I mean, look, Meta could, if it wants to, play games, but advertisers in the United States, they don't want to have a bucket of users that you can target in California and then a bucket of users that you can target in New York.
Talking about bucket shops?
Meta's policies and the way that the platform works is going to have to be uniform across the United States. And California, of course, is the biggest market for that company within the United States. So I don't really think that there is a way where Meta says, okay, we're just going to make these changes for California users or shut off in California like it's.
Man, let me tell you something about bucket shops, all right? Best of the best, Jesse
Livermore. If this ruling comes
Livermore.
down the way that it could, in a way that forces the company to change
Second
the structure
best?
of its products,
Shit,
I think
JFK's
there's no
father.
way that you could get around doing it for the entire.
John
being in
Kennedy.
just one jurisdiction, I think would have to.
Let me tell you something about bucket shops,
Do you
all
think
right?
this is Meta specific, or could it apply
That was the
to a
ultimate
Snapchat and other apps like that?
Well, notably, Snapchat settled, and so did TikTok beforehand, because they didn't want to end up in a place that Zuckerberg is today. They didn't want to be testifying. They didn't want to have the chance to lose this case. And by the way, it's not just this case, and I think this is the most important detail. There are hundreds more along these lines that will be coming. Now, this is the landmark case because it's the first, and there's going to be precedent. And so if Meta loses, that would be really bad because it could end up getting hit with similar judgments and cases throughout the country. But ultimately, that's why you see the Snapchat and the TikTok settlements happen beforehand. Meta and YouTube did not, and we're going to see how this works out. But there could be a cascading effects in other cases, absolutely.
And in this case, the specific thing that they're being sued for is not having protections on Instagram that would have protected these users from those who were doing them harm. What is the specific thing at fault here?
That's correct. So the jury is basically going to decide whether Instagram and whether YouTube ruined a very young girl's life. And I think the one thing that's important to note here is this is very different from the antitrust world, where certain legalese and technical arguments seem to have played very well with the judges. This is in front of a jury. And these emotional conversations are really going to impact the jury. So I fully expect Meta, if it won't lose this one, I think it will lose one of these cases down the line, because these are real stories about real people told to real people, and saying, well, if you use Instagram for 16 hours, that's
bullish,
problematic but not addictive. Maybe that plays well in a clinical setting, but in front of a jury, I don't think it will play well at all.
I hate to make the analogy because lives are at stake here, but it reminds a little bit of chemical
Lives are at
companies with
stake
environmental
here.
lawsuits
Oh
throughout the
God.
1900s or even before. Just reading the story about Honeywell, where many
Lives
decades
are at
after
stake
they're
here.
in their heyday, you take over a company and you have billions of dollars of kind of these issues and settlements to still deal with, and you wonder if there'd ever be, if it would become such a chronic issue like that for big tech that you add it to the list of reasons
Oh
why they're no
my
longer
baby,
investors. They
like,
have
oh
lawsuits
my
hanging over
God,
their head. They
so
have
many
massive CapEx.
chops.
They
I
become
want
commodity
you
companies because of these
finally.
AI
I
models.
want you. I want you, baby.
I offer that observation while asking, since you mentioned YouTube, it sounds like they could also be implicated
oh my God.
YouTube will actually be able to fare better here because YouTube by the public is seen as something where you kind of laid back and you watch, similar to a TV network, similar to Netflix, where Facebook feels much more active, much more short form, where that addiction behavior can feel
One candle to finish them
all.
all.
Can feel much more visceral than a YouTube, which maybe you sit down and you watch 30 minutes of Mr. Beast. Is that the same as watching 30 minutes of Reels? In a jury's mind, that could be very different. But I think you're totally right that this is going to be something that is going to follow Meta
We're happy.
through the years. They could have made some product decisions where they were very strict about not letting young people on the platform, where they were very strict about the targeting and the different addictive features that they might not like the word addictive, but we all know what they are. Those type of features, maybe they could have put walls up ahead of time, but they didn't, and that's why they're in the position today. And sentiment through the country, by the way, is very negative towards Meta in terms of the way that its products and social media. I think 71% of people surveyed in a recent poll by the Wall Street Journal said that social media should be banned for kids 16 years and younger.
Nearly 3 years. It's fallen more than 50% from its October peak, briefly hitting a low of 60,000. Thanks for joining us on Prof G Markets.
Great to see you.
Smile, Tom.
So,
Smile, Tom.
Bitcoin is seeing one of its largest crashes in a few years. Hit $60,000, then it came back up. Let's just start with your kind of high-level thoughts on what's happening right now.
Well, Bitcoin has been in a drawdown really since October 10th. And we know that on October 10th, there was a price shock then that led to one of the largest ever deleveraging events. And so the industry has been crippled since, because balance sheets have shrunk. About a third of the industry's market makers went away and crypto sentiment, of course, has turned really negative because about at least 2 million accounts got wiped out during that mini crash. And so the industry has been limping along. And I think then a few things happened earlier this year that sort of triggered another cascade of not necessarily deleveraging shock, but essentially what looks like capitulation. The first is that President Trump made a tweet about Greenland in January, and that triggered another cascade of liquidations because you had another price shock that happened over a weekend. And as we know, liquid markets will sell what they can over a weekend ahead of a broader market opening, and that was crypto. The second is that as markets became very leery about geopolitical tension, and then of course dollar weakness, and but then it got magnified that we had a potentially new Fed chair coming in that looked that it could be quite hawkish.
I gotta take a piss so bad.
I think that led to a real rethink about how
broke.
people want to be positioned. And as you know, gold suddenly surged. And that gold surge became quite expensive for investors because gold has about a $30 trillion network value now. Gold surged almost 20% in 2 days. That was a $6 trillion swing for gold. Well, the entire crypto market is about $2 trillion. So gold made a very large volatile move over a weekend, which again could have triggered another set of margin calls for anyone short. And then crypto, of course, was. I think in many ways, crypto still hasn't recovered from October 10th. And then we had what I consider some macro shocks that got people really interested in gold because there's so much gold held that you had to sell something else to actually own your gold.
Doesn't this call the fundamental value of Bitcoin into question? Because a lot of the things you described there, there's geopolitical uncertainty because of the Greenland announcement, issues of inflation, a hedge against instability at large. These are the kinds of things that Bitcoin is supposed to be the hedge against. It's supposed to be the safe haven against these forces. And so isn't this kind of the market telling us actually Bitcoin isn't the new gold, actually gold is the new gold?
Yeah. That's a great question. I mean, that has been the existential head scratching because a lot of people in crypto say, hey, isn't Bitcoin supposed to track gold if you have geopolitical tension or central bank easing, or we're talking about dollar debasement? But there is one scenario where gold will do well, but crypto will do poorly, okay? And that's if the entire
the shit I got from 1
system
p.m. is up
itself
50%.
is questioned.
And it's
Meaning,
next week expiry
if there
until Wednesday.
is
It's fucking
a
nuts.
point where we say, we're so concerned about chaos that I don't care about the dollar. I don't even want to own anything that's dollar denominated, and especially if it's a digital dollar, right? Because Bitcoin is digital money. In that scenario, gold would do well, but stocks and crypto would go down. So I think in some ways, the market became convinced itself of the idea that, gold's going up so much because we could be facing a much more calamitous scenario. And I think part of that has to do with Warsh was kind of a little bit of a shock to markets. So absolutely correct. But the second thing to keep in mind, so that's one scenario where crypto would do badly, stocks do badly, but gold does well. But the other thing to keep in mind is that if you look at rolling 3-year history, Bitcoin is still positive and outperforming inflation, which means Bitcoin is still actually a good store of value. If we look back at the history of gold, I think it's about 15% of the time, gold's had a negative rolling 3-year return. So in some ways, both are stores of value, but they're just going to be working at different times.
Filled. God did!
Investor in
God
Ethereum,
did!
Which
5 contracts,
hit recently.
each at $840 each.
And its relationship
I'm gonna
with
take a piss!
to Bitcoin.
Well, yeah, Ethereum has really been caught up in the crypto sell-off because it is the second largest crypto. So if anyone is trying to liquidate their crypto holdings, and there has been capitulation, people saying, I'm really done with crypto entirely. So they're going to sell their Bitcoin and Ethereum. And I think we're in that phase. The difference, I think, is that Ethereum actually does have measurable activity that we can look at. We can look at wallets opened and created, transactions done on the Ethereum network, or even the amount of assets created on the blockchain, which is called real world assets or total value locked. Those have actually all been rising and actually going up parabolically, because Ethereum is benefiting from Wall Street's focus on tokenization. Tokenization is the idea that Wall Street wants to redo parts of its business on a public blockchain because it actually speeds up the product and it reduces delays. It's what they call finality. And
Woo! I'm
Ethereum
back.
really
I don't
benefits
give
from
a
that.
rat's
We
ass
know
what happens
just for
here.
instance, this year alone, BlackRock has announced its further support of creating a common blockchain. We know that the NYSE is tokenizing its assets, and they are working with public blockchains to implement that.
Wow.
And we know
I'm
Fidelity
in
launched
Lotto,
its
I
own
guess.
investment fund on the Ethereum blockchain. So
wow.
I think there's a lot of actual, strangely, and maybe this is going to bother some original crypto people, but Wall Street is really embracing Ethereum.
It sounds like your view on the two largest cryptocurrencies, which is Bitcoin and Ethereum. Ethereum, you're more optimistic about because of the fact that there is this tokenization effect happening on Wall Street, and we'll see how that plays out. You sound less bullish, less optimistic about Bitcoin right now. It sounds like you agree with me,
235.
at least my view of what's happening, that Bitcoin needs to be seen by the investment world as a hedge against uncertainty in some capacity. The dollar debasement would be an example. And it seems that the investment world is deciding kind of slowly but surely, actually, maybe that's not what it is to us.
Wow.
Yeah.
When things get really difficult,
Each
we
contract
actually
that won
prefer
$900
gold
each.
instead.
Wow.
Is that the correct characterization? Would it be correct to say you're maybe more bullish on Ethereum and you're less bullish at this point on Bitcoin?
I think it is correct to say that Bitcoin, everything I've described, gives Bitcoin a narrative problem, because people are going to say, oh, well, in the last year, it hasn't been a great store of value.
What a day.
It didn't save me when geopolitical uncertainty rose.
Wow.
It didn't save me when we got uncertain about this new Fed. And of course, in the back of people's minds is this idea quantum risk are growing for Bitcoin. So it does raise that narrative question. But the one thing that we do know now is that both Bitcoin and Ethereum have had a huge drawdown. Ethereum's fallen 60%. That's the 8th time in 8 years. So they're both super volatile assets. It's a little bit like when someone says, I want to own Mag 7. So let's say someone says, I have geopolitical uncertainty, and this time gold really worked. And, there's times when someone's buying Mag 7 and they want to buy AI, only 3 of the 7 names are working. I do think we just have to be mindful that 2026 hasn't played out yet. So if Bitcoin indeed stages a recovery, then it's going to recover its narrative. But similarly, we think Ethereum is really tracking past decline. So we think it's going to recover strongly. But you're absolutely right. In this battle, gold has won one. Bitcoin's lost 0 in 2026.
All right. Tom Lee, Chief Investment Officer of
Geopolitical.
Tom, we always love having you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
This is the most craziest shit.
Support for the show comes from Indeed. Hiring isn't just about finding someone willing to take the job. It's about connecting with someone who can move your business forward. For that, check out Indeed Sponsored Jobs. Indeed Sponsored Jobs boosts your job post for quality candidates so you can reach the people that can help your business thrive. People are finding quality hires on Indeed right now as we speak. In the minute I've been talking to you, 27 hires were made on Indeed, according to Indeed data worldwide. Join the 3.3 million employers worldwide that use Indeed to connect with quality talent that fits their needs. Spend less time searching and more time actually interviewing candidates who check all your boxes. Less stress, less time, more results now with Indeed Sponsored Jobs. And listeners of the show will get a $75 sponsored job credit to help get your job the premium status it deserves at Indeed.com/markets. Just go to
Oh my God, folks. Big SPAC got 20. We talked about this all of last week. We talked about this all of, right? Market update video, folks. Thank you so much to 160, 180 of you guys that watched the market update video over the weekends. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, right? Please. God did, folks. God did. God did. What did the market update video say? Did anyone watch? Man, God did. I've had so much patience this week. Everything worked out. Everything worked out. Everything worked out. Could not have been even better. I literally, this was my deduction that the market was going to bounce into today. But after the bounce, I don't fucking know, right? But God did. Wow. Market went higher, way higher than yesterday's close on QQQ Tech, and I made nice money. Doesn't even matter if the market goes up or down. I do good. As long as my direction up, God did. God has my back. Wow. Unbelievable day. God did. What else? God did. What else? MU, AMAT, everything running crazy. Man, I have interest on Micron, but that thing's fucking nuts. March 27th, each contract fucking $2,000. March 6th, each contract $2,600. Yeah, fuck you. Fucking nuts. Let me see what the fuck this shit is. Hold up. March 27th, 1.2K. Fuck. Fuck. I want to short MU so bad. Fuck that. Fuck. Dot. Huge whale hook played out. Now let's see what happens. Alright. Setup has played out. Now what is going on? Huge.